I, who only wanted to play football, became the Hollywood heartthrob. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226. Beat the entire U18 team. Opportunities are always reserved for the powerful. Half an hour later. When Kawaiichi came to the U18 training ground of Staplewood with great enthusiasm, Guran had already put on his jersey and shoes and started warming up early. Nani? Impossible. This is impossible. The smile on Kawaiichi's face froze, and his face was full of disbelief. Why is Guran earlier than me? Why? Why? Impossible. Impossible. I don't believe he is more diligent than me. Mom. Let's leave 10 minutes earlier tomorrow morning. That's it. Ah. But okay. Suzuki Horimi said secretly in her heart. It seems that I have to prepare breakfast for Guranjan 10 minutes earlier tomorrow morning. What breakfast should I make tomorrow? When I go tonight, I will bring some ingredients and tools with me. Kawaiichi clenched his fists and cheered himself up. Yoshi. I will definitely be the first to arrive at the training ground tomorrow. Guran. I will never let you get ahead again. Absolutely not. Lighter blue skill bubble fell under Kawaiichi's feet. What the hell did I do? Isn't this too easy? Kawaiichi is simply a free gift for you. Guran laughed in his heart while using his mind to check remotely. Fancy juggling +1. Not bad. If you can get this training skill to +4, your ball sense will definitely be greatly improved. Guran happily collected the negative emotion bubbles dropped by Kawaiichi remotely. Fancy juggling +2. There are still 8 pickup progress left today. After the pickup was completed, Guran continued to warm up step by step. Kawaiichi ran into the locker room, changed his jersey and shoes, and then rushed into the court aggressively. However, Kawaiichi didn't dare to warm up with Guran's running rhythm. He was still scared of the miserable competition with Guran yesterday. And he found that Guran's basic speed and leg frequency today seemed to be faster than yesterday. Damn, how could Guran grow so fast? Did he secretly train last night? Or is he super talented? Yesterday's warm-up was not his true level. Kawaiichi felt sour in his heart. The more he envied, the more jealous he became. The more jealous he became, the more envious he became. It was not until Guran finished his warm-up run and began to stretch on the grass that Kawaiichi walked up to Guran with a hostile face and shouted provocatively, Guran. Do you dare to accept my challenge today? Do you dare to duel with me in the boxing ring? Guran didn't even look at Kawaiichi. Go play somewhere else. Guran had no interest in this low-level provocation. Kawaiichi seemed to have found self-esteem, and laughed arrogantly. Haha. Don't you dare. Coward. Guran, you're a coward. I said, as long as you don't agree to fight me one by one, I will come to call you a coward every day. Guran sneered in his heart. Ask your mother. Kawaiichi saw that Guran ignored him, and immediately said arrogantly, Coward. Guran, you're a coward. Ask your mother. Coward. Ask your mother. When Guran thought of the scene last night, the corners of his mouth could not help but slightly rise. Seeing that Guran had not said anything, Kawaiichi burst into laughter, as if he had defeated Guran. Guran smiled and said, Are you done laughing? Go away after laughing. I want to practice my fancy juggling. Kawaiichi's mouth twitched suddenly. Obviously, Guran's psychological quality is 100 times stronger than Kawaiichi. Kawaiichi wanted to compete with Guran in every aspect, but Guran did not take Kawaiichi seriously at all. Kawaiichi said bitterly, Guran, I will not lose to you. After that, Kawaiichi walked to the other side and started practicing fancy juggling. His juggling level was actually better than Guran's, but his competitive mentality greatly affected his training performance, so it seemed that he was not as good as Guran in juggling. The more this happened, the more anxious Kawaiichi became, and the more anxious he was, the more unbalanced his mentality became, and the worse his juggling became. Guran, however, always followed his own pace and practiced juggling the ball at a leisurely pace. Horimi trotted over cautiously and bowed to Guran. Guran, I'm sorry to have troubled you again. Ichi really shouldn't have done that. Fortunately, you're generous and don't bother with him. Guran continued to juggle the ball, and said lightly, Actually, I'm not generous. I just did it for you. Hanami's delicate body trembled slightly, and her eyes were full of tears of emotion. Guran, you are so kind. I'm so sorry that you have suffered an injustice that you shouldn't have suffered for me. I will greatly compensate you. This is possible, Guran said calmly. I know, don't talk about this kind of thing on the training ground, it will affect my training, let's talk about it in the evening. In their relationship, Hanami is the one who suffers, so Guran has to act tougher. It feels like Kaudawa, the tiger of the serious crime team. Sure enough, Hanami nodded excitedly and said, hey I. Wait until the evening. After that, Hanami shyly bowed and stepped back. This secret sense of conquest is really fucking cool. Guran was in a very good mood, and the influence of Kawaiichi's provocation was swept away. He continued to practice juggling with Fancy Juggling +2. After a while, the players of the U18 youth team and Coach Dodd came to the training ground. Guran's exclusive team Dr. Maifu and physical therapist Gregory were also in place. The players have also begun to get used to Guran coming to the training ground to train in advance. After the whole team warmed up, the U18 training officially began. The morning training was mainly aerobic training. Coach Dodd arranged for all the players to do interval sprinting, jumping, and squatting training. Each training action lasts for 15 seconds, and after every 4 sets, rest for 2 minutes, and then continue the cycle. This kind of intermittent aerobic training seems easy, but in fact it consumes a lot of endurance and cardiopulmonary capacity. They were about to play against Liverpool's U18 youth team, and Coach Dodd arranged twice as much training as usual. In less than an hour, almost all the players of the U18 youth team were about to vomit. Kawaiichi gritted his teeth and persisted. Although he did not vomit, his body was close to the limit and his face was full of embarrassment. Only Guran always maintained a high level of training. Guran's short sprint was unsurprisingly the best in the team. Not only was he far ahead in a single short sprint, but Guran was also able to maintain the highest speed in repeated sprints after the interval. The black-haired belle was not called good for nothing. The young players of the U18 team had never been to the scene to watch Guran's game before, and today they were really enlightened. The U18 player who used to be the first in the team's sprint speed was abused by Guran and the mic repeatedly during the entire sprint training. I really can't catch up. I can't catch up even if I try my best. In terms of jumping training, although Guran's jumping ability is not the best in the team, Guran is the best physical fitness, is the most serious in training, and his movements are extremely standardized. Other U18 players do 10 jumps in a group, but Guran does 15. The same is true for weighted squat training. All the U18 players were driven crazy by Guran. Kawaiichi couldn't keep up with Guran's pace, and his face became more and more anxious. It was not until this time that everyone realized that Guran was able to get the Club Star of Hope contract, and it was definitely not because of his handsome appearance. Guran is not only strong in strength, but also has an attitude towards training that is beyond reach. Guran is the real king. No matter what environment he is in, Guran is the most dazzling existence. Suzuki Hanami's focus also shifted from Kawaiichi to Guran. Guran-jun is so amazing. Guran-jun, he will definitely become a big star in the future. I was able to follow Guran-jun before he officially became a big star. Suzuki Hanami's heart started beating wildly when she thought of her secret relationship with Guran. Before lunch, Coach Dodd arranged for the players to practice 2 more skills: headers and dribbling along the sidelines. Header training is divided into offensive headers and defensive headers. The players were divided into 2 groups, throwing headers to each other. The front court players focused on practicing header shots, and the back court players focused on practicing header interceptions. Guran practiced both. After all, as a B2B striker, Guran must be more comprehensive so that he can cover the entire court and achieve the goal of dominating the entire court. Seeing Guran practicing header interceptions and header shots, the players of the U18 youth team were all dumbfounded. It was as if they were the rookies who had never seen professional players train. Not to mention these U18 youth team players who have never seen the world. Even Coach Dodd, who was a teammate of Alan Shearer, has never seen such a comprehensive training. During the training, Guran activated the skill of header +2, so the success rate of headers during training is very high. But Guran is not too satisfied with the training effect of his header. After all, there is no one-on-one with a dedicated coach, and the training results are improving very slowly. This situation should be completely improved after he officially joins the first team. Now he is training with the U18, so he can't ask for too much. After the header training, Guran followed the whole team to conduct sideline training. As a B2B fullback, this is also an advantage of Guran, and he has rich practical experience, so it is very comfortable to train. After training on the left sideline, Guran also practiced on the right sideline. Training on both sides of the sideline will be more conducive to cross-position with teammates. Cross-position in the game can often have a tactical effect. Players who can play multiple positions are the coach's favorite. At the end of the morning training, all the U18 players collapsed on the ground and couldn't walk back to the locker room for a long time. Guran continued to practice. After running on the left and right sidelines, he started to practice dribbling in the middle. The U18 players were completely convinced that this was not a training session, but a way to crush them. After Guran finally finished training, Maven Gregory immediately took him to the physiotherapy room for a special examination and physiotherapy massage. At this time, the U18 players had no jealous thoughts. Guran really deserved such treatment. After Guran finished physiotherapy and took an ice bath, the physical energy consumed in the morning was almost restored. With 76 points of physical fitness and 73 points of physical fitness, coupled with the capital of youth, such physical attributes can recover very quickly. During the morning training, Guran also took the opportunity to pick up 8 white special training bubbles of the U18 youth team players. Because there was no surplus before, the white bubbles I picked up today did not reach 10, and no new talent points were automatically exchanged. But don't panic. With Suzuki Horami, a stable output of talent points are not a problem. Guran went to the youth team restaurant to eat, and the restaurant had indeed prepared brand new chopsticks for him. When the U18 players met Guran, they also took the initiative to greet him in a friendly manner, and dared not joke with Guran anymore. This is strength. After lunch, Guran went to the rest hall to take a nap for an hour as usual. After waking up, Guran went to the training ground in advance for a low-intensity warm-up to get his body into a competitive training state early. The afternoon training focused on overall passing and control training. Under the strict guidance of Coach Dodd, the whole team divided into groups to conduct passing and ball control training. Passing and control training includes accurate passing, long passing, short passing, ground passing, horizontal passing, straight passing, aerial ball transmission and other techniques. British football does not attach much importance to passing and control technology, but it does not mean that passing and control is not important. British football just doesn't pursue the ultimate in passing and controlling. During training, the proportion of passing and controlling the ball is still very large. Coach Dodd also requires the players to reduce sticking to the ball as much as possible and complete the one-kick pass as efficiently as possible. Guran's short pass and 2-on-1 pass is also very efficient in the U18 youth team, not to mention the long pass, which is very accurate. After the basic passing and controlling training, Coach Dodd divided the team into 2 groups and asked the players to conduct dynamic blocking and passing and controlling training. Not surprisingly, Guran and Kawariichi were assigned to the same group. Kawariichi took a deep breath. Guran, I will never lose to you. Guran nodded, directly sideways to protect the ball and pushed Kawariichi away, and then made an accurate pass to the player in the opposite group. It was so simple, rough, and smooth. Kawariichi was stunned. When it was Kawariichi's turn to pass the ball, Kawariichi also used his body to bump into Guran, but Guran got in position 1 step ahead, defended +2, intercepted +3, and easily snatched the ball from Kawariichi's feet. Kawariichi was dumbfounded again. 1v1 on the field, Guran completely abused Kawariichi. In the following dynamic passing and control training, Kawariichi tried his best to stop Guran, and even resorted to fouling. Even Coach Dodd on the sidelines frowned. Suzuki Horami was so worried that she almost cried out. However, Guran didn't care about Kawariichi's fouls in the confrontation. With the protection of the Iron Man +5 and Guran's super high basketball IQ, even 10 Kawarikas might not be able to hurt him. Moreover, this made Guran feel like it was an actual combat. After an afternoon of passing and control training, Kawariichi was crushed by Guran and began to doubt his life. Guran couldn't hit, pull, or trip him. It was absolutely impossible to stop Guran from passing the ball with only one person defending. Okay, Coach Dodd blew the whistle, clapped his hands, and said in summary, today's training ends here. Everyone performed well today, especially Guran. Everyone should cherish the opportunity to train with Guran. Let me give you an analogy. Guran is like Alan Shearer in his youth. Training with Alan will improve you a lot. Coach Dodd still talked about his old teammate Alan Shearer every 3 sentences. Yes, coach. The U18 players were all powerless. If they were to be carried away by Guran like this, they might be about to ascend before they see any improvement. Tomorrow morning we will first conduct machine strength training, and in the afternoon we will conduct shooting training. Everyone, disband, go back and rest early, and see you tomorrow. Yes, coach. The U18 players were relieved and dragged their tired bodies back to the locker room to take a shower. But Guran was not in a hurry to leave. It's only 5:30 in the afternoon. It's too early to go back and there's nothing to do until 9 o'clock in the evening, so it's better to train here for a while longer. So Guran practiced set-piece shooting on his own in the training ground. Although it's impossible to guarantee a 100% playing rate after joining the first team, even if he can play, the coach can't give him the right to take set pieces. He has to rank based on seniority. Guran won't need set piece shooting in the short term, but Guran still insists on practicing set pieces every day. Only in this way, when a fleeting opportunity appears, Guran can grab it. Opportunities are always reserved for those who are big. After practicing for more than an hour, Guran stopped training contentedly until the club's turf maintenance staff came to urge him. At this time, there was almost no one in the entire training base, only Maeve and Gregory were still waiting for Guran professionally. It's not okay to be unprofessional. As the exclusive team doctor and exclusive physiotherapist, they certainly can't leave until Guran leaves. Maeve gave Guran a thorough full-body check to make sure that Guran was not injured during training. Then Gregory showed off his Phosgene knife. Soon, screams of pain could be heard in the physical therapy room. It was so painful to push the muscles with the Phosgene knife after exercise. After the physical therapy, Guran took a simple rest for a while, then drove away from the training ground and returned to his dune villa. He was the first to come to the training ground and the last to leave. It was past 9 o'clock that night. As expected, Hanami came to the dune villa with a lot of bags. She brought all the fresh ingredients so that she could make her best breakfast for Guran. Seeing that Guran was training so hard, and had to work so hard at night, Hanami certainly had to give Guran a good supplement. Deer antlers, conger eels, cistanches, oysters, tuna sashimi, all were arranged for Guran. Guran, we can't do this well, let's change the method tonight. Bang! The door of the master bedroom was slammed shut. Chapter 227. Crazy Points. The team training match begins. For the next 3 days, Guran continued to ruthlessly crush everyone on the training ground. Every morning, Guran always arrived at the training ground 10 minutes earlier than Kawariichi. Every time Kawariichi came to the training ground with confidence and enthusiasm, he would collapse on the spot. Kawariichi couldn't figure out why Guran was always one step ahead of him. Kawariichi could only keep asking for a duel with Guran and provoke Guran with words like coward. Guran turned a deaf ear and ignored him completely. When the middle-aged woman takes the initiative, it really opens the door to a new world. Hanami's complexion has made a qualitative leap recently, and her dress and appearance are getting younger and younger, as if she is a dozen years younger than before. Guran's complexion is of course also very good. Although the training these days is very hard, Guran's physical fitness and physique are very good, and Hanami carefully prepares a tonic breakfast for him every morning. During these 3 days, many club executives came to the training ground to watch Guran's overwhelming training. However, Old Rice was not there. Old Rice was busy with a labor certification hearing. The hearing would begin in 2 days. Southampton Club was making every effort to prepare various materials and even hired a lawyer for Guran at a high price so that Guran could train without distraction. Guran didn't need to do anything, just wait for the result of the hearing in 3 days. During these 3 days, Guran not only trained crazily, but also interacted crazily with Hanami and rubbed points crazily. In just 3 days, Guran obtained a total of 8 talent points. Among them, 3 talent points were exchanged by picking up white bubbles dropped by U18 youth team players during training. The other 5 talent points were red talent point bubbles obtained directly from Hanami. It was so cool to have Hanami, a new generation of point bubbling artifact. Of these 8 talent points, Guran allocated 3 of them to the strong attribute and 3 to the strength attribute. In this way, both the strength attribute and the power attribute have reached 74 points, which is just 1 step away from the 75-point attribute standard. After adding points, Guran felt that his muscle strength had been qualitatively improved. Although the six-pack abs were very obvious before, after this wave of enhancement, the six-pack abs were as strong as the tendons of a bull. Guran allocated 1 of the remaining 2 talent points to physique, raising the physique attribute from 73 points to 74 points. The improvement of physique attributes is very necessary, but it cannot be increased too much at once. First, if the increase is too drastic, it will easily arouse suspicion. Second, if the increase is too drastic, the side effects of physique will be more severe. Therefore, a gradual improvement is the best strategy for adding points. Guran allocated the last talent point to the physical attribute. Physical fitness is the attribute with the highest number of points among all the sub-attributes. The original physical fitness attribute is enough for training against the U18 youth team, and it can also stand firm in the English League One. However, in the British Professional League, the higher the physical fitness, the better. Not only is the confrontation higher, but the technical movements can also be more stable. Moreover, the love the night before will not delay the training the next day. Therefore, Guran added the last talent point to the physical fitness attribute, raising the physical fitness attribute from 76 points to 77 points. Although the crazy point increase in these 3 days is not a complete change, it can be regarded as the beginning of Guran's transformation from an amateur grassroots to a professional player. This is a very good start, and Guran himself is very satisfied. Guran is taking big steps and rushing towards the road of a real professional star. Just like that, time came to the morning of the 4th day. Guran was awakened by the talent point bubble dropped by Hanami again. It's good to have a big star. You can get a talent point bubble for free even when you're asleep. Guran didn't even open his eyes, he picked it up directly with his mind, and then directly allocated this talent point to the speed attribute. The speed attribute was immediately increased from 70 points to 71 points. The basic frequency was 1 step faster. Guran hugged Hanami and wanted to sleep for a while, but Hanami gently moved Guran's arm away, got up 10 minutes earlier than yesterday, and left Guran to sleep in bed. Hanami went to the bathroom to use the liquid nitrogen freezing capsule. This is almost becoming our habit. She can now adapt to the liquid nitrogen cryogenic therapy at -80 degrees. During this period, her skin has become extremely shiny and elastic, and her face is full of girlishness. Hanami happily admired herself in the mirror, and then went to the kitchen to make a tonic breakfast for Guran. When the exquisite breakfast was brought to the table, Guran had already gotten up, finished the ice and fire therapy, and sat at the table in high spirits. Watching Guran wolfing down the food she cooked, Hanami's pretty face was filled with happiness. How nice it would be if she could live like this forever. Hanami couldn't help but yearn for it. Of course, she knew that this was impossible. She came here to accompany her son Kawariichi for a trial, and now, Kawariichi's trial period will end in 2 days at most. If Kawariichi passes the trial, he can stay at Southampton Club, so she can naturally stay. But if Kawariichi fails the trial, the happiness and beauty he enjoys in front of him will come to an abrupt end. Hanami, why don't you eat? Guran took a bite of fresh caviar, looked up and asked, are you worried about something? Hanami smiled bitterly, you can't hide anything from Guran. I think Ichi's trial period is about to end. Do you think he can stay in Southampton? Guran shook his head without hesitation, no. Hanami's heart suddenly sank. Guran, are you so determined? Ichi trains very hard. He has not failed in training in recent days, and Ichi's football skills are not bad. Guran still shook his head without hesitation, he can't do it. First of all, there is a problem with his mentality when playing football. You know, football is a highly confrontational competitive sport, and head-win situations are very common. If a football player is not mentally strong enough and his mentality explodes when he plays in a head-win situation, then he will easily be caught by the opponent's fatal loopholes, and then the whole team will have to bury him. Therefore, any coach who is not blind will not keep him, a time bomb, in his team. Ah, Hanami said sadly, is there really no chance at all? I also know that Ichi has a problem with his mentality, but maybe I can find a way to help him correct it. Correction. A dog will always eat shit. Sorry, I shouldn't say that about a dog, but that's the truth. Guran smiled. Apart from his mentality problem, his football skills are also very simple. His physique is average, he is not confrontational enough, and his speed is average. In front of the high-speed defenders in the British Professional League, his speed is not enough. He is a little bit good at grabbing points in front of the goal, and his tiger-style shooting looks very gorgeous. However, based on this weak level, Southampton Club isn't likely to risk a time bomb explosion to keep her. Hanami asked unwillingly, why not join the first team and play in the U18 youth team for a year? If the Southampton first team doesn't want him, the Southampton U18 team should be able to accept him, right? Guran still shook his head, the U18 team won't want him either. Not only will the Southampton U18 team not want him, but other U18 teams will not want him either. Hanami, listen to my advice, he is not suitable for playing football, so let him go home honestly, treat football as a hobby, and do something else. Hanami covered her heart and said with a painful face, Guran, you are so cold and ruthless. Guran was full and wiped his mouth slowly, then said calmly, because you are my person, I tell you the truth. The truth is not pleasant to hear, but it is really the truth. It's not that I am cold and heartless, but the fact is that it is so, Kawariichi, it's really not okay. Hanami thought about it and nodded weakly. She believed what Guran said, even if Guran was talking about her son. Guran is a real strong man, and Hanami admires strong men. When she raised her head again, her eyes were full of tears, so in a few days, we will say goodbye. Guran's heart was gently touched by Hanami's tenderness. It turned out that they talked so much about Ichi this morning, not for Ichi's stay or departure, but because they didn't want to say goodbye. However, it was impossible not to say goodbye. Guran hugged Hanami's slightly trembling shoulders. Hanami, I don't want to say goodbye to you either. I really want to be with you like this forever. Guran Jun Hanami leaned softly on Guran's chest. Guran sighed, but, our secret relationship is not right after all. Hanami. Guran continued, even if it is not right, I cherish our past relationship. This relationship will soon come to an end, and I believe that we will have a chance to be together in the future. Whenever you miss me, you can fly to Southampton by yourself, and I will wait for you at the Dune Villa. As a mature middle-aged woman, Hanami knew that this was the best way for their relationship. In the last few days of this relationship, Hanami decided to go all out to be good to Guran. After breakfast, Guran drove Hanami back to the hotel as usual. Along the way, Hanami held Guran's hand tightly. Fortunately, Guran's driving skills are good, and driving with one hand is no problem at all. When getting out of the car, Hanami took the initiative to come over for a kiss, not caring whether there was anyone outside the car. Guran was kissed so hard that he almost couldn't breathe. The middle-aged woman was really a bit overwhelmed. After Hanami reluctantly walked into the hotel lobby, Guran recovered and drove to Staplewood training base. He was 10 minutes earlier than yesterday. At the earliest, Guran came to training at 8:30, only half an hour earlier than the other U18 youth team players. Now it is 7:40 for training, nearly 80 minutes earlier than the other U18 youth team players. At this time, the guard has not yet changed shifts. In fact, Guran did not want to be so eager. The key is that Hanami wakes up 10 minutes earlier every morning than the previous day. Guran was forced to be early. If you come early, then train early. Training makes me happy. Ruthless abuse makes me even happier. Guran immediately changed into his jersey and shoes and started warming up. After warming up for more than 10 minutes, Kawataichi and Suzuki Hanami really came to the U18 training ground. This time, that guy Guran definitely can't be earlier than me. As soon as Kawataichi finished speaking, he saw Guran, whose warm-up run was almost over. What? This is impossible. How is this possible? Why can this guy always be earlier than me? And, every time he is about 10 minutes earlier than me. Why can he be so accurate every time? Kawataichi covered his head, and the whole person was about to collapse. Hanami said calmly at the side, Yuichi, you have to accept it. Guran-jun is much better than you. Guran-jun is the real strongman. You can't compare with him. You have to accept your own mediocrity and Guran-jun's strength. Since talking with Guran and knowing that Kawataichi could not pass the trial evaluation of the Southampton club, Hanami's attitude towards Yuichi has also changed. She no longer forces Yuichi to work hard, but persuades Yuichi to accept his fate. Kawataichi yelled angrily, Mom! What are you talking about? Why do you always speak in favor of the Chinese man? Because Hanami pursed her lips, he is really very strong. Lighter blue bubble was generated under Kawataichi's feet. Kawataichi walked towards the locker room angrily. Hanami sighed faintly, and did not chase Kawataichi to comfort him like before, but stood there, staring at Guran who was warming up. Guran sensed the fall of the blue bubble, and then calmly used his mind to check. Fancy juggling +1. Not bad. Guran then collected the bubble remotely. Counting the previous pickup, the skill of fancy juggling has reached +4. Before the system personal rating reaches A level, +4 is the limit that can be picked up. In addition, in the previous 3 days of training, Guran also picked up 2 Tiger Shot bubbles of Kawataichi, adding Tiger Shot to +3. The Tiger Shot is not a star-level skill, and the pre-shooting action is too exaggerated, but when used at certain times, it will give you a feeling of blood boiling. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the players of the U18 youth team also arrived at the training ground one after another. Originally, the players of the U18 youth team were not considered late if they arrived before 9 o'clock, but Guran has been too busy these days, and there's an important team match today, so everyone generally came to the training ground early. The new day of training began immediately. The team match was scheduled for 3:30 in the afternoon, so the morning training content was mainly personal technical training. Guran focused on jumping training, reaction ball training, dribbling around obstacle cones, long shots and other subjects. Especially the last long shot training, the whole audience was shocked and numb. Kawataichi's face was full of despair and pain of being crushed. This kind of pain has been haunting Kawataichi like a nightmare since Guran officially started training with the team. As a striker, the only thing Kawataichi can be proud of is a powerful shot, and compared with Guran's long shot, his powerful shot is nothing. At the end of the morning training, Guran picked up a wave of white training bubbles and exchanged for a new talent point. Guran directly allocated this talent point to the strong attribute. In this way, the strong attribute reached 75 points. This level is enough to gain a foothold in the fierce confrontation of English League One. After returning to the physiotherapy room, Maven Gregory continued to help Guran with physical examinations and physiotherapy recovery. After lunch at noon, Guran took a nap for an hour as usual, and then went to the training ground in advance for warm-up training. At 3 p.m., Coach Dodd brought the U18 assistant coach, U18 fitness coach, U19 technical coach, U18 scout and other coaching staff, as well as the coaching staff of the reserve team, the club's youth team sports director, the youth team technical director and more than a dozen people, into the training ground. This scene instantly raised the atmosphere of the training ground. Every U18 player was excited and nervous. The excitement was that after training for so long, there was finally an assessment. The nervousness was that if the performance was not good enough and was given a low score, it would be very likely that the contract would not be renewed. Professional clubs are so strict. These coaching staff members and echelon directors are responsible for evaluating the future and value of U18 players. Professional clubs have many assessments and are very strict. In the tradition of the Southampton club, the importance and assessment requirements for the U18 youth team are much higher than other clubs of the same level. Southampton Club is known as the British Rising Star Factory, and it is definitely not a false reputation. So don't think it's just an ordinary U18 team match, it's really like a big test. The performance of the U18 youth team in that team training match will be scored by the coaching staff and sports directors and technical directors outside the field, and the final evaluation will be included in the consideration of promotion to the first team and reserve team. Moreover, this team match is directly related to whether it can enter the big list of tomorrow's match against Liverpool U18 team. So, how could the young players of the U18 team be relaxed? Every U18 player attaches great importance to this team match, and everyone wants to try their best to achieve good results. Even if they don't score a goal, even if they lose the game, as long as their personal performance is eye-catching, they can still get a higher score. The trialist Kawataichi takes this team match more seriously than these U18 players. His trial period is about to end, and this team match and tomorrow's friendly match with Liverpool U18 are his last chances. Kawataichi secretly clenched his fists, and his eyes involuntarily glanced at Guran. I will definitely not lose to you. Guran smiled contemptuously. Let's start the fight. Chapter 228. Clinging to someone's thigh. The game started at a disadvantage, and the first mistake was a fatal mistake. Dad is coming. The coaches and directors of the evaluation team sat down on the sidelines. They were talking to each other, and it was not difficult to see from their eyes and gestures that their focus was on Guran, who was training with the team. Guran was the hero of Southampton High School, the rising star of Southampton Club, and the favorite of Old Rice. The last person who was so valued by Old Rice was Gareth Bale, so the coaching staff of the entire club was looking forward to seeing Guran's wonderful performance on their own field. Speaking of which, Gareth Bale is not one of the top stars, but Bale came from Southampton Club after all, and Southampton Club is proud of Bale. Guran looked calm and continued to practice fancy juggling on the field step by step, without any nervousness. With the title of National Championship champion in Guran's own big heart, Guran was born for big scenes. Competitions like team training matches are just small scenes in comparison. Nervous? Of course not. But there's definitely excitement. Getting excited when the game starts is the quality of a born strong man. Before rebirth, Guran did not have such quality. He was so nervous that his palms sweated when he participated in an interview. But after rebirth, Guran has undergone earth-shaking changes. Whether it is physically or mentally, he has the quality of a strong man. And this is just the beginning. As the evaluation team sat down, the atmosphere on the training ground became more and more tense. Today's weather is not too good. The humidity is very high, the grass is a bit slippery, and the wind is not small. So when grouping and picking sides later, it must be very particular. Picking the left half of the court with a tailwind and the right half of the court with a headwind will inevitably have different effects on a player's performance. This is also an inevitable objective situation in outdoor courts. Coach Dodd clapped his hands and summoned all the players who were training themselves to the center line area of the court. The players responded quickly and soon gathered in 3 rows. It seemed that running slower was disrespectful to the members of the evaluation team. Guran still stood low-key at the end of the team. Kawataichi wanted to squeeze to the front row, but no one gave him a chance. Coach Dodd cleared his throat with a serious face and said in a deep voice, "Next, we will have an internal training match. I think everyone should understand the importance of this internal training match without me saying it. For some of you players, the apprenticeship contracts of the youth team are about to expire. With your previous performance, it is basically impossible to be promoted to the first team. After all, you are not players like me and Alan Shearer who can be promoted directly from the youth team to the first team. However, you still have the opportunity to be promoted to the reserve team first. Each of you has the opportunity to fully demonstrate yourself on the court, so at this critical moment, you'd better not beat the hell down. If you drop the chain, I'm sorry, I promise not to let those who drop the chain appear in a friendly match with the Liverpool U18 team, because even if it is a friendly match, the Saints will try their best to win. Coach Dodd's words made the U18 youth team players present feel full of pressure. The match with the Liverpool U18 team is also a good opportunity. If you play well, you can attract the attention of Liverpool club and even get a contract with the Liverpool club. Kawatayuchi clenched his fists and encouraged himself quietly. Yoshi. I must be on the roster. I must let Liverpool see me. Guran. Stupid son. Guran had no contract pressure, and had never thought about Liverpool's attention. However, this was Guran's first team match after training with the U18 youth team. There were many big guys waiting on the sidelines, and Guran also wanted to test his training level during this period and see what level he had reached. Coach Dodd said sternly, before the grouping, I have a few ugly words to say in advance. I know everyone wants to do their best to show themselves, but when confronting, when kicking, be clean. Your opponents are your teammates. I don't want to see malicious fouls and violence on the field. If anyone dares to kick his teammates hard, don't blame me for kicking him out of the training ground. The most important thing to note is that you are not allowed to commit malicious fouls against Guran. Guran is an important asset of the club. Whoever is blind and blinded and hurts Guran, don't even think about staying in this training ground or this club. Do you understand? Understand? Coach. The players of the U18 youth team shouted in unison. Kawatayuchi was full of jealousy. He has never been treated like this. Faced with such special care, Guran felt that it was unnecessary. With his physique and basketball IQ, he doesn't need any special care at all. The ones who should be careful are the players who are his opponents. Of course, Guran couldn't refute Coach Dodd's kindness in public. This reminded Guran, after all, it was a training match within the team, and the scale of the confrontation should be lighter, and it can't be treated as a formal game. Guran decided to play more conservatively. Okay, now let me briefly explain the rules of the team competition. The game is 60 minutes in total, divided into the first and second halves, each lasting 30 minutes, with a 10-minute break at halftime, and the venues will be changed after halftime. Team A will play the right half first, and Team B will play the left half first. Team A wears red training vests, and Team B wears green training vests. Team A kicks off first in the first half. Now, let's start the division. For the sake of fairness, we will use the method of drawing lots for the positions on the field. Those who draw red lots will go to Team A, and those who draw green lots will go to Team B. Are there any more questions? No more. Coach. Very good, then let's draw lots to divide the teams. Coach Dodd waved his hand, and the U18 physical coach brought a box. The U18 players took turns to search in the box. Everyone hoped to touch the green lot and go to Team B, because Team B started on the left half, which was a favorable start, which was very beneficial for building an advantage. If someone touched the green lot, someone would naturally touch the red lot. Those who got the green lottery tickets were overjoyed, while those who got the red lottery tickets sighed. The division of teams was carried out quickly and orderly. In less than 5 minutes, the players of the U18 youth team were divided into 2 teams, A and B, according to their respective positions. Now, only Guran and Kawatayuchi have not been divided into groups. Yoshi. Kawatayuchi was about to reach out to touch the box, but Coach Dodd frowned and stopped him, saying, "You don't have to touch it." Nani. Kawatayuchi suddenly widened his eyes in anger. Coach. Didn't you say that everyone has a chance? Coach Dodd ignored Kawatayuchi's questioning, but turned to Guran and said kindly, "Gu, you don't have to touch it either, because you're training with the team, and I have no right to decide your position on the court, so you just have to toss a coin with Kawatayuchi to decide who goes to Team A. And who goes to Team B?" Guran nodded. "Okay. I see." Kawatayuchi suddenly became excited. "Yoshi. Gu, we can finally face off. I will definitely beat you this time." "Guran, you coward. If you don't dare to fight me on the ring, then I will defeat you at the game." Guran smiled contemptuously. This cheap son, sooner or later, he will have to be beaten up, and he will be honest only after a severe beating. Coach Dodd took out a coin. "Come on, heads or tails?" Kawatayuchi said first, "I want heads." Guran said indifferently, "I want heads." Coach Dodd said, "Okay, Guran, the heads are yours." Kawatayuchi. Coach Dodd threw the coin into the air and caught it with the back of his hand skillfully. "The tails are facing up, so Guran, you choose." Kawaiichi's face was full of question marks. Wait. Coach. Didn't you just say that Guran is heads and I am tails? Coach Dot put away the coin and stared at Kawaiichi coldly. Were you questioning me? The muscles on Kawaiichi's face twitched slightly, and he didn't dare to say anything more. Coach Dot immediately said to Guran with a smile on his face. Gu, you are really generous. Okay, let him choose first. Anyway, I believe that with your strength, no matter which team you are in, you can play very well. Guran couldn't help laughing secretly. Coach Dot's face-changing speed is really unparalleled. Kawaiichi took a deep breath, and then quickly looked at the grouping of teams A-B. Team B has the advantage of first move and tailwind. Moreover, the overall strength of Team B is obviously much higher than that of Team A. Most of the main players of the U18 youth team who usually perform well in training are in Team B, and Team A is basically composed of substitute players of the U18 youth team. Kawaiichi is also very cunning. I want to go to Team B. Coach Dot had a disgusted expression on his face. I think you look like Team B, okay. The players of Team A, who were originally sighing, immediately cheered excitedly. The players of Team B, who originally thought they had drawn a tailwind, frowned. Team B already has 2 forwards, and both of them are considered main players. If another forward is added, won't they play with 3 forwards? Playing with 3 forwards is not a big problem. The key is, who the hell wants Kawaiichi? During the trial period, Kawaiichi was arrogant and made trouble in various ways, and almost offended all the players of the U18 youth team. It doesn't matter if they have offended each other before. We are all professionals and will play in a professional way on the field. But the problem is that Kawaiichi is not very good on the field. In comparison, on the first day of Guran's training, although he also confronted the U18 youth team because of the restaurant, there was no one in the U18 youth team who was dissatisfied with Guran. The more they trained together, the more the players respected Guran. And what is there to be respected about Kawaiichi? Kawaiichi is very independent when playing on the field. After getting the ball, he usually shoots by himself. Even if other teammates are in a better position, Kawaiichi rarely passes the ball. Kawaiichi is simply a team cancer. Originally, the players of Team B were quite happy to draw the first hand in the wind, but now they realize that they were too happy too early. Not only will they be implicated by Kawaiichi, the team cancer, but more troublesome is that they have to face Guran, a ruthless and super strong opponent. How the hell can they play? The morale of Team B has dropped a lot before the team training match has even started. Coach Dot immediately announced, okay, the team division is over. You'll have the last 5 minutes to prepare and discuss the formation and tactics. The game will officially start in 5 minutes. Yes. The players of Team A excitedly surrounded Guran and said in unison, Gu. I'm so glad to be playing on the same team with you. Haha, I thought I had a bad draw, but I didn't expect to get Zhang Wangzi in the end. Gu. With you here, we're sure to win. A headwind can be turned into a tailwind, and a tailwind can be turned into a massacre. Gu. Whether our brothers can get high scores and whether they can get a reserve team contract depends on you. Gu, my life depends on you. I know you want to hug my thighs, but I'm really not used to your nodding and bowing. I still like your unruly look in the restaurant. Guran suddenly felt at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Football is not a one-person sport. Let's all cheer together. Let's discuss the formation and tactics first, shall we? Okay, Gu, as long as you let the brothers to play, you can say anything. Gu, we only have one striker here, why don't you play as a striker? Yes, Gu, you're the top scorer in the national competition. You said in the adolescence that you want to be the top scorer in English League One. If you dare to say that, then there must be no problem for you to play as a striker. With you here, what tactics do I need? Just push forward in 442. That's right. Push them at 442. Stop it. When adolescence was mentioned, Guran wanted to hold his forehead and cover his face. Guran quickly checked the personnel configuration of Team A, and then said, when I was in the Buck Steel Horns, I played as a left back. I am more familiar with this position. Why don't I play as a left back? It doesn't matter if I'm a single striker. We will play a 4,321 Christmas tree formation, 4 defenders, 3 midfielders, and 2 in forwards. The left forward, please pay attention to switching positions with me at any time, plus an isolated striker, try to get behind the opponent, play fast advancement and fast counterattacks. 4,321 Christmas tree. We don't practice it much. But it's okay. Gu, you said Christmas tree, we will play Christmas tree. Get behind, I like it the most. Goo, I'm a striker, remember to pass the ball to me more, let me score a goal to brush up the evaluation. Goo, I'm a midfielder, my ability to connect is a bit poor, relying on your running to support. Goo, I'm a central defender, I'm a bit slow, please bear with the defense line. Goo, I'm a goalkeeper, my saves are a bit bad damn. You guys are not hugging my thighs, you're trying to hug my big brilliance. I'm just a fullback. I can defend those you can't defend, I can pass those you can't pass, I can pass the ball you can't pass, I can shoot the ball you can't shoot, but you still want me to help save the ball. Can I handball on the court? Can I be used as Suarez? Guran said with a smile. Come on. After discussing some details of tactical coordination, Guran put on the red training vest. The players of Team A formed a circle, high-fived each other, and then ran into the field with confidence. At this time, the players of Team B also stood in position in a 433 formation, but their standing state seemed full of contradictions. There was a good attacking midfielder in Team B, and now the formation of 3 forwards directly suppressed his forward space. After the two teams stood, the assistant coach of U18 acted as the referee, and the U18 physical coach and the U18 technical coach acted as linesmen respectively. Beep. With the whistle of the U18 assistant coach, the team training match officially began. First, Team A, wearing red training uniforms, kicked off. The two sides launched a fierce and restrained scramble near the midfield. In the first few minutes of the game, both sides played in a messy manner, with frequent mistakes and lost balls. Both sides were not very familiar with the 4,321 Christmas tree formation and the 433 crazy attack formation. However, professional teams are professional teams after all. 5 minutes after the opening, both sides quickly entered that state. The offensive and defensive rhythms of both sides were also very fast. Team B has many main players in tacit cooperation. In addition to the advantage of the tailwind, their main idea is to control the ball in the midfield, deliver, and rely on the forwards running in confrontation to win opportunities. The overall strength of Team A, where Guran is located, is relatively poor. Most of them are substitutes from the youth team. They are also affected by the headwind, so they started relatively passively. Guran kept the formation of the backline stable on the left wing, and did not have a good chance to get the ball for a while. Being suppressed by Team B in the first few minutes of the game, the players of Team A were a little anxious. The two midfielders of Team A teamed up to double-team the center forward of the opposing team, which caused a big loophole in the back line. However, the center forward of Team B wanted to show his breakthrough ability too much, and did not pass the ball when he should have. For this mistake, the midfielders of Team A will be deducted points, and the center forward of Team B will also be deducted points. The central defender of Team A immediately made up for it, using a triangle defense to intercept the ball at the feet of the center forward of Team B. At the moment when the central defender of Team A successfully intercepted the ball, Guran instantly launched a volley, sprinting along the left side at high speed. While raising his hand to ask for the ball, the central defender naturally understood and directly kicked the ball to his own left side. However, another midfielder of Team B had already predicted that the players of Team A wanted to hug Guran's thighs, and rushed to the pass route one step ahead to intersect. After all, he is a professional player. The prediction and interception of this ball are very beautiful. The successful interception of Team B is simply fatal to Team A. The point where the ball was intercepted was near the 30-meter rib area, and what was more fatal was that Guran, as the left back, was almost running to the 40-meter area because of the synchronous start when his own center back intercepted the ball just now. Guran lost his position. Behind Guran, there was a large gap. The other center back of Team A did not help Guran fill the position immediately. After all, they were not close teammates. Even professional players would find it difficult to achieve tacit cooperation under the coordination of the grassroots team. Now, Team A is facing a grave situation. Seeing that the pass was intercepted, Guran immediately stopped and turned back to defend and chase the ball. The main midfielder of Team B did not dribble forward too much, but kicked the ball to the left rib gap before the other defensive players of Team A rushed up to form a triangle double team. This kick was very clever, and he could definitely get extra evaluation points. But after the kick, the main midfielder of Team B regretted it. The one closest to the left rib gap was Yuichi Kawari, who was not having a good life. Kawari shouted Yoshi while sprinting to chase the ball. Just by the sound of him shouting Yoshi, you can feel his arrogance and arrogance. Not to mention the players of Team B want to do him, even the teammates of Team A want to do him. Kawari shouted Yoshi and quickly turned his head to observe the positions of other defenders and goalkeepers of Team A. Kawari's intention was obvious. After getting the ball, he immediately cut in from the ribs and shot directly like a tiger. The back line of Team A quickly shrank to fill in the position at the edge of the penalty area. Although Team A is much weaker than Team B, everyone is a professional after all, and there are so many big guys watching from the sidelines, so no one dares to slack off. Just when Kawaiichi was about to touch the ball, a figure with a strong sense of pressure approached him rapidly from behind. "Hey, son. Dad is here." Chapter 229. Really a step ahead. Guran's absolute domain. Guran accelerated back in a straight line. Basic speed 71, burst sprint 73. Guran's pursuit was as fast as a red and white lightning. The frequency of his legs was so fast that it blurred his vision. Kawaiichi felt a strong sense of oppression like a parent behind him, and immediately turned his head subconsciously to glance back. Kawaiichi's heart instantly solidified in his chest. "Baka, what's going on?" "Guran, this bastard, what can you use flash?" "Why?" Kawaiichi immediately subconsciously raised his elbow, ready to force Guran back by elbowing. "Heh?" A sneer appeared at the corner of Guran's mouth. "Can you still spoil the child?" Guran took advantage of the inertia impact and directly pushed up with his body. Physical fitness 74, strength 74, strength 75. What's the timing for a father to beat his son? Just crush him and it's over. In the blink of an eye, Guran's shoulder hit Kawaiichi's raised elbow heavily. The members of the evaluation team on the sidelines all took a breath of cold air. Suzuki Horimi almost screamed. In theory, using the shoulder to hit the elbow was almost equivalent to self-injury. But the next moment, everyone widened their eyes in shock. Guran only exerted a little effort and pushed Kawaiichi, who was of the same height and weight, 5 or 6 steps away. Kawaiichi staggered and was knocked out of the ball contact route, with an unconcealable shock on his face. He finally managed to stabilize his body and didn't let himself fall flat on his face. Then he felt a sharp numbness in his elbow, and his whole face turned red and twisted because he was easily knocked away. He didn't believe that Guran could chase back so quickly. He couldn't believe that Guran could knock him away so easily. Is this the strength of the British High School National Championship champion? It's so damn hard. For the first time, Kawaiichi felt a sense of fear of being suppressed in his heart. In fact, Guran only used 70% of his strength. During this period, Guran's physical data has improved by leaps and bounds, and he can completely compete in the English Premier League. Dealing with a champion player of a small national high school competition is as simple as beating a son, and there is no need to be too serious. The members of the evaluation team on the sidelines all applauded and cheered excitedly. As evaluation observers, they should not show too much emotion, but the scene just now is really shocking. Guran started sprinting very quickly after his own center back intercepted the ball. After his own center back made a mistake in passing the ball, he was obviously out of position, but he was able to calmly chase back from a very far distance and defend the ball that was almost bound to break through alone. This set of operations was really beautiful. If it was just a sprint, it didn't seem to be a big deal. If it was just a physical confrontation, it didn't seem to be a big deal. However, when the sprint was followed by a return sprint and then a defensive steal, it was really excellent. Most of the evaluation members also saw Guran play football for the first time, and they didn't expect it to be the same as the legend. Guran's playing style is so fucking passionate. Even Suzuki Horimi on the sidelines couldn't help but feel her heart pounding. Guran-jun is awesome. Yichi, it's your honor to lose to Guran-jun. At this moment, Guran pushed Kawaiichi away and continued to rush forward for 2 steps, easily intercepting the ball sent by the main midfielder of Team B. Team B's formation was relatively forward, and 2 front court players of Team B quickly double-teamed Guran to prevent Guran from counter-attacking quickly. It must be said that the anticipation, reaction and deployment speed of the professional team are more than one level stronger than the amateur school team. Fortunately, Guran has good ball control and fast turning speed. Otherwise, it is possible that these 2 guys would steal the ball on the spot. Facing the double team, Guran calmly used Matthew's shoulder drop in his own dangerous area. The 2 Team B players who came up to double team Guran were stunned. The evaluation team on the sidelines exclaimed again. Guran's competitive state is too relaxed. His heart is too strong. He actually dared to do such a move in his own dangerous area. Such a skillful move is hard to see on the Southampton U18 team's training ground, even in the entire Southampton first team, or even in the entire English League One game. So cool. So handsome. So confident. And there's no deliberate show of skill, but just the right use. After Guran Matthews lowered his shoulders, he immediately made a 2-on-2 cooperation with his teammates to pass the ball, and then he accelerated without the ball and sprinted along the left side at high speed. The 2B team players who double-teamed Guran hadn't reacted yet. They originally wanted to form a partial triangle double-team with Kawaiichi, who was knocked away by Guran, trapping Guran in the dangerous area on the left side, and then snatch the ball back on the spot, and then play a close-range counterattack. As a result, the triangle double team was easily broken by Guran before it was formed. After Guran was ejected more than 10 meters, the 2B team players woke up from their dreams and chased him. Kawaiichi, who was pushed away before, also gritted his teeth and headed towards Guran with a fierce face. Before the game, Coach emphasized that Guran must not be hurt, but Kawaiichi now completely ignored it. He just wanted to regain his face that was just pushed away by Guran. Guran didn't tolerate his bad habits. He didn't slow down or give way, and directly rode on his face. Seeing Guran's hard approach, Kawaiichi was a little scared for a moment. Kawaiichi wanted to dodge sideways and use his hands to pull Guran. But Guran's impact speed was too fast. His body was like a supersonic fighter flying very low, and he directly ran over Kawaiichi coldly and ruthlessly. Baka. I won't lose. Before he finished speaking, Kawaiichi was directly rolled to the ground by Guran and rolled on the grass for several circles. Guran was not polite either, and stepped over Kawaiichi's face. Really riding on the face. Kawaiichi's face turned pale with fright. Guran really wanted to do it to him. Before Kawaiichi could get up, Guran passed the three of them and rushed across the center line. The midfielder of Team A, who had just received the pass, saw that there was an open road ahead of Guran, and immediately passed the ball to the left. The pass was not ideal in the headwind, but Guran immediately adjusted his speed, slowed down his spring frequency, and stopped the ball sideways. Beautiful. The level of this pass was not high, but Guran's speed was controlled freely and his level of sideways stopping was really pleasing to the eye. At this time, two more midfield defensive players of Team B double-teamed him. Guran did a bicycle kick and followed Ronaldo's pressure step to turn, easily flashing out of the inside space. The main defensive line of Team B was instantly torn open by Guran with a big hole. The entire back line of Team B was understaffed, and the penalty area was also riddled with holes. More players from Team B's backcourt moved in the direction of Guran's breakthrough, and Team B's goalkeeper also moved towards the near corner of the goal. Guran looked up and took a glance, and at the same time, he kicked the ball with a rainbow lob, directly lobbed the ball to the weak area on the right side of the penalty area. Team A's forward rushed to the point, stopped the ball with his back, and turned around to shoot. Team B's goalkeeper hurriedly dived to the far corner to save the ball. His movements were beautiful and his posture was very comfortable, just like a flying fish jumping out of the sea, which showed that his usual training was very good. But the football got there first and shot into the net. The ball went in. In the 9th minute of the first half of the training match, Guran counter-robbed, broke through, and assisted his forward teammate, who easily scored. The U18 assistant coach whistled and gestured to the center circle, indicating that the goal was valid. All the players from Team A cheered excitedly. Even they themselves didn't expect this goal. A minute ago, they were a little suffocated by the powerful main players of Team A. As a result, Guran stepped forward at the critical moment, not only ensuring that his own defense was impregnable, but also using a super-personal ability to launch a quick counterattack, breaking through the three lines of defense of Team B and assisting in scoring. The forward of Team A slid down excitedly and rushed to Guran to celebrate. Although the team training match cannot be celebrated too much, the rhythm of this ball is too comfortable. It is simply a cake coming out of the mouth. The forward of Team A has never eaten goose-style cake, so it is naturally difficult to suppress his ecstasy and excitement. Guran smiled low-key, simply celebrated with his teammates and turned around and ran back to stand. In this wave of attack, Guran was relatively satisfied with his performance. The loss of position at the beginning was indeed thrilling, and it was also his fault that he and the other teammates of Team A had not yet formed a tacit understanding of filling the position. After all, this is not the Buck Steelhorns. In the Buck Steelhorns, the whole team plays around Guran. As long as Guran moves forward, his teammates will immediately help fill the position. In the Southampton U18 team, these young professional players obviously have not found such a tacit understanding. If they can get more tacit understanding with Guran, the situation will be more attractive. This week's training with the team was not in vain. Not only has the system attribute been greatly improved, but the fast-paced play of the professional team has also begun to adapt. Of course, just one team training match is not enough. At this level, there is still a long way to go to get a stable starting position in the first team. The road under your feet must be taken step by step, especially when laying the foundation. It is easy to pull your balls if you walk too fast. At this moment, all the players of Team A were dejected. They used to think that Guran was very serious, crazy and introverted in training. Now they finally really understand what is the hope star of the entire club and what is the male god who makes thousands of Southampton high school girls crazy. Especially Kawaiichi. His inner pride has almost collapsed after Guran's face-to-face passing, but there is still a trace of dissatisfaction on his face. The members of the evaluation team on the sidelines are all smiling. Guran's performance makes them full of confidence in the future of Southampton club. The game continues. Team A, which lost a goal, strengthened its midfield control, and their front court players also used their own advantages to press forward. And Guran also frequently helped his own central defense and formed a regional joint defense with a midfield. For a while, the two sides played back and forth, evenly matched. The players of Team A were very excited, while the players of Team B were anxious. The two teams should not have been evenly matched. Team B had the advantage in terms of overall strength, local coordination, and wind influence. But they could only play evenly with Team A, under such a great advantage. The role of Guran alone was equivalent to that of two people. On the other hand, Kawaiichi was almost invisible throughout the whole process. The gap behind Guran still existed, and Kawaiichi also rushed into the dangerous area on the left rib many times. But the problem is that the players of Team B did not want to pass the ball to Kawaiichi. First, everyone did not like Kawaiichi's unilateralism, and second, this side was Guran's absolute domain. Guran could even chase and intercept the ball from behind more than 10 meters away. Who the hell would dare to cause trouble? Kawaiichi yelled anxiously in the dangerous area on the left rib, but no one paid attention to him. So, as one side gained, the other lost, and Guran had more energy to help defend in the middle. In the 13th minute of the game, Team B had an offensive opportunity. The two forwards of Team B formed an inverted triangle with their main attacking midfielder. After taking the ball, the attacking midfielder of Team B glanced at the goal. The central defender of Team A blocked the long-range shooting path of the attacking midfielder of Team B in time. The attacking midfielder of Team B could only continue to dribble the ball diagonally, looking for new shooting or passing space. Guran rushed up to block his body and defended closely. Facing Guran's defense, the attacking midfielder of Team B obviously underestimated. When Guran came close to him, he realized that it was like being suppressed by a mountain. Not to mention passing and shooting, even wanting to move with the ball was impossible. However, this attacking midfielder of Team B has been trained since childhood, so his strength is still good. He gritted his teeth and turned around to withstand Guran's pressure, and then quickly knocked the ball back to his teammates on the other side to protect and support. Team B immediately reorganized the attack. This time, Guran failed to intercept the ball. Guran quickly analyzed the reasons in his mind. First, because there was no tacit cooperation between teammates, resulting in a channel for the opponent to knock back, and second, this can indeed reflect the superiority of professional players over amateur players. However, although Guran did not complete the interception, he also resolved this wave of strong attacks from Team B with his excellent defensive ability. The game continued. Team B was under pressure in the middle, so they wisely chose to make a fuss on the right side. However, Guran immediately switched positions with his own midfielder and stood back in the position of defensive midfielder. All the players of Team B were dumbfounded. Guran played this on-the-spot replacement too well. Although the midfielder of Team A, who was replaced, was not very adaptable to the position of left back, it was obvious that Guran's role completely made up for his shortcomings. Guran's physical fitness, strength, and power were fully utilized in a centered position. Guran rushed back and forth in his own penalty area, just like a typical defensive midfielder. What is typical? No matter what the situation, Guran can always appear in a key defensive position, just like a wall, arranging the defense line of Team A. Clearly. Although Team B's offensive is fierce, with Guran in the middle, Team A's regional joint defense is very impressive, and it doesn't look like a weak team at all. This is really one person carrying a team. Of course, this is still Guran's restrained kick. Many times when he was physically confronting Team B players, Guran was just enough and didn't fully exert his strength. The members of the evaluation team on the sidelines applauded and cheered for Guran excitedly. Thinking that such passionate training matches can be seen frequently in the future, the members of the evaluation team were very happy. 23rd minute of the game. Team B's attacking midfielder received a pass from the right winger, made a bridge, and touched the ball directly into Team A's penalty area. Guran quickly retreated to help his two central defenders. After getting the ball, the center forward of Team B used his strong body to knock away two defensive players of Team A, but Guran quickly filled in and blocked his kick. The center forward of Team B reached out to push Guran, but it was like pushing on a city wall, and he couldn't push at all. Before the center forward of Team B could think about whether to exert force again or pass the ball to the side, Guran made a precise steal and directly intercepted the ball, and then turned around and shot. The center forward of Team B exclaimed and reached out to pull Guran. The color of Guran's jersey was torn open, and the strong deltoid muscles on his shoulders, like hills, were immediately exposed. Sophie Turner on the sidelines felt like she was suffocating. Of course, she had seen Guran's deltoid muscles before. Not only had she seen them, but she had also touched and tasted them. However, this scene made her even more difficult to control herself than touching and tasting them. Guran's ejection speed was extremely fast, and the stimulation force was extremely great. The center forward of Team B did not dare to pull him hard. Seeing that it was impossible to hold Guran, he had to let go. The other two players of Team B rushed up from the left and right sides to block and steal Guran. Guran did not even hesitate. After stopping suddenly, he directly used a Marseille turn and knocked the ball back to his right back. The two players of Team B were dumbfounded. What? It was agreed that we would not use nuclear weapons. Why did Guran directly use a two-dimensional foil to reduce the dimension? How the hell can we play this? The whole Team B was numb. The members of the evaluation team on the sidelines were boiling again. Doing a Marseille turn in his own penalty area, Guran was really too confident and calm. This competitive state is so good that it's explosive. This U18 training match is even more exciting than the first team training match. At this moment, the right side has a huge gap. After the right back got the ball, he quickly advanced along the side. The personal abilities of the professional youth training players are all good, and Team A instantly switched from defense to offense. After Guran passed the ball, he immediately ran to the left. While running, Guran called up to the midfielder who had switched positions with him to the left back position to return to the middle to make up for the position. The midfielder originally had no intention of doing so, but after hearing Guran's on-the-spot command, he immediately formed a cross-running position with Guran. All the defensive players of Team B were driven crazy. How the hell do we defend this? The coach didn't teach us either. The ball was advancing on the right, and the biggest threat, Guran, was pulling to the left. Who the hell should we defend? Baka. Here I come. Here I come, Kawaiichi shouted as he rushed towards Guran. This time, he was going to defend Guran alone. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelas. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230. Another fake move. No, this time it's a world-class goal. Even Buffon can't save it. Guran glanced at the position of his own ball-carrying player, then slowed down his pace and slowed down his sprinting speed. His impact speed was too fast, and his teammates on the right side could not keep up with him. In the case of Edwin, Guran rushed too far forward, which was not only not conducive to receiving the long pass from his teammates on the right side, but also compressed the space for his own response. If he was dribbling the ball, then of course the faster the sprint, the better, but as a party with a large range of coordination, he must always pay attention to the position and movement of the teammates holding the ball, and make corresponding adjustments in real time. These on-the-spot changes and adjustments are the ball IQ. Seeing Guran slow down actively, Kawaiichi suddenly felt that his chance to defeat Guran had come. Kawaiichi immediately rushed towards Guran at high speed, and hit Guran with his shoulder, trying to knock Guran away. Guran completely ignored Kawaiichi's intention to collide, and was too lazy to dodge. Kawaiichi was secretly happy and hit him hard. Bang! Guran was fine, but Kawaiichi was bounced back 3 steps. Kawaiichi's shoulder was like hitting a solid and heavy wall, and he grimaced in pain. Although Guran's body shape is similar to his, Guran's muscles are like those of a devil muscle man, and each muscle is full of explosive power. Suzuki Horimi knows this best. Fortunately, everyone's attention is still on the right side at this time, and no one noticed Kawaiichi's embarrassment of being bounced back. Kawaiichi blushed, quickly stabilized his body, and stuck to Guran's side again. This time, he chose to stick to Guran like a dog-skin plaster to harass him defensively, instead of confronting him head-on. Baka Guran, I will never let you break through again this time. Never. Guran ignored Kawaiichi, raised his eyes to scan the positions of other players on the court, and ran towards the best receiving route. Kawaiichi stuck to Guran tightly. Under my defense, you will never touch the ball. I don't know how many times I have touched your mother's ball. Guran sneered in his heart, and then he made an emergency stop and changed direction. Kawaiichi was immediately thrown away. Kawaiichi hurriedly stopped in a panic and turned to defend Guran. Before Kawaiichi could get close to him, Guran made another emergency stop and changed direction. Continuous play. Guran was having a little fun. Kawaiichi was about to be played to death. As a forward player, his defense level was terrible. At this time, Team A's right side was blocked by Team B's joint defense. Team B's defense on the right side was impenetrable, and Team A could not attack several times. However, most of Team B's defensive players were also attracted to the right side by Team A. Seeing this, Team A's right back immediately passed the ball to his teammate in the middle. After the teammate in the middle stopped the ball, he immediately kicked a high ball to the left side. Team A's lateral transfer was very fast and the intention was very decisive, which was to pass the ball to Guran. Most of Team B's forces were in the right half of the field. In the left side area, except for Kawaiichi who was walking the dog by Guran, there were only 2 defensive players nearby to assist in defense, which was considered a weak area. Of course, Team B's reaction was also very fast. The defensive players quickly ran to the middle and left sides to set up defenses and intersect. Seeing the football flying, Guran made another sudden stop and change of direction, easily shaking off Kawaiichi, and jumped high with inertia, and with his chest thrust, he stopped the ball steadily at his feet. This level of ball stopping immediately won the applause of the members of the evaluation team on the sidelines. Kawaiichi saw that Guran was about to start sprinting after landing, and immediately shoveled Guran from behind with a fierce face. Suzuki Horimi outside the field covered her mouth and screamed. She didn't want Guran to get hurt. What she didn't want to hurt Guran was her son. Guran landed on one foot and then quickly jumped forward, dribbling the ball and taking off, perfectly avoiding Kawaiichi's flying tackle from behind. Kawaiichi was completely numb. He had already exhausted all the means he could use, and was even prepared to hurt Gu and be expelled from the Southampton club, but even if it was a malicious technical foul, he couldn't touch Guran. Guran didn't give him a chance at all. Kawaiichi's mentality collapsed. Guran ignored Kawaiichi, dribbled the ball and drove straight into the left side. The 2B team midfielders nearby immediately chased and blocked Guran. Guran took a big step and passed the ball through the gap between the 2 midfielders of Team B, which was more than 1 person wide. There was no one in front to respond. The members of the evaluation team on the sidelines were all worried. This ball looked like a free gift due to a pass error. The 2B team midfielders were overjoyed, and they quickly stopped and turned, and chased back at the same time. Their stop and turn were not slow, but Guran's sprint was faster. When they finished the emergency stop and turn, Guran ran and accelerated directly from the left side of the boundary, overtaking on the outside lane. The legendary black-haired Bale's famous scene is here. Speed 71, burst 73. Guran's legs were so fast that actor images appeared, and his body was visible to the naked eye, eating 2B team midfielders. Guran ran out of a beautiful arc and passed it to himself 3 seconds later. He touched the football first. That's to prove that Guran is the closest between the 2 points. And the 2B team midfielders have been pulled away by Guran by at least 3 positions. This is an absolute crushing. This scene made all the members of the evaluation team present couldn't help but have their adrenaline soar. Yes. They have heard of such a famous scene of overtaking on the outside lane. And they have seen it with their own eyes before. That was when Gareth Bale played for Southampton club. And now, Guran reenacted this classic scene at the Staplewood training base. Too exciting. Too explosive. All the members of the evaluation team stood up and cheered for Guran. At this moment, they were so excited that they forgot their identities. Guran didn't stop at all and dribbled the ball directly into the penalty area. The 2 midfielders of Team B chased back in a panic, but they couldn't catch up at all. At this time, the 2 defenders of Team B quickly returned to their positions and formed a closed-door defense against Guran at the edge of the left penalty area, and the goalkeeper Team B also stood in a favorable position. It must be said that the professional youth team is indeed strong and has few loopholes. This requires Guran to have calmer mindset, more solid ball control skills, better personal ability, and more tacit cooperation with teammates. In the current situation, it is safest to knock the ball back to the middle, and then the players in the middle will organize it, and Guran will run in and pull it at the same time. However, the players of Team B are also very experienced and targeted when defending. The players in the middle have already blocked the position in advance, blocking the channel for Guran to pass back. The forwards at the far end and the players on the right side are also in double team in, with almost no response routes. This ball is very difficult to pass or shoot. Team B's defensive thinking was also very clear, that is, to tactically cut off the connection between Team A's players as much as possible and isolate Guran. This kind of defensive hardness is rare in the confrontation between amateur school teams. Very good. This is the feeling we want. Instead of being anxious, Guran became even more excited. Seeing the two defenders of Team B rushing up to press, Guran directly raised his foot and swung his leg on the spot. Is this going to shoot? The members of the evaluation team on the sidelines all widened their eyes in disbelief. The two defenders of Team B fell to the ground at the same time to block Guran's shooting angle. The goalkeeper Team B was also ready to save the shot at the near corner. This was a shot that was absolutely impossible to score. However, just as the two defenders of Team B fell to the ground to block, Guran suddenly retracted his legs, stepped down and turned, and used his toes to push the ball to the middle. Fake shot +2. This move was so spiritual. The members of the evaluation team on the sidelines all shouted in amazement. This set of fake moves was so realistic that it completely fooled the two defenders of Team B and the goalkeeper Team B. Team B's goal immediately exposed half of the empty goal. Guran did not hesitate, and immediately exerted force with his right foot, and kicked a heavy cannon with a piercing arrow. The football shot straight into the upper right corner of the goal like a missile rising from the ground. Team B's goalkeeper was powerless. The football shot into the net. Team A. 2-0 Team B. The members of the evaluation team on the sidelines cheered and celebrated for Guran happily. This is also a treatment only Guran can have. From Guran's interception of the ball, to the cross-running, to getting rid of the close defense, to the classic outside lane overtaking scene, to the super common and spiritual fake shot in front of the goal, every link is textbook-like. If you want to give Guran a score, this wave is definitely 9 points. The missing 1 point is not that Guran is not strong enough, but that the opponents Guran is facing now are not strong enough. The members of the evaluation team unanimously believe that as long as the opponent is stronger, Guran will also be stronger and perform better. This is a real strongman. The players of Team A rushed to Guran in surprise, patting his head, hugging, and high-fiving him. This goal was so morale-boosting. Guran's thick thigh was really powerful. The players of Team B all looked bitter, with their hands on their hips, staring at Guran in a trance. Why didn't Guran come to Team B? It's all because of Kawaiichi's fight. The players of Team B transferred all their anger for losing the ball to Kawaiichi. The game continued. With only a few minutes left in the first half, Team A regrouped under the leadership of the main attacking midfielder and continued to make a fuss on the two flanks of Team A. Stimulated by Guran's wonderful performance of one pass and one shot, Kawaiichi, who was on the left wing, almost frantically inserted into the middle, completely ignoring the overall formation of Team B, and forcibly occupied a lot of attacking space. Finally, in the injury time of the first half, Kawaiichi got a chance to shoot. Guran immediately retreated at high speed and pressed Kawaiichi. Kawaiichi didn't dare to let Guran get close, so he quickly made a tiger-like powerful shot. The action of this shot was as exaggerated as in the comics. It was also full of power, and it looked really gorgeous and eye-catching at first glance. However, due to Guran's pressure, Kawaiichi's shot was hasty. This is also the moment that tests a shooter's calm mentality and shooting ability the most. Kawaiichi was obviously too eager for success, and the football narrowly brushed past the goal post and didn't go in. Kawaiichi wailed and covered his face and knelt on the grass. This was his best chance in the entire first half, but unfortunately he failed to seize it under Guran's pressure. In fact, when he kicked the ball, Guran was at least 2 or 3 meters away from him. This was not only because his mentality was not calm and steady enough, but also because Guran's pressure was too strong. With a long whistle from the U18 assistant coach, the first half of the 30-minute team training match ended. The players of both teams left the field and replenished electrolytes and water on the sidelines to rest and adjust. Maeve and Gregory dutifully helped Guran check his physical therapy. The members of the evaluation team gathered together and excitedly discussed Guran's pass and shot. 10 minutes later, the second half of the game began. Team A and Team B exchanged venues and changed sides. Now, it was Team B's turn to face the wit. After the run-in in the first half, Team A played more calmly and even pressed Team B. Team B, however, still had not found the right rhythm after falling behind by 2 goals. Coupled with the influence of the headwind and the fear of Guran, they played very passively as a whole. Kawaiichi was still full of fighting spirit, constantly running into Team A's penalty area, looking for opportunities to pick up leads. In the 35th minute of the game, Guran made a precise diagonal long pass and sent the ball to Team B's penalty area. The striker of Team A was pushed down by the defender of Team B when he was trying to score. But the U18 assistant coach did not blow the whistle, but only signaled the game to continue. This kind of intra-team training match, as long as it is not too excessive, generally will not give a red card. The striker of Team A spread his hands and asked the two players of Team B, but the two players of Team B ignored him. After Team B got the ball, they passed it to the right side after a few passes. Guran retreated to help his defenders defend. The right winger of Team B went down the bottom and passed the ball back to the middle. The main attacking midfielder of Team B in the middle met the ball and shot it hard. The goalkeeper Team A had a good position and lay down with both hands to save the ball. But the ball was not dead yet. Kawaiichi, who was ambushing in the small penalty area, was extremely lucky and the football just rolled to his feet. Kawaiichi kicked the ball from close range and shot it like a tiger. The goalkeeper Team A didn't have time to save the ball a second time. The football was shot into the net with great force and went in. The goalkeeper Team A looked at the goal helplessly inside. After Kawaiichi scored, he immediately ran to Guran with an arrogant face and raised his arms to challenge. Ha ha ha. Guran. Did you see that? I scored a goal too. We have the same number of goals now. I can definitely beat you. I definitely will. Ha ha. Guran ignored the arrogant Kawaiichi, but there was a hint of barely perceptible coldness in his eyes. The players of Team B also wanted to celebrate, but seeing Kawaiichi who scored so arrogantly, no one wanted to high-five Kawaiichi to congratulate him. Kawaiichi's goal had a lot of luck in it, which was not convincing enough. What's more, Team B was still one goal behind, so there was really nothing to celebrate. The players of Team B only hoped that Kawaiichi would not awaken Guran's brutality so that the game could continue. After Team A kicked off, they passed the ball to Guran near the center circle. After Guran got the ball, he went straight to Team B's half. The players of Team B suddenly realized that Guran's position had changed from defensive midfielder to central midfielder. He fought a free man throughout the game. The defensive players of Team B immediately intercepted Guran in the middle. Without being able to defend Guran on a large scale, it was a very difficult test to limit Guran. Guran's spring speed and impact force were too strong, and his passing skills were also very skillful. Guran first devoured two players from Team B with his speed, and then used his body to knock down a player who bumped into his shoulder. After passing these three people, Guran had already approached the 30-meter area in the middle with the ball. Guran's penetration speed was too fast. Team B knew that they had to shrink the defense line and block and defend, but they didn't even have time to deploy before Guran passed. It was really unstoppable. The forward of Team A took the opportunity to pull to the right side of the rib area to support. A defender of Team B immediately closely guarded the forward of Team A. It was not because he was afraid of the threat of the forward of Team A, but because he couldn't let Guran have a tactical fulcrum in the front court. Another defender of Team B also blocked the connection between Guran and the forward of Team A, not giving Guran the opportunity to pass the ball forward. Now, the only one who can give Guran a tactical fulcrum in the front court is the forward of Team A, and the other players of Team A have not kept up. In front of Guran, there is an obvious triangle trap. As long as Guran continues to dribble the ball in, the triangle of Team B will shrink immediately. Even if Guran can break through this triangle, there are still two defenders who can close the door and fill in. Guran raised his eyes to look at the goal. There is an angle. If there is a chance, he must do it. Guran stopped suddenly and swung his legs at a distance of 35 meters. Another fake shot. The players of Team B all held their breath, waiting for Guran to move to the left or right. However, this time it was not a fake shot. It was a heavy long-range shot. Stone-shattering +3. Guran's right leg was fully exerted. The football was like a cruise missile, shooting towards the upper left corner of the goal with extremely violent aesthetics. The goalkeeper Team B realized that his position was a little forward, and hurriedly jumped up while backing up to save the ball. It was too late. This long shot was powerful to begin with, and with the wind, the ball went even faster, and Buffon couldn't save it. The ball shot into the net. The powerful force lifted the entire net up. The players of Team B were all stunned. They tried their best to set up a trap to strangle Guran, but they didn't expect Guran to make a violent and aesthetic long shot from the outside of the penalty area. This world wave was so shocking. The evaluation team members outside the field were all dumbfounded. Guran is so awesome. Awesome plus. This world weight definitely exceeds the level of the English League One, and can even reach the level of the English Premier League. It wouldn't be surprising even if he was shortlisted for the Puskas Award. It's a pity that this is just a training match. Not satisfying. Some of them have already begun to imagine winning the English League One championship this season and being promoted to the English Championship. Suzuki Horimi, who was watching the game on the sidelines, was so excited that her chest kept rising and falling. Guran is so great. Kawataichi on the field pursed his lips tightly, his eyes full of incredible shock and shock. He had just arrogantly celebrated his goal in front of Guran, but less than half a minute later, Guran taught him a lesson with an even more domineering world wave. It was such a slap in the face that Kawataichi felt a burning pain on his face, as if he had been slapped a dozen times by someone. Bag of Guran, you're really a human. Why did I meet such a terrifying opponent like you? Kawataichi's clenched fists couldn't help but tremble slightly. Chapter 231 Analysis Lesson after the training match. Guran. It turns out that I really am quite excessive, ha 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 ha. As celebration, the training match continued. In the 49th minute, when the midfielder of Team B was dribbling forward in the middle, he was pressed by Guran to defend. Under the high-intensity physical confrontation, the passing action of the midfielder of Team B was deformed, and the pass was wrong, which was easily intercepted by another midfielder of Team A. After seeing his teammates hold the ball, Guran quickly advanced without the ball. The players of Team B hurriedly shrank their defense. The other two forwards of Team B also retreated to help the team defend other players of Team A. Around Guran. Only Kawataichi was still stubbornly cruising near the offside line, waiting for the opportunity to make a quick counterattack. Seeing Guran running forward and leaving a gap, the midfielder of Team A directly kicked a high ball towards the direction of Team B's penalty area. This ball was in the wind, and the ball was a bit too big. In the first half, the passing distance was not enough, and in the second half, the passing distance was more. The wind force on the field still has a great impact on the player's performance. Really capable players will quickly adapt to the on-site environment and make corresponding adjustments, so that their ball can be accurate regardless of the wind or the wind. From this point of view alone, the footwork of the U18 youth team is still a little bit worse. But it is already many times stronger than the amateur school team. Guran accelerated to sprint to receive the ball. 3 defensive players from Team B rushed up to compete with Guran for the header. The players of Team B have realized that 2 players cannot defend Guran, so they must increase the stakes. Of course, with such a manpower investment, it is naturally good to be able to defend Guran. If Guran can't be defended and breaks through the ball, then the penalty area of Team B will be full of loopholes due to insufficient manpower. Team B is also betting on manpower. 2 of the players of Team B desperately blocked Guran's body, and another player of Team B with strong bounce jumped up to compete for the header. Guran was not at all inferior in the physical confrontation with the 2 strong players of Team B. The 2 players of Team B cooperated well, but they could not push Guran away even though they exerted their strength at the same time. Moreover, Guran was able to forcefully jump up to meet the high ball in the collision between the 2 players. Guran's jumping ability was not very good, but Guran activated the header +2 and pushed away the player of Team B who jumped up earlier than him in the air. The player of Team B with good jumping ability failed to head the ball, and landed on the ground with his feet in embarrassment, almost falling down. Guran was the first to touch the football under the full double teaming of the 3 players, and then he touched the ball to his feet. The 3 players of Team B hurriedly stole the ball. Guran did a beautiful freehand Marseille turn without waiting for them to stretch their legs, and while protecting the ball and turning around, he took the ball out of the double teaming area, and then dribbled at high speed. The 3 players of Team B were directly thrown away by Guran. They didn't even have a chance to pull him. Guran dribbled the ball straight into the middle of Team B. The other players of Team B immediately gathered in the middle, trying to block Guran intensively. The middle is often the most difficult to break through. Guran did not rush hard, but turned back to the left to observe the position of his teammates. The defensive players of Team B felt that they had seen through Guran's intentions, and then moved to the left in advance, and at the moment when the center of gravity of the defensive players shifted, Guran kicked directly and passed the ball. The magic lamp pointed the way, and passed the ball directly to the right penalty area. Passing without looking at people. Guran's upper body was full of drama. Even his eyes were drama. And the straight pass under his feet was so spiritual that it was suffocating. This straight pass was beyond everyone's expectations, and it went straight through the gap between the 4 defensive players of Team B. It directly broke through the dense defense of Team B. Moreover, the route of the football's flying and rolling happened to be on the forward route of the forward of Team A. The forward of Team A did not expect this straight pass at all. Look at what happened. He ran and the ball came. The members of the evaluation team outside the field also thought that Guran was going to pass the ball back to the left side. Unexpectedly, Guran passed the ball directly without looking at anyone. And the quality of this through ball is comparable to Lampard's through ball at Chelsea. Not only is it accurate, but it also has obvious guidance. This already has the taste of a master. As a professional youth training player, the striker of Team A has a good ability to seize opportunities, at least much better than the glider of the Buck Steelhorns. The striker of Team A accelerated and stopped the through ball comfortably. Then, the striker of Team A didn't even need to adjust, and directly swung his right foot to shoot. The goalkeeper Team B jumped up in a hurry. This goalkeeper is the main goalkeeper of the U18 youth team. In previous team training matches, he has never been so flustered. The football brushed against his left fingertips and changed its line slightly, but it still bounced towards the goal and went in. Team A 4-1 Team B. Guran made 2 passes and 2 shots. Beat Team B. Every assistant shot by Guran was so wonderful that it gave the evaluation team on the sidelines goosebumps. The players of Team B were all desperate. Needless to say, their score in this team training match will definitely not exceed 7 points. It's not that they are too bad, but Guran is really inhuman. They are all brothers, but he is still so cruel. The players of Team B are crying. In comparison, the players of Team A are so happy that they are about to take off. It's so exciting to play this game so far today. Their post-match evaluation scores will definitely increase because of Guran's promotion. The happiest person is the striker of Team A, who ate 2 goose pancakes. The first pancake was very enjoyable, but I didn't expect the second pancake to be even more enjoyable. It feels a bit like playing in the Premier League. The striker of Team A was completely conquered by Guran's assists. After this game, he is Guran's little fan. But Guran continued to keep a low profile. After all, this is an internal training match, and there is nothing to celebrate even if they win. The game continues. In the next 10 minutes, Team A was in high spirits and attacked like a tide, but they were a little lax in defense. Guran fed the ball to several players in the front court several times, but unfortunately they were too impatient and their ability to seize opportunities was a little bit worse. Guran didn't care about anything, and didn't show himself too much, but played with restraint. After all, Team B is also a Saint's brother, and now they have been kicked through. If they play 5-1, 6-1 or something, it will be too ugly. The purpose of testing the results of training during this period has basically been achieved, and we have to save our strength to play Liverpool U18 team tomorrow. So, Guran focused on making the ball and supporting, no longer sprinting at high speed in physical confrontation, let alone dribbling past people. In terms of defense, Guran only occasionally defended and pressed Kawariichi, not letting Kawariichi have the opportunity to get the ball. Kawariichi was about to hate it. Does Guran enjoy it? Yes, Guran enjoys it very much. At the last moment of the game, Team B finally seized a counter-attack opportunity, and their main attacking midfielder scored a long shot, saving some face. This long shot was originally very exciting, but compared with Guran's World Wave long shot, it was completely incomparable. In the end, the score was fixed at Team A 4-2 Team B. When the U18 assistant coach blew the final whistle, the players of Team B felt relieved. The players of Team A and Team B high-fived and hugged each other. Except for Kawariichi, every player took the initiative to greet Guran. The star of hope of the Saints is really genuine, and it is impossible not to be convinced. Many U18 players have a bit more awe in their eyes. The members of the evaluation team outside the field also stood up and applauded Guran's wonderful performance. Old Rice's vision is still vicious. The Saints will definitely rise this season. Every member of the evaluation team is eagerly looking forward to seeing Guran's strong catalytic effect on the lifeless first team on the training ground of the first team. Just thinking about that scene makes my adrenaline surge. At this moment, Suzuki Honami on the sidelines was clapping happily like a little fangirl. Kawariichi walked to the sidelines and looked at Honami depressedly. "Mom, are you clapping for me?" "Ah." Honami said quickly. "Oh. Of course I am saying that, what else?" "Yuichi, you have a goal, Mom is happy for you." Kawariichi said in a muffled voice, "What's the use of scoring a goal?" "Guran, that bastard is too strong." Honami frowned slightly and reprimanded softly, "Yuichi, I don't allow you to call Guranjan a bastard, and you tackled Guranjan from behind during the game, which is very wrong. Fortunately, you didn't tackle him, otherwise, Mom really doesn't know how to compensate Guranjan." During this period, Honami used all the moves she knew, and Guran even developed many strange ways to open it. Honami really had no imagination, and how could she please Guran anymore? Honami was also afraid that she was not fresh enough. However, since Guran told Honami that Kawariichi was not suitable for playing in the professional league, Honami's own pressure was not so great, and her expectations for Kawariichi were also lowered. Even the scolding of Kawariichi became gentler. Kawariichi did not expect Honami not to yell at him, and suddenly he was a little uncomfortable. "Mom, you seem to have changed." Hanami hurriedly said, really? Maybe during this period of time, Mama's figured it out. Kawaiichi was stunned for a moment, think it through. Hanami nodded and said, yes, I figured it out, Iichi. Mom doesn't care whether you can become a professional player or not. Even if you can't pass the tryout, it doesn't matter. With Mom here, you will still have no worries about food and clothing in the future, and you can live the rest of your life easily. Kawaiichi's mouth trembled slightly. You said this just to let me apologize to Guran, right? Mom, why do you always speak for the Chinese man? I am your son. Silly son, of course you are Mom's son. But from Mom's side, Guran-jun is your uncle. Hanami cleared her throat and said calmly. Because, Guran-jun is very strong, and the strong should be respected. Respect the strong, and you have the possibility of becoming a strong person. Go and apologize to Guran-jun. I believe that Guran-jun will not make things difficult for you. Kawaiichi curled his lips in disdain. This is just a training match, and you want me to admit that he is a strong man. Humph. This is impossible. I will not apologize to him. I still have to find a chance to defeat him. Hanami sighed faintly. Okay. Then I'll have to wait until tonight for Mom to double compensate you. I hope Guran-jun will like this time. U18 head coach clapped his hands and shouted loudly. Give everyone half an hour to rest. After half an hour, go to the No. 3 tactical analysis classroom in the comprehensive building for class. By the way, announce your evaluation scores and the roster for tomorrow's match against Liverpool. Yes. Coach. The U18 players immediately dispersed and returned to the locker room to take a shower and rest. Guran was naturally taken to the physiotherapy room by Maeve and Gregory. Maeve quickly checked Guran's whole body, and after confirming that he was not injured, he handed Guran over to Gregory. The intensity of the team training match this time was very low, even lower than the confrontation between amateur school teams, so Guran would not only not be injured, but also consume very little physical energy. Such physical consumption will also help to be physically fit for the friendly match with Liverpool U18 tomorrow. At this time, Gregory smiled and showed the Faustja knife. Guran immediately clenched his teeth and tried not to scream. During this period, his physical attributes have improved a lot, and his tolerance to the Faustja knife has naturally improved a lot. The first few minutes were the most painful, and after gritting his teeth to get through it, it was still very painful afterwards. Pushing the tendons is painful from the beginning to the end, and it would be abnormal if it didn't hurt. Guran's sweat after the training match was not as much as the sweat from the Faustja knife physiotherapy. But this time, Guran finally endured it and didn't say a word. Gregory once suspected that he didn't eat enough at noon. Gregory said to himself as he added strength, it seems that I have to eat more next time. I have to train my upper limb muscle strength when I have time, and then change to a Faustja knife with a narrower blade. Alas, it is getting harder and harder to earn this money. After the 15-cent physical therapy, Guran felt as if he had changed his body. Guran took an ice bath, and then steamed in the sauna for 5 minutes, and then changed into a clean training suit and hurried to the No. 3 tactical classroom in the comprehensive building. Match analysis after the training match is also part of the training. It was also the first time for Guran to attend the post-match analysis class, and he was quite looking forward to it. But it was obvious that the U18 players preferred to train on the field and did not like to sit in the classroom to listen to the class. Most of the players took the lead and filled the back seats. Guran wanted to keep a low profile, but now he could only sit in the front row. Coach had not arrived yet, and the young players in the tactical classroom were already playing and fighting, which felt like returning to a high school classroom full of naughty children. Soon, Coach walked into classroom 3 with a bunch of evaluation opinion sheets and tactical boards. The classroom suddenly became quiet, and a tense and depressive atmosphere quickly enveloped the entire classroom. Coach walked up to the podium, cleared his throat with a stern face and said, today's team training match exposed many problems. Now, let's watch the video replay and briefly analyze these problems. The big screen in the classroom immediately played the coach's perspective video of the training match. The first problem is your Team A. Coach fast-forwarded the video to the scene where Team A made a pass error, causing Guran to sprint out and lose his position. Coach said in a deep voice, Team A, your pass error is very serious. The intention of this pass is correct, but it is too obvious, and the way of passing is not right. There are obviously players from Team B preparing to intercept in this place. Why do you still pass the ball? Oh, come on, the guy who made the pass error, explain it to me. The other U18 players dared not breathe. The player from Team A, who made the mistake in passing the ball, explained cautiously, Coach, the wind was quite strong against the field at that time, and I was afraid that Guran wouldn't be able to catch it. Can't catch it. Guran won't be able to catch it. Coach shouted angrily. Even if you can't catch it, that's his problem. But if you can't pass it, it's your fucking problem. You made a mistake and you still want to blame Guran. You deserve it. Don't you have a brain when playing football? I've taught you many times that for passes in this situation, you have to use a half-high ball. Yes, coach. The player from Team A, who made the mistake in passing the ball, was scolded so much that he didn't dare to look up. Coach analyzed further. In this wave, there was no problem with Guran's forward movement, and it can even be described as excellent. But it was because of your mistake that Guran lost his position, and your Team A's left side was directly penetrated. Fortunately, Guran is strong enough. If Guran hadn't sprinted back and made up for your mistake with his own strength, your evaluation score would have been deducted by more than half. The players of Team A hurriedly said to Guran with gratitude, "Thanks, brother." Guran smiled and raised his chin. "It's okay. Let's talk about the problems of Team B. In comparison, Team A did not expose too many problems, but Team B exposed a lot of problems." Coach fast-forwarded the video to the scene where Guran made his first rainbow lob to assist the forward of Team A. Coach frowned and said, "Team B, tell me, where are your people at the back post?" Guran's rainbow lob was indeed beyond your usual defensive level. I don't blame you for not being able to defend against this lob, but after Guran lobbed the ball, where were the people at the back post? Look at this picture. What are you doing? Standing there. Are you all stupid? The forward of Team A didn't feel any pressure at all, and he just comfortably took the rainbow lob and completed the shot. Coach knocked on the table of the podium angrily. "How many times have I taught you? What is the first principle of a defender? Answer me." The defenders of Team B lowered their heads and answered in unison. "Don't let the other side feel comfortable. Don't you all remember it?" Coach knocked on the table angrily. "What are you staring at? Every technical move of the opponent's players within our 30-meter area is lethal. You didn't even return to defense to put pressure on the opponent's forward in the first time. I didn't even say you were slow to return to defense. You didn't even turn around. Speaking of the second goal, look at me carefully." Coach fast-forwarded the video to the part where Guran made a crossover. The U18 players all watched carefully as Guran sprinted and changed positions in his own half, as well as made 3 consecutive sudden stops and changes at direction to tease Kawaiichi. "Guran, it turns out that I really went too far, ha 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 ha. Kawaiichi. Damn, I want to die. I want to commit suicide by disembowelment." Coach said in a deep voice. "I won't waste my breath on Kawaiichi's problem. After all, he is just here for a trial. I will focus on the problem of your assisting defense and interception here on the left side. You see, Guran passed the ball through the gap between the two of you from here. Okay, there is a problem here. Where is the fullback of Team B? Why did he lose his position? Why did he give Guran a safe space to pass the ball forward? Today's Father's Day. Kawaiichi wishes all dads a happy holiday." Chapter 232. The estimated scores are out. Everyone is shocked. "Guran, I really don't want to show off." Coach knocked on the table hard. "Right back of Team B, explain to me why you lost your position." Seeing that he couldn't escape, the right back of Team B could only bite the bullet and forcefully explain. "Coach, I was in the middle, helping the middle defense. I thought that there were 3 teammates on the left side, and they should be able to stop Guran. I saw that the middle was a little empty, so I wanted to help the middle to replenish the troops and prevent Guran from crossing." This explanation obviously made some sense. After all, there were already 3 people on the left side defending Guran in his own defense. If this allowed Guran to break through, then the first person responsible must be those 3 idiots. Coach shouted with a gloomy face. "What? You are right when I say something to you. Do you still think so? I don't want you to think so. What I want is 3-dimensional defense. 3-dimensional. Team A's attack line hasn't come up yet, and you have flattened it first, giving Guran so much space to move forward. Also, the most serious problem of this wave is not just the loss of position of the right back, but the problem of the 2 players who were closely defending Guran returning to defense." Coach played the video and shouted angrily. "Look at what you 2 are doing. You actually turned around and chased the ball together. Didn't you think about why Guran wanted to pass the ball between you 2? Isn't it just to avoid physical confrontation with you 2, and then use his absolute advantage in sprinting speed to overtake from the outside lane? If you have a little bit of brains, you should remember what I taught you. The ball can't pass through. In this case, there is no support player from Team A in front of the ball, so is the ball a threat?" Coach shouted angrily. "Fuck. Are you all dumb? Answer me. Is the ball a threat? The players of the B team carefully answered. Isn't the coach Dog asked. Who was threat? Guran. Yes. Do you actually let Guran chase the ball? Do you want to look at Guran, who was sitting on the front seat and stopping, and the anger of his heart suddenly disappeared? Can you stop asking me to brag about it? Guran said quickly, I understand, coach. I just think that the two guys defending me are actually pretty good. They forced out all my strength. And it was their first time playing against me, so they were not quite prepared. To be honest, although the two defensive players did make serious mistakes, their turning and returning defense speeds were better than the opponents Guran had faced before. Guran was indeed sprinting at full speed at the time, otherwise, he would not have been able to complete the classic scene of overtaking on the outside lane. It was a training match in itself, and Guran also wanted to help the two defensive players save some face from the side. The two players naturally knew what was going on, and they quickly cast grateful eyes at Guran. Listen, Coach Dot said in admiration. Guran is still speaking for you. What a great vision Guran has. It was the same when Alan Shearer was at Southampton. You must cherish every opportunity to play against Guran. Because in the future you will understand that these are the most precious assets in your career. Yes, Coach. The U18 youth team players said in unison. Then I heard Coach Dot continue. Let's go back to the question just now. The correct way to deal with the situation just now is that one person goes back to chase the ball and protect it, and the other person should stick to Guran with his body to prevent Guran from sprinting. The more correct way is that both of them go to block Guran and don't let Guran have a chance to get rid of it. As for the ball that has passed, let the fullback fill in the position and deal with it. Don't try to compete with Guran in speed. Don't you know whether you can outrun Guran? Even if you haven't seen Guran's famous scene of overtaking on the outside lane, haven't you heard about it? Even if you haven't heard about it, didn't you notice how fast Guran's sprint speed was during training? Guran uses his brain when playing football, maximizing his advantage every moment. And what about you? What else can you do besides being reckless? Nothing. Coach Dot said angrily. You should all take a good look at this video, not only Team B, but also Team A players. Look at how Guran handles the ball in a narrow area. Not only his technical moves, but also his ideas for passing and running. I don't ask you to learn to be like Guran. After all, Guran is a genius. You can't learn talent even if you want to, but at least you should learn the basics, right? If you have Guran's hair, you will have enough for your whole life. Guran sighed secretly in his heart. It's over. I really don't want to pretend. But Coach Dot really doesn't allow me to be low-key. On the other hand, the other U18 players were scolded by Coach Dot and dared not to raise their heads. Only Kawaiichi raised his head stubbornly, with a face full of dissatisfaction. But Kawaiichi was so shocked in his heart that he dared not be arrogant anymore. In the past, Kawaiichi only knew that Guran was indeed strong. After this training match, Kawaiichi had to admit in his heart that Guran was indeed stronger than him. After Coach Dot's tactical analysis, Kawaiichi finally understood where Guran was strong. Guran has talent in basketball IQ, and more importantly, he is hardworking. Just because Guran can come 10 minutes earlier than him every morning, Kawaiichi is desperate enough. However, Kawaiichi still looks unconvinced. The more he knows that Guran is strong, the more he wants to beat Guran. Coach Dot was so angry that he paused for a long time before he finally regained his sanity. Coach Dot continued. The following problem is more serious than the two players chasing the ball just now. It's still this wave of attack. The video footage now playing is Guran dribbling the ball near the penalty area and preparing to shoot. Guran dribbled the ball outside the penalty area, and the penalty area line was full of Team B defensive players. From this picture alone, Team B's defense was well deployed, and Guran had no chance to pass or shoot. However, you still let Guran comfortably get the ball at the edge of the penalty area. The two central defenders who came up to press him were too slow. And the biggest fatal mistake was, you two central defenders actually fell to the ground to block when Guran swung his legs. As a result, the next second, Guran made a fake shot and pushed the ball into the gap area. I want to ask, are you fucking rookies? When you went out today, did you forget to bring your brain? Or do you have a developed cerebellum with a shrinking brain? How could you make such a low-level mistake? Look at the video. How panicked were your two expressions at the time? How many times have I emphasized this to you before? Defenders must not fall to the ground easily. You're a movable wall. If you fall to the ground, it is equivalent to the wall collapsing and cannot move. What can a collapsed wall block? If a defender falls to the ground, it means that he has lost the possibility of making the next technical move. Then the opponent can bypass you if he is a little smarter. If you must fall to the ground, either you must be absolutely sure to shovel the ball away, or you must shuttle the person over and crush him with your collapsed wall. Coach Paused and added, my last sentence is a metaphor, not for you to really crush the opponent. Moreover, I strongly do not recommend a ladder approach, especially in the 30-meter area, not to mention in the penalty area. In short, since you are not obviously sure that you can shovel the ball from Guran's feet, you should push up and stick to Guran, put pressure on Guran, and reduce his space for controlling the ball and transferring. But what about you? Guran didn't even wait for the breakthrough, he just sprinted out of the penalty area with the ball, and you panicked. You forgot all the technical moves and all the tactical essentials. You fell to the ground, and a huge gap was immediately revealed in front of the goal for Guran. What did you usually learn from me? I really doubt that your previous youth training was taught by a dance teacher. Coach continued to play the teaching video. Team B, I have nothing to say about the third goal you lost. There was no big problem with your performance on this ball. It was just that Guran was too strong. Guran's world-class long-range shot has reached the level of the Premier League. It is normal that you can't defend it. The players of Team B all breathed a sigh of relief. This ball is really not their fault. The other goals lost are not their fault. The only thing to blame is Kawariichi. If Kawariichi hadn't picked Team B first, how could Guran go to Team A? So, it's all Kawariichi's fault. Then I heard Coach continue to say, as for the fourth goal you lost, it's still the same old problem. You have been completely destroyed by Guran's strong personal ability at this time. Guran's exquisite English Super League level through ball penetrated your entire defense line, and you forgot to mark the back point, and let the striker of Team A stop the ball and shoot comfortably in the penalty area. Fortunately, this is just an inter-team training match, and we can still correct the exposed marking problems. After going back today, each of you must think carefully about the process of today's game, think clearly about the mistakes in this game, and digest them. I don't want to have marking problems in tomorrow's game against Liverpool U18 team. Tomorrow, Alan Shearer will come to watch the game in person. At that time, reporters from our club's team newspaper will also interview the team. You can't embarrass me, let alone Southampton club. Coach glanced around sternly. Damn it, I get angry when I see you all look stupid. Do you understand? Yes. I understand. Coach. A reporter from the club's team newspaper is interviewing the team. Could it be Evelyn, a female reporter from the Forward Saints who is a great figure, played women's football, and has a father who was a shareholder of the club? Is she going to be automatically polished again? Guran suddenly felt a little headache. Okay, now let's announce the scores given to you by the evaluation team members. Coach announced the evaluation scores of the U18 youth team players one by one. This evaluation score is different from the post-match technical score. The post-match score is completely from a technical perspective, while the club's internal evaluation score has some subjective judgments and potential estimates. So this evaluation score is divided into two parts: California score and PA score. Simply put, the California score represents the current comprehensive ability value of the player, while the PA score represents the expected value of the player's potential. According to the results announced by Coach the overall evaluation score of the players of Team A is relatively good. Although Team B lost, the estimated score is not too low. In particular, the PA score of the main players of Team B is still high enough. Such an evaluation score is very fair. After all, Guran is an additional factor. Guran's presence has indeed greatly suppressed the performance of Team B. Although Team B's California evaluation was suppressed by Guran, the PA evaluation can still support their overall evaluation score. The players of Team B also breathed a sigh of relief. From the overall evaluation score, the main players of Team B can basically participate in the friendly match with Liverpool U18 tomorrow. Coach. Kawariichi stood up. Why is there no evaluation score for me? I want to know what the evaluation scores of Guran and me are. Coach said. You and Guran are both non-staff members. Normally, the evaluation team does not need to give you scores, but they do give you scores. Do you really want to know? Kawariichi immediately said. Of course. This evaluation score also determines whether he can stay in Southampton club. Moreover, Kawariichi really wants to know how big the quantitative gap is between him and Guran. Coach looked at the evaluation form and announced, Kawari, your California comprehensive evaluation scores 89 points, and the PA evaluation scores 99 points. Kawariichi's heart sank. The California score and PA score have a full score of 200 points. Although most youth training players do not score more than 100 points, and even if they do, it is difficult to break through 120 points, but this evaluation result is far from Kawaiichi's psychological expectations. Southampton club is probably discriminating against us Asian players, right? The PA score is so low? It doesn't matter. Maybe Guran's is not high either. Kawaiichi regained a little confidence. What about Guran's? Coach Grinnen said, everyone wants to know Guran's evaluation score, right? The U18 young players all nodded expectantly. Especially the players of Team B, they were abused by Guran this time, and they really want to know how high Guran's evaluation score is. Guran himself also wanted to know, but Guran was afraid of being passive and showing off. Alas, being an excellent student is really so tangled. Ha 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 ha, Coach swept away his angry expression when analyzing the previous game video, and happily announced, Guran's California comprehensive evaluation is 132, and PA potential evaluation is 175. Wow. The whole classroom no. 3 was directly blown up. California score 132. PA score 175. This evaluation score far exceeds all the U18 players present. Not only surpassing the U18 players, but even higher than many reserve team and first team players. Before, when Luke Shaw and Chamberlain were in the U18 youth team, they did not reach such a high PA potential score. Kawaiichi was stunned. Not to mention the California evaluation score, Guran's PA potential evaluation score alone is almost twice his. This is really the club's recognized star of hope. Kawaiichi felt sour in his heart. Guran frowned slightly, and there was no happiness on his face. To be honest, he didn't particularly understand the standards and comparisons of California and PA evaluation scores. This evaluation system is only the club's internal evaluation. The evaluation criteria are naturally set by the club itself, and there is a lot of volatility. Guran only knows that if the full score for a single item is 200 points, then he's still far away. Damn it, I have to work harder. Seeing that Guran was not happy, Coach quickly explained with a smile. Gu, you have just arrived at Staplewood and you may not know about our club's internal evaluation system yet. It's okay, I'll give you a brief introduction. This evaluation score is based on many aspects. The technical aspect is only a part of it. The player's age, training level, game attitude, handling of keynotes, and integration with the team are also taken into consideration. The California and PA evaluation scores are not fixed, especially your PA potential value, which will gradually increase as your strength is discovered. Of course, if you train negatively or are always injured, your California and PA evaluation values will also drop. In short, this system is a touchstone for the club to test players. It is also an important reference data for signing, renewing contracts and raising prices. Let me give you a reference with Lallana, the main player of the first team. Lallana lived in Bournemouth when he was in his teens, but when he was 12, he was discovered by our Southampton club's youth team scouts because of his outstanding football talent, and has been training in Southampton's youth training camp. I watched Lallana grow up little by little with my own eyes. When Lallana was promoted to the U18 level, his average assessment score California was about 130 and PA was about 150. Coach paused for a moment. This is a rare result for players under the age of 18 in his recent years. Even the later rising stars Chamberlain and Luke Shaw have not been able to surpass Lallana's assessment score. Now Lallana is a main player in the first team. Last season, his California has risen to 168 and PA has risen to 179. Guran, your California comprehensive assessment is already a standout among players under the age of 18. And your PA potential value assessment, my God, is almost the same as the main players in the current first team. You have to know that you are not a professional, you have never been trained in a professional youth training camp before, you have only been training with me for about a week. Coach praised Gu. Your future is limitless. When you came, you took away all the star power of all my U18 players, although they didn't have much star power, but you were so dazzling in the U18 team. Let me put it this way, you are the most promising player that the Southampton club evaluation team has seen. Coach shut up. I really don't want to pretend. Really, I don't want to. I just want to play football quietly. Guran hurriedly said. Coach, you're too kind. I am actually far from it. Coach said even more admiringly. Humility. I have heard that you Chinese are the most humble, and today I really saw it. Everyone else has seen it, right? Guran is a living role model around you. You must learn from Guran. Yes. Coach. The U18 players were all in a mixed mood. Speaking of strength, Guran is indeed nothing to be ashamed of, but Guran's indirect way of showing off is really beyond the sky. Guran couldn't help but hold his forehead. Damn, I'm really not showing off. I'm not being modest. Taking the evaluation standards of the U18 youth team as an example, the California comprehensive evaluation of 132 is indeed very high, but I'm not a teammate of the U18 youth team. I'm in the first team. Let's not talk about the pot evaluation, just talking about California 132, I'm afraid I can only be a marginal player in the first team. This is of course still a long way to go. I have to continue to work harder. I really am. Really. I'm not showing off. Chapter 233. No. 9 Jersey. Let's beat those Liverpool brats. Then I heard Coach Dodd say again, Goo, I am very optimistic about you. The coaching staff, scouts, and directors of the entire Southampton club are optimistic about you. Your labor certificate should have a result the day after tomorrow, right? The first team vacation is almost over. After the friendly match with Liverpool U18 tomorrow, you will officially join the first team. To be honest, I really don't want to let you go. I really want you to stay in the U18 team. Even if you stay for half a year, the overall strength of our Southampton U18 team will definitely reach the level of the Premier League U18 team. Damn. Don't expect it so much. Guran said in a very realistic way. Coach, I really don't want to leave you. I have benefited a lot from the training with you this week, especially after your guidance. I found that I have made great progress during this period. Coach Dodd was immediately overjoyed. Ha ha ha, I just did some insignificant work. Guran said. I will play well in the match against Liverpool U18 tomorrow, for everyone, for the coach, and for myself. This training will be a perfect end. Coach Dodd took the lead in applauding and said, Good. That's great. Although Liverpool is a Premier League giant, we just want to beat their U18 team. Goo, it depends on your performance tomorrow. Okay, let me announce the roster for tomorrow's match against Liverpool U18 youth team. The U18 players all looked serious and listened carefully to Coach Dodd's announcement. Because it is a friendly match, both sides can bring up to 22 players to participate, and there is no limit on the number of substitutes. In other words, every player on the roster will have the opportunity to play and gain experience. As the best player in this training match, Guran was naturally listed at the top of the list. And Kawaiichi was also on the list because he scored a goal in this training match. Hearing Coach Dodd say his name, Kawaiichi excitedly clenched his fist to celebrate. Yoshi. I knew I could do it. This time, I misperformed well. Goo. Although they are optimistic about you, I will let them know that any kappa assessment is meaningless. The stadium is the only standard for checking the kin. I will score a lot of goals. I will never, ever lose to you. Stupid son, you are so bad and arrogant, Dad will have to beat you up sooner or later. Guran said bluntly. Why, you won't speak if I don't mention me. It seems that you are only worthy of living in my shadow. You. Kawaiichi was about to explode with anger, and his fists clenched and creaked. Yo. Can't stand it. Guran smiled contemptuously and ignored Kawaiichi. After announcing the big list, Coach Dodd announced, Our training session today is here. Everyone go back and rest early to ensure a good competitive state. Gather at the training ground before 9 o'clock tomorrow, and then we will take the club's bus to the airport, and then take a plane to Liverpool to train at their Millwood base. Yes, at that time, we will train with the Liverpool U18 youth team at the same venue, and then play. So at that time, no one will let me down. Yes. Coach. Disband. Coach Dodd left classroom 3 with various materials. The U18 players also felt relieved and left with laughter. Most of the players left the training base directly, but Guran stayed and practiced special strength training for another hour in the equipment room of the comprehensive building until he was full of the refreshing feeling of dopamine secretion, and then went home contentedly. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Hanami arrived at the Dune Villa on time. Tonight, Hanami is wearing a hip-wrapped black satin short windbreaker, and underneath the windbreaker is a short skirt that is shorter than the bottom of the windbreaker. Hanami's outfit is getting hotter and hotter. A middle-aged woman in her 40s, once she gets angry, it is an unextinguishable fire. Hanami exudes the intoxicating charm of a middle-aged woman all over her body, and her black eyes that immature and a little shy are particularly difficult to control. Guran-jun, you are so great today. Damn, who can resist a middle-aged woman taking the initiative? But no. Tomorrow we will play against Liverpool U18 team. Although it is just a friendly match, this game is really important. After all, the opponent is Liverpool's professional echelon, so we have to give them some face, right? Moreover, not being affectionate before important games is my basic bottom line. I am a self-disciplined person. Guran said quickly, Hanami, we can't do this. Hanami smiled shyly, Guran-jun, you are so annoying, are you imitating me on purpose? I know I kept saying no a few days ago, but now, I have figured it out. We still have 3 days to be happy at most, so of course I have to cherish Guran-jun. Come on. Give it to me. Guran grabbed Hanami's messy little hand. No, I'm serious, we really can't do this. Huh. Hanami was stunned immediately. During this period of time, she has been struggling in this dangerous relationship. It was not easy for her to finally figure it out and stop saying you can't do this to Guran, but Guran started to say you can't do this to her. Hanami's eyes dimmed. I know. Guran-jun must dislike my old age and must not be interested in me anymore. Yes, how could I think I could compare to those young girls? As she said that, Binami's tears flowed down. As expected of Asia's top big star actor, the tears in her eyes really come out. Guran quickly hugged Hanami. You misunderstood. I like you so much, how could I dislike you? It's just because there's a game tomorrow. As a professional player, I am always very self-disciplined before the game. Yes. This is really not a question of whether there's freshness or not. If you don't believe it, you can ask Sophie, Anne, and Maria. Seeing that Guran was so serious, Hanami put away her tears. Really? I thought it was me. Guran-jun, why didn't you say it earlier? I'm with Guran-jun, not just for that kind of thing, I just simply want to make Guran-jun happy. As long as Guran-jun is happy, I'm satisfied. As she said, Hanami leaned softly in Guran's arms. I want to be self-disciplined. Guran made up his mind, closed his eyes and lay on the sofa, his mind full of calculus formulas. $= equals GU rank carefully derived the probability density function of the normal distribution. Guran, your muscles are so developed. When you put on your clothes, you don't look very strong, but every muscle in your body is as strong as a hill. Especially the muscles near your abdominal muscles, they are really too strong. How did you train them? Hanami's face was full of girlish admiration. Guran smiled and said modestly, it's okay, maybe I am gifted. Hanami exclaimed, and then buried her hair in Guran's explosive muscles. Damn, this feeling of hair fluttering. What step did I deduce the probability density function of the normal distribution just now? Guran swallowed subconsciously. Hanami, it's getting late, why don't we take a rest? We have to get up early tomorrow. Just hugging each other to sleep, and not doing anything else, it should be fine. Hanami smiled, okay, but you have to take a shower first. As she said that, Hanami lifted her hair at Guran and smiled softly. The young woman lifted her hair and the young man was crazy. Guran felt that his young body really couldn't stand it. Would you like to join us? Hanami invited with a smile. Guran hurriedly said, I'll wait a moment, you go first. It was also the first time that Hanami saw Guran in such a nervous state, and she immediately felt very interesting. Guran, you are so cute. Then I'll go. The last word of I'll go is very special, full of flirting. When middle-aged women become flirty, there's really no one else. Guran hurriedly said, well, you go. Hanami's little hand rubbed Guran's abdominal muscles, and then she twisted her plump waist and hips and walked into the bathroom. Guran looked at Hanami's figure and held in his heart. What a sin. After taking a shower, the two of them used the liquid nitrogen freezing chamber therapy again, and Guran also used the sauna steam room once. After the ice and fire therapy, Guran's physical energy lost in today's training was completely replenished. Lying on the bed, Hanami took the initiative to lean on Guran, resting her head on Guran's shoulder, and her well-maintained little hands were all kinds of dishonest. Hanami, stop it. Hanami, have a good sleep. Hanami, if you do this again, I won't be polite. Hanami buried her head and laughed. Guran, you have to compete tomorrow. Damn it. Let's see how I deal with you after the game tomorrow. What a sin. There's no other way, so let's derive the Chebyshev inequality. X is a random variable, then for C more than 0. Prob. XC, X, EC, var, X, C2. Proof. Prob. XC, X, EC, equals prob. XC, X, 2 EC2, D, XC, X, 2, C2. Speaking of Chebyshev, the name is quite cruel. The next morning, Suzuki Hanami got up early and made a loving breakfast for Guran. After Guran got up and finished the ice and fire therapy, Hanami just brought breakfast to the table. This kind of life is really as sweet as the life of a young couple. Guran was very satisfied. After breakfast, Hanami hesitated for a moment and said, Guran, I have something to tell you. I don't know if it's appropriate. Guran smiled and said, Hanami, you're too polite. What else can't we say about our relationship? Hanami sighed, it's about Ichi. Ichi is too arrogant. I tried many ways but couldn't change him. After this trial, I'm worried that it will become more and more extreme. When Yuichi Kawani was mentioned, Hanami's mood instantly became extremely depressed. A bright red talent point bubble was generated next to Hanami. It was so easy to get something for free every time, which made Guran feel a little embarrassed. Of course, he still had to take it. Guran concentrated his mind, collected the talent point bubble in the air, and then added it directly to the burst attribute. In this way, the burst attribute also reached 75 points, and the spring speed and power burst were also improved to a new level. Guran smiled at Hanami, if the child is disobedient, it's probably because he's spoiled. A beating will do the trick. Huh. Hanami's eyes widened immediately. Guran, are you serious? Guran said, of course, if you beat him once, he will behave himself in the future. Hanami hesitated and said, it seems to make sense. But is it really okay? Guran said, as long as you're not, I'll take care of the rest. Hanami thought about it, and finally said with determination, okay, Guran, I'll leave it to you. As long as you don't beat Ichi to death or cripple him, I can accept it, thank you. Sorry for your trouble. It's nothing, with our relationship, I'll do it. Guran was very happy to beat Kawaiichi even if there was no reward. Hanami asked again, by the way, Guran-jun, thank you for taking care of me so much. I want to give you a gift before leaving. I wonder what you like. Guran smiled and said, I like you. Hanami smiled shyly, hated, Guran-jun, am I not already yours? Damn. This little voice is so sweet that it can give me diabetes. Guran smiled and said, then I am enough. I don't need any other gifts. Hanami smiled and said, okay, I know. It seems that I can only think of a way myself. After breakfast, Guran drove Hanami back to the hotel, and then drove to the Staplewood training base. As expected, Guran was the first to arrive at the training ground. Although Kawaiichi arrived earlier than yesterday, he was still 10 minutes later than Guran. Kawaiichi was really puzzled. Guran warmed up step by step for half an hour, and practiced obstacle comb dribbling alone for half an hour, and then the other U18 players arrived one after another. At 8:30 in the morning, all the U18 players were present. Coach Dodd came to the training ground wearing a new training suit and clapped his hands to gather all the players in front of him. Are you all here? Let me announce a few things. First, after arriving at the Millwood training base, everyone must show me a positive training attitude and never let those Liverpool kids beat us. Roar. Second, you are not allowed to communicate privately with the coaches, staff, and scouts of the Liverpool club, not even with their cleaners. If you have any questions, tell me first, and I or our team members will communicate. This is obviously to avoid being poached by Liverpool. Although Liverpool has a good foundation as a wealthy club, when it comes to the training at the youth echelon, Southampton is definitely not worse than Liverpool. Fellow countrymen is not called for nothing. Third, no fighting, this is a friendly match. Not a group fight. If you win the fight, it's fine, but if you lose, you will be severely punished when you return to the club. Yes. Coach. The U18 youth players shouted excitedly. Guran. How can you not allow fighting? It's clearly not allowed to lose. Southampton's southern style is indeed in the same vein. I like it. Then I heard Coach Dodd continue. Since we have 2 non-staff members with the team this time, we have to temporarily string the jersey numbers. Kawai, I'll give you number 47. No one uses this number, so you can use it temporarily. The youth team's jerseys only have numbers on the back, no names are printed, and some vacant number jerseys can be used temporarily. Kawaiichi was not very satisfied with the number 47, but he had to accept it. After all, it's good enough for non-staff players to participate in friendly matches, what else do they want? Coach Dodd said to Guran kindly, Gu, as for your jersey, I see that your figure is similar to that of our No. 9 striker. Why don't you wear No. 9? Of course, the jersey I give you is brand new and has never been worn. Guran was stunned. Coach, what about the No. 9 striker brother? The No. 9 striker was the striker of Team A, who was fed 2 goose biscuits by Guran yesterday. Without waiting for Coach Dodd to speak, the little fanboy striker said excitedly, Gu. You can just wear mine. Haha, it doesn't matter if I wear any other number, as long as you feed me a few more balls in the game. Damn, Guran smiled helplessly, but I'm a fullback. Whose left back wears No. 9? Wearing the No. 9 jersey usually means that the player is the team's main offensive point and scorer. In most teams, the No. 9 player is regarded as a very important number and is only given to the best striker. These No. 9 players usually have excellent shooting, ball control and passing skills, and are extremely creative. They can stand up and reverse the game at critical moments. For example, the most perfect No. 9 inches football history, the alien Ronaldo. For example, the God of War Batistuta. For example, the fox in the penalty zone Super Pippo Filippo Inzaghi. For example, the Swan Prince Van Basten, one of the three musketeers of the Netherlands. For example, Chinese, Newcastle's God, Goal Machine, Old Farmer, Mr. No Personality, Mary Poppins England's top scorer Alan Shearer. He has so many titles that he can't write them on an A4 paper, just as exaggerated as his number of goals. For example, Flying Dutchman, Father and Barcelona, Coach's Coach, St. Cruyff. These familiar and shocking names, they have all worn the No. 9 jersey. Guran certainly likes No. 9 very much. In Eastern culture, 9 is the largest number, but how can a left back wear No. 9? Yeah. How can a full back wear number 9? Kawaiichi was so jealous that he was shaking all over. But no one paid attention to him. Then he heard Coach Dodd laugh and say, "Goo, don't be polite. I think number 9 is very suitable for you. I believe that Alan Shearer will be very happy that you are wearing number 9 after watching the game. It has come to this point. If I refuse again, it will seem a bit pretentious." Okay then. Guran reluctantly agreed. Anyway, it's temporary, and it's just right to satisfy the addiction of number 9. During the game, the opponent's forward will probably be confused, right? Ha ha ha. Who will be the unlucky player? No. 9 of Liverpool youth team. Yes. The little fat striker who gave up the No. 9 jersey clutched his fists excitedly, and did not forget to remind, "Goo, my good Chinese brother, don't forget me. Don't forget to feed me more cakes." Guran smiled and said, "Okay, I will definitely feed you if I have a chance." The little fat striker said excitedly, "Thank you. Thank you." For him, being able to score a goal in the game against Liverpool U18 team was much more important than wearing the No. 9 jersey. Okay, the allocation of jersey numbers is settled. In addition, Coach Dodd turned to Kawaiichi and said coldly, "Kawai, you and your mother need to pay for 2 extra round-trip tickets to Liverpool." Kawaiichi frowned and said, "Nani, what about Guran? Doesn't he need to pay extra for the air tickets?" Coach Dodd sneered, "Compared with Guran. Guran is a member of our Southampton club, so of course he doesn't need to pay extra money." Okay, Kawaiichi was speechless for a moment. The round-trip airfare is actually not that expensive, especially for a family like Suzuki Horimi. It is not even a drizzle. However, Kawaiichi felt very aggrieved. The bus is ready, everyone get ready to get on the bus, and it will officially depart at 9 o'clock. Yes. Coach. The players immediately packed up their equipment, put on their backpacks and left the training ground, excitedly heading to the Staplewood parking area. In this game, with the strong domestic late Guran, victory is like a dandelion on the hillside, within reach. As soon as Guran walked to the parking area, he looked up and saw a familiar figure. Chapter 234. Liverpool U18's number 9 turned out to be him, the British star. Standing next to the bus was Evelyn, an intern reporter from the Forward Saints. Evelyn wore heavy makeup today, and her long eyelashes and bright red lips were particularly eye-catching on her milky complexion. She wore a pink shirt and dark jeans, which perfectly outlined her slanted body curves. Her hips were round and perky, and she wore a red and white belt around her waist, which symbolized the colors of the Southampton club. The belt was also very carefully matched, which not only showed her football background, but also made her toned waistline more perfect. Evelyn was born in the women's football team, and her temperament was more sporty than that of ordinary girls. Her long hair was scattered on her shoulders, slightly curled, and she looked particularly youthful and energetic. She wore a pair of 8-centimeter high bright black high heels on her feet, which also made her legs more slender and charming. She also wore a pair of valuable diamond earrings on her earlobes, which also raised her taste by several levels. She had a work bag for interviews on her shoulders and a wireless interview microphone in her hand. She looked fashionable and confident. Compared with the last time Guran saw her, she looked more feminine. It was obvious that Evelyn came prepared this time. "Hi. Gu." Seeing Guran come in, Evelyn immediately ran towards Guran happily as if she had seen a long-missed lover. "Long time no see. How are you doing recently?" "Hello, Evelyn, long time no see, I'm doing great recently." Guran smiled. "How could I not be doing well? With Suzuki Horimi's meticulous care in the evening and morning, it would be strange if I wasn't doing well. Evelyn smiled excitedly and said, "I'm so happy to see that you look so good. But you haven't replied to my text messages recently. When can you come to my house for dinner? My dad can't wait." "Damn, you look so anxious. It's not your dad who can't wait, it's you who can't wait, right?" Gurain cleared his throat and said seriously, "I've been busy with training recently. We're going to play against Liverpool U18 today." Evelyn smiled and said, "That's true. Do you have anything to say about today's game against Liverpool U18? Gurain was slightly stunned. "Is this an interview?" Evelyn chuckled, Sorry, my occupational disease has come back. Of course, it would be great if you could say a few words." As she said that, Evelyn raised the radio microphone to Gurain's mouth, and then waited for Gurain to speak with enthusiastic eyes. Damn, Gurain's mind was blank in an instant. After a long pause, Gurain said, "You know. Evelyn, go and polish your pen yourself." "Sure enough," Evelyn said excitedly. "I understand. I really understand. Goo, what you mean is, there is nothing to say about beating Liverpool U18 team, just beat them. You're so domineering." Gurain. "Yes, that's what I mean." Without waiting for Evelyn to continue asking questions, Gurain hurriedly said, "Let's get in the car quickly, the car will start soon." "Okay." Evelyn followed Gurain's side, not like a reporter, but like an exclusive little fangirl. After Gurain got in the car and sat down, Evelyn also sat down next to Gurain. Gurain felt that not far behind him, there was a resentful look projected over. Without looking back, Gurain could guess the expression of Suzuki Horimi, who was sitting in the back seat at this moment. The bus started slowly. Along the way, Evelyn's mouth was not idle, and she talked to Gurain in various ways. Gurain just wanted to close his eyes and rest quietly for a while, but it turned out that it was as exaggerated as if there were 500 ducks sitting around him. Although Evelyn is beautiful, she is too enthusiastic and talkative. "Goo, have you ever ridden the Southampton player bus before?" "Haha, no." "I know it's your first time. How did you feel the first time?" "Nervous. Excited. Or both. When I'm nervous, I like to put something in my mouth. I feel at ease with something in my mouth. What about you?" "I suspect you're driving." Gurain rubbed his face, and he wanted to find a plug to fill Evelyn's beautiful big mouth. "I have chewing gum, a pack of grilled fish fillets, and a sausage in my bag. Which one do you want?" "I have some water here. Do you want to drink some of my water?" Gurain never expected that he, a future big star, would be almost broken down by this enthusiastic female reporter. Forget it, just bear with it. But sooner or later, her mouth would be filled, so that she could only moan. Finally, when they arrived at the airport, Gurain quickly got off the car, shook off Evelyn, and then quickly passed the security check. He took the ticket and sat down with a U18 youth team player. Gurain breathed a sigh of relief, leaned back in the chair and closed his eyes. The match with the Liverpool U18 team was very important. "I must take a good rest now." Before Gurain could think about how to play, he heard Evelyn's passionate laughter. "Hey, brother, let's change positions. I'm a reporter for the Forward Saints. If you don't change positions with me, I'll write something wrong." "Damn, Evelyn, you're too arrogant, right?" Gurain opened his eyes quickly, and saw that the U18 youth team player next to him ran away as if avoiding the play god. Evelyn raised her round buttocks and sat comfortably next to Gurain. Gurain instantly felt the resentful gaze from someone in the back row. "It's so hard for me." Gurain supported his forehead and listened to Evelyn's constant chattering resignedly. When the plane took off, Evelyn suddenly tensed up, her lips tightly closed, and one hand tightly grasped the back of Gurain's hand. Lighter blue skill bubble was immediately generated under Evelyn's feet. Gurain was slightly startled, and then he realized that Evelyn was so abnormal because she was afraid of flying. Gurain didn't say a word, but turned the back of his hand over and interlocked his fingers with Evelyn to comfort Evelyn. Evelyn's palms were full of sweat, and her fingers grasped very hard, as if she wanted to grab a life-saving straw before drowning. Gurain also responded to Evelyn with a little force, letting her feel his presence. With Gurain's silent comfort, Evelyn soon calmed down, and her heaving chest gradually stabilized. Gurain then focused his mind and checked the blue bubble that Evelyn dropped. Text writing +1. What the hell? This skill is quite practical. It can not only be used to answer interview questions, but also to write text scripts and online novels. I can copy the most popular online novels in the past 10 years and let the squids who love diving be dumbfounded when they see my Lord of Mysteries. Wait, I am going to be a football superstar, and I still write a trivial online novel. Gurain was angry and amused. After a brief thought, he decided to ignore this text writing skill. First, in terms of screenwriting, Gurain has better star-level hand drawing skills. Hand drawing is more intuitive and powerful than text writing, and it earns more. Second, there are 9 more chances to pick up today. After arriving at Liverpool's Millwood training base, there must be a lot of important skills waiting to be picked up, so the chance to pick up cannot be used indiscriminately. Thank you. Evelyn pressed her heaving chest and looked at Guran gratefully. Guran smiled softly at Evelyn. It's okay. Evelyn's mouth trembled uncontrollably, and her blue eyes were full of waves. Damn, I accidentally used my charming smile again. Why does my young body always act on its own? Guran quickly put away the smile on his face, but it was too late. Evelyn said affectionately, Gu, you are so nice. You are the most gentle, considerate, and at the same time the most unerring and manly man I have ever met. Thanks to you just now, otherwise, I really don't know what would happen. Evelyn said as she leaned over. Guran was so scared that he didn't dare to move at will. This is on the plane. Evelyn, don't do anything you shouldn't do to me. Evelyn said sincerely, can I continue to hold your hand like this? Your hands are so big, so warm, and so powerful. You make me feel so safe. As long as you don't mess around, just hold it if you want. Guran nodded helplessly. At this angle, Suzuki Horami shouldn't be able to see it, right? It doesn't matter if she sees it. I'm just helping out. I'm open-minded, and I don't have any improper thoughts. Besides, there's nothing wrong with holding hands, right? Evelyn said happily, thank you, Gu. I knew you were the best. Actually, I'm not timid. It's mainly because I had a trauma before. It was my 15th birthday, and I took my dad's helicopter to a party. As a result, the helicopter malfunctioned in the air and almost crashed. Damn, Evelyn, your family actually has a helicopter. This is so natural. I've never been on a helicopter. Guran was slightly distracted. Evelyn continued, after the plane accident, I was very sick. That incident also directly interrupted my women's football training career and left me with serious sequelae on what I was riding an aircraft. Fortunately, you're by my side today, otherwise, I really don't know how I would have survived. Guran's heart was slightly touched. This Evelyn had obviously suffered trauma from the plane crash and was obviously very scared, but in order to interview him with the team, she was willing to take the psychological risk that she could hardly bear to take a plane. This is really touching. Guran's eyes turned softer when he looked at Evelyn. It's okay. If you're nervous, just talk more. Evelyn said happily, Gu, you're so nice. I can't believe there is such a considerate and manly man in the world. By the way, what are your hobbies besides playing football? Talk to me. Do you know what my hobbies are? In addition to playing football, I also like diving. Guran. Evelyn said excitedly, it's real diving. There is a big swimming pool in my backyard. There are 3-meter and 5-meter diving platforms next to the swimming pool. Speaking of diving, I have an embarrassing thing that no one else knows. Do you want to hear it? Without waiting for Guran to speak, Evelyn said excitedly again, I was diving once, and I didn't know that the straps of my swimsuit were open. As a result, after I jumped down, the swimsuit floated up first, ha ha ha. Fortunately, there was no one else at home at the time, just me and my 2 besties. Do you think I'm embarrassed? In addition to diving, I also like horse riding. My horsemanship is great. I have several horses. My favorite is a horse called Hercules. When you have time, come to my house and I'll let you ride it. Guran couldn't help but think wrongly. With Evelyn chattering for more than an hour, the plane finally began to land. Evelyn was tense again, suffocating and holding Guran's hand tightly, her pretty face pale. Guran then held Evelyn's hand tightly to comfort her. After several violent turbulences, the plane stopped smoothly. Evelyn breathed a sigh of relief and added to Guran in a faint voice, Gu, thank you, you once again made me feel a strong sense of security. Guran said. You're welcome, you can let go now. Evelyn complained. Wait, let me hold it for a while, I'm still a little scared now. Guran's arms were numb and his face was full of helplessness. You can't deliberately shake Evelyn's hand away in front of others, right? In that case, Evelyn must be very sad. Suzuki Horami passed by the passage without looking back at Guran and Evelyn. But her elegant figure was full of resentment at the moment. Guran. Alas, what a sin. It seems that I have to explain it tonight. After most of the players got off the plane, Evelyn finally let go of Guran's hand. Evelyn was so sweet that she was about to fly. Gu, come on. After you finish the game, I will interview you again. Okay, anyway, you're the one who automatically dissipates, and I just need to send someone out. Guran secretly complained in his heart. After getting off the plane, the U18 players got on the bus sent by the Liverpool club to greet them and went straight to the Millwood training base. The weather in Liverpool today is very hot and humid, with dark clouds overhead, and it is about to rain. When the bus arrived at the Millwood training base, the sky was thundering and lightning, and a thunderstorm arrived as expected. The players of the U18 youth team hurriedly ran into the comprehensive building of the Millwood training base to take shelter from the rain. The Millwood training base is very large, but the infrastructure does not seem to be much better than the Staplewood training base. This training base is the cornerstone of the Liverpool club. Back then, it was just a regional church school. Two pastors named Melvin and Woodlock spent time here teaching Liverpool children to play football. The children here play better than children in other parts of Liverpool. Over time, this place became famous throughout Liverpool. Later in the 1950s, after a lot of renovation and upgrading, it became the training base for the first team of the Liverpool club. As for Liverpool's youth teams, U12, U16, U18, and U21, they train at the famous Kirkby Youth Training Base. Liverpool is a recognized giant, and the echelon classification of the youth army is quite comprehensive and three-dimensional. In the next 10 years, the Kirkby Youth Training Center will usher in renovation and upgrading to become the most comprehensive football training base in the world. In today's friendly match, Liverpool U18 players will also take a bus to the first team training base for the game. Led by Alan Shearer, Liverpool club still attaches great importance to this friendly match between the youth teams. Many senior executives of Liverpool club will also come to watch the game. At this time, the thunderstorm is still falling. What's strange is that the Liverpool U18 team, as the host, has not arrived yet. There is still an hour before lunchtime in the morning. Logically, at this time, both teams should have public training classes together in the same competition training ground. However, this thunderstorm did disrupt the plans of both sides. Coach Dodd took the Southampton U18 players to the indoor training ground in the comprehensive building and asked everyone to warm up. More than half an hour later, the players of the Liverpool U18 youth team finally appeared in the indoor training ground. The players of the Liverpool U18 youth team did not go off the field directly, but sat on the sidelines, talking and laughing at the Southampton players who were training seriously on the field, as if watching a circus performance, and pointing. Fuck, these guys from Southampton are taking it so seriously. It's as if they can beat us if they train hard now. Everyone says that Southampton's youth training is awesome, but I don't think so. Look, there are two black-haired and black-eyed Orientals in their team. TSK, how strange. I heard that there's a guy named Guran who's pretty cool. He led their crappy school team to win the national championship not long ago. TSK, amateur competitions, not worth paying attention to at all. We're professional. We're Liverpool. By the way, which one is Guran? It should be the guy wearing number 47 with a face full of arrogance, who makes you want to slap him twice. I guessed so. I heard that Guran was a left back and was praised by their local bumpkins as the black-haired Bale. So the other one who's very handsome, has solid dribbling skills, and is wearing number 9 is definitely not the left back Guran. The coach has made arrangements before the game. We have to focus on guarding against Guran today. Everyone, look at the arrogant face of No. 47. When we play in the afternoon, let Guran have a good taste of our power. Heh. Just because of Guran's small body, I will make him cry for his parents with a side collision. That's right. The focus today is to deal with Guran. A Chinese actually won the championship of our British national competition. We must not let him be arrogant. Deal with him. The players of Liverpool U18 youth team gathered together and smiled at Kawataichi, who was training on the field. Kawataichi felt a little scared. What's going on? Why are they all pointing fingers at me? Guran continued to practice obstacle passes without distraction. At this time, Mark Lambert, the head coach of Liverpool U18 team, walked into the indoor training ground. Mark Lambert is a member of the coaching team of Grandpa Hodgson, and Hodgson is the current head coach of Liverpool club. Under Hodgson's leadership, Liverpool's recent season is really hard to describe, and all 4 major goals are empty. Of course, this is not all Hodgson's fault. Hodgson's tactics are still very special. The key is that Hodgson's training methods and tactical requirements have caused Liverpool to be full of injuries, making it difficult to put together a truly strong main lineup. The head coach of the U18 youth team, Mark Lambert, is also Hodgson's direct descendant. His coaching style and formation arrangement are highly consistent with Hodgson. In most professional clubs, the head coach of the youth team will continue the style of the head coach of the first team, so that the youth team players can better adapt to the offensive and defensive style and rhythm of the club. Coach Dodd took the initiative to greet him. Hi, how are you? Mark. The two of them were old acquaintances and had competed with each other in the past, but now that the two teams were no longer in the same professional league, there was no direct conflict. However, although the two of them were on good terms on the surface, they were still competing against each other secretly. "Hi, Dodd, good afternoon." Coach Mark shook hands with Coach Dodd with a happy face. "Welcome to Melwood. I see that your children have already started training. Are you going to slap us, the host, in the face?" Coach Dodd laughed and said, "Haha, how could that be? Since you are late, we can only practice by ourselves first. This is the style of our Southampton club. It has been like this since Alan Shearer and I were in the U18 team." Coach Mark shrugged helplessly. "One of our players was half an hour late for the morning assembly, otherwise we would have come a long time ago. Such an important game, you actually have players who are late." Coach Dodd couldn't help laughing and said, "I'm afraid that this would have been fired long ago in our Southampton club." Coach Mark smiled dotingly and said, "No, I don't have the right to fire this player. Let me tell you, Dodd, this kid will definitely be a world superstar in the future. He is a rare genius in the world. In the future, those who play football and those who don't will know his name." Coach Dodd's eyes lit up. "Oh. Which one?" Coach Mark pointed towards the entrance of the indoor training hall. "Look, that's him." A black player who looked only 16 or 17 years old, with a childish face, dreadlocks on his head, yawning with his mouth wide open, and looked a little absent-minded, was slowly walking into the indoor court. Gran, who was training, also noticed the arrival of the black player. Gran was stunned. "Damn, it's this guy." Ha 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 ha. As soon as he saw him, Gran couldn't help wanting to laugh out loud. Then he heard Coach Mark proudly introduce to Coach Dodd. "He is our Liverpool U18 team's #9 striker, Raheem Sterling. British star. Happy boy. Sterling." Chapter 235. The legendary superstar has arrived. How to get Alan Shearer for free. The title of Great British Star was originally a commendatory term, used to refer specifically to England's most promising superstars. However, most of the highly anticipated Great British Stars did not reach the heights that everyone expected, so gradually, the title of Great British Star became a title full of mockery. For example, Kim Lingard, Happy Boy Sterling, Arsenal's Prince Wilshere, Tottenham's Kane, Everton's Rooney Rodwell, and the most popular Red Devils' son Black Bay Welbeck. These people are considered the first generation of Great British Stars. Among these Great British Stars, only Kane's performance in the future can be considered to be worthy of the expectations of the national hope star. Of course, these people can be called Great British Stars, and they are indeed genius-level existences. They are also Gran's main competitors in the future. Sterling was originally a youth player of the Queen's Park Rangers club's youth team. His amazing football talent was soon discovered by major scouts. As soon as the summer transfer window of 2010 opened, Liverpool club couldn't wait to bring the 16-year-old Sterling to the Liverpool U18 youth team at a price of £2 million. This transfer price also created a transfer record between youth teams. Sterling was also defined as a star of hope by Liverpool club, but his contract included a clause that he could only be promoted to the first team after playing in the U18 youth team for at least 2 years and completing the evaluation. Therefore, it is not surprising that Sterling appeared in the lineup at Liverpool U18 team. When thinking of the highlights of Happy Boy, Gran almost couldn't help laughing like a pig. In this game, whether or not to score a goal is put aside. The important thing is that you must not laugh. Gran tried hard to hold back the smile at the corner of his mouth and continue to train seriously. Coach Mark continued to brag to Coach Dodd. This will be Sterling's first game for our Liverpool U18 team, so many senior executives of our Liverpool club will come here to watch the game today, and their purpose is to see Sterling's style. Don't look at our Sterling's nonchalant look now, but when he is on the court, he is simply like the Son of God. He is very, very fast, his instantaneous explosive power is very, very strong, his footwork is also very skilled, he has world-class positioning, and his ball sense is absolutely gifted. I dare say that at the U18 level, absolutely no one can defend him. I believe that it won't be long before this kid's name will be compared with Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. Coach Mark is about to blow Sterling to the sky. Coach Dodd laughed. Really? Congratulations to you, Liverpool. Coach Mark asked proudly, what about you? Your Southampton U18 has always produced young demons. What good seedlings do you have this year? Coach Dodd smiled faintly. What a coincidence, isn't it? We do have a rising star this year. His name is Guran, and he just beat the weak team Buck Steel Horns to win the national championship. Coach Mark laughed. I have heard of it, but the champion of the amateur campus competition is meaningless in the eyes of professionals. Coach Dodd said proudly, this is exactly what makes Guran awesome. He is obviously a grassroots person and has never received professional youth training before, but he is not only extremely fast and explosive, but also has a strong physical confrontation. The sense of defensive position is also good. I dare say that at the U18 level, there is no player that Guran can't defend. In addition, he has a Beckham-style scimitar and a Lampard-style through ball. His long-range shot is world-class. His dribbling skills are dazzling. He can dribble from his own penalty area to the opposite penalty area and achieve B2B full coverage. Coach Mark's mouth twitched. Are you still talking about a human being? He was born in a grassroots background and had never received formal training before. He was invincible in defense at the U18 level. He could kick a Beckham-style scimitar and Lampard's magic lamp. His long-range shot was world-class, and he could dribble past people like drinking water. He had B2B full coverage. Can he still be a human being? Coach Dodd smiled proudly and said, human? Of course not. Don't look at Guran as mediocre in training, but on the court, he is simply a god. Coach Mark frowned immediately. He said Sterling was the son of God on the field, and Coach Dodd immediately said Guran was God. He said that no one could defend Sterling at the U18 level, and Coach Dodd immediately said that no one could break through Guran at the U18 level. Is the targeting so obvious? This is so awesome that your Southampton players are almost rushing out of the soldier system. What's even more awesome is that, Coach Dodd paused deliberately, and after seeing that the expression on Coach Mark's face was getting more and more unhappy, he continued to say proudly, Guran has a super football IQ that is ahead of this era. He really uses his brain to play football. This kind of praise is incredible. You know, most young talents are still in the stage of strong physical talents. Generally, only in the middle or late stages of their careers will players with football IQ appear. The so-called older and more demons actually refer to football IQ experience. At the peak at physical and technical peaks, if you want to break through, you can only compete with football IQ and brains. Old demon stars are often smarter and more cunning when handling the ball, and they are better at taking advantage of the situation, rather than just relying on physical and technical skills. Therefore, it is absolutely unbelievable to say that a young player has a basketball IQ that is beyond his time. Coach Mark smiled and said, Dodd, you are really good at bragging. A Chinese who has not received professional training can also brag so much. I don't believe it. Coach Dodd smiled and said, Hey, Mark, my old friend, you know me. I never brag. I am just stating a fact, although this fact sounds a bit exaggerated. This so-called rising star is itself an exaggeration beyond ordinary people. Your Sterling may be very powerful, but, I'm sorry, our Guran is more powerful. Coach Mark shrugged and said, Don't talk so early. When we play in the afternoon, we will know who is stronger. Okay, let's compete with a game. The two coaches smiled on the surface, but they had been fighting for 842 rounds in their hearts. Coach Dodd walked to the sidelines of his own court and stretched out his hand to call Guran over. Gu, how do you feel today? Fine, coach. Except for Evelyn nagging him all the way and forcibly grabbing his hand, everything else was fine. Coach Dodd smiled and said, That's good. Today's game depends on you. The opponent already knows that you are strong. Yes, they know you are fast, they know you sprint fiercely, they know you are invincible in defense, they know you are dribbling past many people, and they know you can also use the crescent moon scimitar and the magic lamp to guide the way. They will definitely target you especially. Guran was stunned. How did the opponent know that? Liverpool's pre-match intelligence system is too strong, right? Coach Dodd waved his hand, none of this matters. In short, you have to go all out in this game. Guran nodded and said, Don't worry, coach. Coach Dodd breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, let's continue training. At the same time, Coach Mark returned to the sidelines where his players were, gathered the players of the Liverpool U18 team around him, and began to lecture. Be serious in the game this afternoon. Try to pass the ball to Sterling. Sterling, you have to break through with all your strength, especially to break through in front of the Chinese man Guran. Let him know how powerful you are. Sterling, who was currently worth £2 million, was puzzled, but still nodded. Coach Mark told the others again, I want to emphasize again that in today's game, you must keep a close eye on Guran on the opposite side. The coach on the opposite side praised the Chinese man like a god. You must not leave that Guran of room to play. Did you understand? Yes. Coach. Coach, don't worry, we will severely abuse that guy named Guran. We have remembered his arrogant face. We will beat him to death. We want to take the glory of the British National Championship back from the Chinese guy. We want to make him cry and regret playing football. Hearing the players' high morale, Coach Mark nodded with relief. Okay. This is the momentum we want. Let's start training. Let the Southampton U18 players see what level our Premier League youth training team is at. The players of the Liverpool U18 team immediately appeared on the field with great momentum and trained with the Southampton U18 team. The training level of Liverpool U18 team is still very high, but the training level of Southampton U18 is not bad either. The players of both sides immediately entered the stage of tense competition. The players of Liverpool U18 team all stared at No. 47 of Southampton U18 with a fierce look. The emotion bubbles of both sides also dropped one after another. Gran, who was wearing the No. 9 jersey, trained calmly while concentrating his mind and picking and choosing from a large number of white training result bubbles and blue skill bubbles. Before lunch, Gran picked up 3 white training bubbles about physical fitness and sprinting, and 1 blue skill bubble of high-speed sprint dribbling +1. Gran himself has the skill at high-speed sprint dribbling. After picking it up this time, the high-speed sprint dribbling was superimposed to +4. The 3 white training result bubbles just made up 100 Rs with the remaining training results before, and automatically exchanged for 1 special talent point. Gran did not hesitate and directly allocated this talent point to the burst attribute. The burst attribute was then increased from 74 points to 75 points. Since today's opponent is Sterling, and Sterling's strongest advantage is basic speed and burst speed, Gran also targeted to strengthen his burst, so that he can better fight Sterling. Gran still has 5 pickup opportunities left today. Gran plans to leave these 5 opportunities to stars such as Sterling and Alan Shearer. After the morning training, the thunderstorm also stopped. The players of both sides rested in their respective locker rooms, and then went to the restaurant of Millwood Training Centre for dinner. After dinner, both sides rested in their respective rest areas for more than an hour. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the players of both sides came to the first team's game venue. At this time, there were already many Liverpool staff sitting on the simple stands on the sidelines. Some of them were just ordinary employees who came to cheer for the Liverpool youth team, and some were Liverpool's technicians and full-time scouts. Their task was to evaluate the performance of the Liverpool youth team and see what talents the Southampton U18 team could recruit. At this time, there was still some water in the field. 6 workers responsible for field maintenance were quickly cleaning the lawn. After the water on the lawn was cleaned, the Southampton U18 team and the Liverpool U18 team entered the field and began to warm up before the game. Although the water had been cleaned, the field was still very slippery. Today's game was destined to be a difficult game that required a high level of basic skills for the players. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a large group of people surrounded several Liverpool executives and came to the training ground and sat down in the stands. The reporter of the Liverpool team newspaper took pictures of the executives. The executives also laughed and discussed with each other, and from time to time looked at Sterling, who was training on the field, and gave instructions. They really came to see the performance of Sterling, the rising star of Liverpool. This period was also the beginning of Liverpool's revival. Liverpool's original owners, the Bloody Duo, finally sold their shares to Fenway Group. The Liverpool executives who got rid of the Bloody Duo seemed to be in high spirits and full of confidence. As soon as Fenway Group took over Liverpool, it exempted the club from debts of up to £100 million, and determined the long-term strategic plan of expanding Liverpool's home stadium, Anfield, and upgrading Millwood Training Base and Kirkby Youth Training Base. Although the new owner Henry and the most beautiful boss lady in football Linda did not come to the training ground to watch the U18 friendly match, the thoughtful executive still ordered people to prepare 3 high-definition camera positions, and after the game process was edited into a highlight to report the good news to the new boss and the new boss lady. They want to dedicate this crushing victory to their new boss and the new boss lady. After a while, the star Alan Shearer, dressed in simple sportswear, also came to the training ground. The passion on the training ground was immediately ignited. The Southampton U18 players were very excited and trained harder. Alan Shearer is the pride of Southampton. Although most of his career was spent in his hometown team Newcastle United, he was born in the Southampton youth training camp. His name and photo have always been hung on the club's wall of honor, inspiring new saints. Southampton U18 coach is also a teammate who trained with Alan Shearer in the youth training team at the same time. Coach almost always mentions Alan Shearer. The young players of Southampton U18 have long regarded Alan Shearer as an idol. It is rare for Southampton U18 players to have the opportunity to meet a legendary star at Alan Shearer's level. Now you can imagine how excited they are. Compared with the excited Southampton U18 players, Liverpool U18 players are not so excited about Alan Shearer. However, when Alan Shearer walked into the stadium, Liverpool senior executives and other staff stood up to pay tribute to Alan Shearer. Although Alan Shearer had no connection with Liverpool when he was a player, he was a retired legendary superstar and the top scorer in the Premier League, so he still received due respect in Liverpool. Liverpool's data analysis director Michael Edwards invited Alan Shearer to sit with him and watch the game. Alan Shearer smiled and declined. He came here to cheer for his parent team, Southampton U18. After shaking hands and greeting Liverpool senior executives, Alan Shearer went straight to the visiting team's bench. The Southampton U18 players were all excited and stopped training one after another, wanting to rush over to shake hands with Alan Shearer. "What are you doing?" Coach Dodd frowned and shouted, "When did I say you can stop training? Go back and continue training." "Yes, coach." The young U18 players could only return to the court in disappointment. But at this time they no longer had the mind to train, and their attention was all on Alan Shearer. Only Guran remained calm and continued to train without distraction. After yelling at the players, Coach Dodd rushed up excitedly and gave Alan Shearer a brotherly hug with great enthusiasm. Coach Dodd directly hugged Alan Shearer with his feet hanging in the air. Alan Shearer laughed with a silly smile. His silly smile was as simple as an old farmer, without any airs of a big star. You know, in the Premier League, Alan Shearer scored a total of 260 goals, the most goal scorer in the history of the Premier League. His celebration after scoring a goal was also very iconic, raising his right palm in the air and running. Yes, it was that simple. Alan Shearer has many nicknames, one of which is Chinese, which was given to him by his teammates in Newcastle United. The meaning of this nickname is that Shearer is usually very shy, and his smile has a shy taste of Oriental men. Shearer is hard-working and never single-minded. Although he is the Premier League scorer with the most goals, his assists are also ranked in the history of the Premier League. This spirit of teamwork is also in line with Westerners' impression of Chinese people. "Hi, Alan. Long time no see. Dodd, how are you recently? How are your family members?" "Haha. Good, good, good. Alan, you are still the same. Dodd, you have gained a lot of weight. Haha, you're getting older." The two old friends who used to play together in the Southampton U18 youth team were very happy to meet each other. Coach Dodd smiled and said, "Alan, thank you for helping the kids get the chance to play this game. Look, when these kids heard that they could see you today, they all practiced very hard." Shearer glanced at the training area of Southampton U18 team and nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, it's really good. But you don't have to thank me, after all, I also came from Southampton's youth training, and it's my duty to do something for the Saints." Coach Dodd smiled and said, "When you see them, do you remember when we were young? Of course, they can't compare with us." Shearer smiled innocently and took the initiative to bring up that topic. "Dodd, I heard that the club has signed a new star of hope. How about it? Is there any hope of winning Liverpool U18 today?" Coach Dodd immediately said with a beaming eyebrow, "Yes, his name is Guran. I tell you, this kid is great. Let me put it this way, with him, I don't think it's a problem for us to win." Shearer widened his eyes in shock, but his expression was still innocent. "Really? Can they beat Liverpool U18? Man, are you kidding me? I heard that Liverpool U18 just spent £2 million to buy a rising star." Coach Dodd said proudly, "It's just a rising star, we have one too. Now the time is almost up, I'll let him come over to meet you." Shearer's eyes were full of anticipation. Okay. Coach Dodd stood on the sidelines and clapped his hands. "Okay, stop pretending to train, I know you all want to see the legendary superstar. Then come on. Roar, roar." The Southampton U18 players rushed down the field frantically and surrounded Alan Shearer. "Mr. Shearer. I finally saw him alive. Mr. Shearer, I'm your #1 fan. Please sign for me, I want to tattoo your name on my thigh. Mr. Shearer, our whole family likes you. Mr. Shearer, I grew up listening to your legendary stories. Mr. Shearer." The entire Southampton U18 team was crazy. This is the superstar effect. Guran secretly admired Alan Shearer's influence in Southampton. However, Guran was not in a hurry to squeeze next to Alan Shearer. Guran certainly likes Alan Shearer very much. It is no exaggeration to say that Alan Shearer is the ceiling of all Premier League forwards and the most typical British forward. He has been a legendary existence since he was 17 years old. There are two eras of super forwards in English football. The 70s and 80s belong to the legendary striker Kevin Keegan. Kevin Keegan started from Liverpool and played for Southampton and Newcastle United. The 1990s, -2006 era belonged to Alan Shearer, who also played for Southampton and Newcastle United. In 1988, when Alan Shearer was 17 years old, he won his first professional contract with Southampton club. On April 9 of the same year, he first appeared in the top league of the English League One, and completed a hat-trick in his first professional debut. And the opponent at that time was not a weak team, but the powerful Arsenal. This record of appearing and completing a hat-trick under the age of 18 inches the top league has not been broken so far. After Shearer, England has never produced a legendary local striker who was qualified to be ranked with him. Even Rooney, the fat man, was less than half of Shearer at his peak. Shearer is common and steady, very low-key, and even a little dull in interviews. He is not good at speaking, but when he is on the court, he is absolutely a nuclear explosion. His speed was destroyed after 3 serious knee injuries in the middle and late stages: confrontation, positioning, sense of smell in front of the goal, and one shot are definitely the ceiling of an all-round striker, and his most iconic feature is his powerful long-range shot. Alan Shearer's long-range shot is not only powerful and beautiful, but also accurate, pursuing a tricky angle, just like a precision-guided cruise missile. In the 1990s, being able to have a Shearer-style long-range shot has become a standard for fans to evaluate whether their own strikers are strong enough. At the same time, Alan Shearer's free kick and penalty kick level is also top-notch, and he can often kick direct free kicks with both power and arc. He has taken 50 penalty kicks in his career, and scored 45 of them, with a hit rate of 90%. In some ways, Guran at this stage does have many similarities with Alan Shearer. For example, Guran is Chinese, and Alan Shearer is also Chinese. Guran is very low-key and very dull when he is interviewed. Alan Shearer is also dull and can hardly speak in front of the camera. Of course, Guran is Evelyn who writes automatically, which Alan Shearer can't compare with. Guran is now wearing the number 9, and Alan Shearer is the representative star of the number 9. Alan Shearer made his debut in the English League One at the age of 17, and Guran will soon make his debut in the English League One at the age of 17. The differences are also obvious. Guran is very handsome, Alan Shearer is not handsome enough. Guran is a bit ham-like feeling when he smiles, and Alan Shearer smiles silly. A little like a rust bar. All these similarities made Guran feel close to Alan Shearer. For Guran, the most important thing now is not to rush to Alan Shearer to ask for his autograph, but how to get Alan Shearer for free. Chapter 236. Sorry Alan Shearer. Happy boy Sterling's talent and strength. Just when Guran was thinking about how to get Alan Shearer for free, Kawataichi desperately squeezed in front of Alan Shearer and said excitedly, "Mr. Shearer, I have seen all your games. I admire you very much. Please pay more attention to me in the next game and see how I perform." Shearer smiled naively, "Okay. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the rising star of our Saints, Mr. Guran. Mr. Guran, I have heard of your name a long time ago. I hope you can perform well and lead the Saints U18 team to defeat Liverpool U18. Kawataichi twitched his mouth and said with an extremely bitter expression, I'm not Guran." Shearer was stunned. Aren't you? Coach Dodd smiled and said, "Alan, you made a mistake. How could he be Guran? Come on, let me introduce you to the real rising star." As he said that, Coach Dodd almost rudely blocked Kawataichi, and then pulled Shearer, who had a dull face, towards Guran. Kawataichi was about to cry. He finally squeezed to the front to get close to the legendary idol, but the idol only had Guran in his heart. Others came over on their own initiative, but Guran just waited there. Alan Shearer had a kind of "if the mountain doesn't come to me, I will go to the mountain" mentality. Coach Dodd pointed at Guran and said with a smile, "Look, Alan, this is our star of hope, Guran. He is wearing the No. 9 jersey, just like you." Shearer smiled innocently. "Sorry, I made a mistake just now." Shearer either apologized to Kawataichi or apologized to Guran for making a mistake about Guran. Seeing this scene, Kawataichi's glass heart was shattered again. Guran quickly reached out his hand to shake hands with Shearer. "Hello, Mr. Shearer. It's such an honor to meet you. You are my role model." Shearer smiled and said, "Mr. Guran, I have heard of your name for a long time. I hope you can perform well and lead the Saints U18 team to defeat the Liverpool U18 team." The words were still the same old words. It was obvious that Shearer had prepared for this meeting for a long time. "Okay." Guran nodded. Shearer smiled again. Guran also smiled. Social phobia is contagious. Two people with social phobia met and had an awkward chat. Except for the first few polite words, they couldn't say anything else. Coach Dodd next to him cleared his throat and reminded him, "This is a good opportunity to sign." "Oh." The two reacted at the same time. Guran said, "Mr. Shearer, please sign for me." Shearer also said at the same time, "Mr. Guran, please sign for me." Guran. "Mr. Shearer, please respect your identity." Sheriff smiled innocently. Sorry, I thought Dot was giving me a hint just now. Guran was suddenly at a loss for words. The honest and simple legendary superstar in front of him was really cute. Who could have imagined that he was the top scorer in the Premier League and the two-time Premier League transfer king? Sheriff has a really good personality and is not arrogant at all. How can such a good person make him emotionally unstable and drop negative emotion bubbles? You can't pull out the hair on his forehead, which is not much, right? Guran was at a loss for a moment. Shearer took the signature pen that Coach Dodd had prepared long ago and signed his name on the No. 9 jersey worn by Guran. Other U18 players also came over to ask for autographs. Shearer accepted everyone who came and signed diligently one by one. Soon, the entire Southampton U18 team got Shearer's signature, and even Kawaiichi, who on No. 47, got Shearer's signature. The morale of the Southampton U18 team was bursting. After Sheriff signed the last jersey, Coach Dodd clapped his hands. Okay, calm down. There are only 10 minutes left before our friendly match with Liverpool U18 begins. Now, you are all wearing jerseys signed by Alan Shearer. Tell me, what should you do to live up to this signature? Win the game. Beat Liverpool. The Southampton U18 players roared. Coach Dodd nodded with satisfaction. Now, I will announce the list of the starting 11. The players suddenly quieted down. The starting 11 is mainly composed of the main players of the Southampton U18 team. Guran was not in the starting lineup, but Kawaiichi's name appeared in the starting lineup. Yoshi. Kawaiichi excitedly clenched his fist and cheered. His Yoshi sound was particularly harsh and annoying. Kawaiichi even sneered at Guran with a look of triumph. Guran. Aren't you very powerful? But you are not even a starter. You're just a stinky substitute. After this, Guran was fine, but the other 10 substitutes all glared at Kawaiichi. If there were no rules against fighting, Kawaiichi would have been beaten to a pulp by them. Although Guran did not start, he did not think it was a big deal. This was just a friendly match, and there were no restrictions on substitutions, so it did not matter whether he started or not. Besides, Coach Dodd knew Guran's strength, so he would never not send him out. Guran was still very confident about this. Guran analyzed in his heart that Coach Dodd was more likely to let Guran observe the situation on the field, especially the strength of Sterling on the opposite side, so that Guran could be fully prepared mentally, and then play at the critical moment, and use sufficient physical strength to deal with Sterling. This is also a strategy. But in fact, it is not necessary at all. Guran knew Sterling's characteristics better than anyone else present, and dared to say, he knew Sterling better than Sterling himself. But since this was the coach's tactical intention, Guran naturally had nothing to say, just do what the coach asked. Then I heard Coach Dodd say, okay, everyone go and take a break. Gu, let's talk alone. Okay, coach. Coach Dodd took Guran to the bench and asked kindly, Gu, I didn't let you start, are you unhappy? Guran smiled, no. Coach Dodd said, you are U18's trump card. I want you to see the situation on the field first, observe the guy named Sterling more, and accumulate physical strength. Don't worry, as long as the opportunity comes, I will immediately put you on the field. Sure enough, Guran smiled and said, okay, coach. Seeing that Guran was not unhappy at all, Coach Dodd smiled with relief. Gu, you are really a good player. I bet that all the coaches in the world will like players like you. Okay, I'm going to be busy. You should take a break too. The game is about to start. Remember to sit next to me so that we can discuss tactics at any time. Okay. After the two finished chatting, Coach Dodd happily ran to find his good brother Alan Shearer. Guran sat on the sidelines, took off his sneakers and relaxed. Since he was not in the starting lineup, there was no need to sit on the bench wearing sneakers. Evelyn ran over happily and held the microphone to Guran's mouth. Gu. Can I interview you now? You performed really well during the warm-up just now. Although you are very low-key, I still see through your excellence. Now you're about to play against Liverpool U18 team. As Southampton's rising star, this is also your first time to represent Southampton club at an external game. So how do you feel now? Damn, Guran's head was enlarged. Evelyn, the game is about to start, and you let me wait. Guran looked at the hungry Evelyn, and suddenly an idea flashed. If he had such a headache about Evelyn's interview, wouldn't Alan Shearer have more headaches? As long as Evelyn is more powerful, Alan Shearer will definitely be able to get rid of the negative emotion bubble. Guran jumped up excitedly and grabbed Evelyn's smooth and tender little hand. Evelyn was startled, then said with surprise, Gu, you finally took the initiative to me. Is it because you want to go to my house to ride horses? Guran quickly let go of Evelyn's hand, and said seriously, Evelyn, as a reporter for the Saints, don't you want to interview the Saints legend Alan Shearer? Evelyn blinked. Well, of course I do, but I want to interview you more. You're the focus of my interview this time. If it weren't for interviewing Guran, Evelyn would not have risked taking a plane. Guran said, you go to interview Alan Shearer, from the beginning of the game to the end of the game. I promise to go to your house for dinner and horseback riding. Evelyn said in surprise, great. Wait, didn't you promise me before? Guran said, this time it's real. Evelyn said unhappily, then was it fate last time? Guran said quickly, that's not the case, but it's more serious this time. I promise you that I will definitely go to your house within a week. Evelyn smiled, okay, anyway, I'm going to interview Mr. Alan Shearer. Guran said, I have a request. You can only ask questions, you can't answer for Alan Shearer on your own initiative. Evelyn was stunned, then smiled and said, I understand, don't worry, I will only be in sync with you. It's impossible to be in sync with other interviewees. Guran nodded with satisfaction, great. Wait. Evelyn, your eyes are not right. Do you have any misunderstanding? I don't mean what you think. I don't want to possess you, I just want to get Alan Shearer for free. Oh shit, I can't explain it now. Guran bit the bullet and cleared his throat, then go ahead. Yeah. Evelyn happily ran to the bench with the radio microphone and sat down next to Alan Shearer. Alan Shearer greeted Evelyn with a silly smile at first, but when he heard that Evelyn was a reporter from the Forward Saints, Alan Shearer's face was suddenly full of social phobia. He didn't know what to do with his hands and feet. Guran breathed a sigh of relief. I'm so damn smart. This is really killing two birds with one stone. Not only did he get rid of Evelyn's endless interview harassment during the substitute process, but he also had the opportunity to make Alan Shearer drop negative emotion bubbles. Sorry, Alan Shearer, it's just because you smell so good, I have to get it for free. Evelyn. Come on. Nab him hard. Guran was about to pick up his sneakers and walk towards the bench when a familiar scent blocked his way. This was the neat middle-aged woman's fragrance of Suzuki Hanami. Hanami. Guran suddenly felt that he should explain to Hanami. Hanami, wearing big sunglasses, smiled gently at Guran. Guran, you have to work hard. So sweet. There was no resentment in his sweet tone. Hanami's mind is still very big. My young hands can testify to this. Guran breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you would misunderstand my relationship with Evelyn. Hanami smiled faintly and said nothing. She just bugged Guran and walked away. Damn, is she angry? No way. Forget it, never mind, let's be honest tonight. Guran cleared the messy thoughts in his mind, walked to the bench, and sat silently next to Coach Dodd. Guran could hear Evelyn's endless questions through Coach Dodd and Alan Shearer. A few minutes later, the players from both sides began to enter the field. Because it was a friendly match not open to the public, the entry of both sides was not as cumbersome as in a formal match. After the captains of both sides chose their sides, the players of both sides took their positions. Southampton U18 team got the first kickoff right and attacked from the north half to the south half, while Liverpool U18 team attacked from the south half to the north half. Most football fields in the world are oriented north-south, which is to minimize the impact of sunlight on the players on the field. Beep, with the whistle of the temporary referee, the game officially began. Southampton U18 team started to attack fiercely as soon as they came up, and the two wingers pressed very close. Liverpool U18 team steadily contracted the defense. The physical confrontation between the two sides was very fierce, and the scene was very hot at the beginning. From the opening situation, Southampton U18 team had a sense of turning the tables and suppressing Liverpool U18 team. In addition to the fact that Southampton U18 has good basic skills, they are also positively affected by Alan Shearer's signature buff. In the first 5 minutes of the game, Liverpool U18 played very passively and was pressed to defend near their own penalty area. Guran watched the game on the field seriously, but his brows could not help but frown slightly. It seemed that the Southampton U18 team was in high spirits, but after several consecutive waves of attacks, they could not penetrate the defense of Liverpool U18. Liverpool U18 is very stable, while Southampton U18 has no knife. From the formation point of view, Southampton U18 is in a classic 442 formation. This formation is also arranged according to the coaching style of the head coach of Southampton's first team. In the first 2 seasons, Southampton's first team was coached by Coach Alan Pardew, who prefers 442 and likes to threaten opponents through midfield organization and rapid transition. In this formation, the fullbacks play a very important role. They are responsible for supporting the offense and providing width, while the midfielders need to pass the ball quickly, support the forwards' defense, and provide solid support in defense. How to say it? There is no problem with such a formation and tactical combination. 442 is a classic formation that can be used with almost any tactics. However, 442 with offensive tactics is obviously not as sharp as other offensive formations, especially when the opponent's defense is strong. 442 is difficult to form opportunities through two-wing attack. The opposing Liverpool U18 team also arranged a 442 formation. Liverpool U18 head coach Mark, as the direct descendant of the first team head coach Heartthrob Hodgson, must have continued Hodgson's tactical system. Hodgson, a famous English coach who came from the Crystal Palace youth training system, has always preferred the 442 formation, especially when coaching a small club. Heartthrob's 442 is also unique. But when coaching Liverpool, it is difficult for Hodgson to use 442. Liverpool's offensive end is full of talents, which can be described as super luxurious. Gerrard, Kite, Torres, Lucas, Maxi Rodriguez, Benedion, any one of them, is an absolute core in a small team. Liverpool during this period had too many cores. Hodgson, who was used to coaching small teams, was confused after he came. In order to arrange Liverpool's overly large attacking lineup, Hodgson abandoned his favorite 442 and used the transplanted 4231. It would be fine if Hodgson used the typical 4231 offensive tactics, but the key is that Hodgson has his own ideas. He abandoned the advantages and highlights of 4231, only used stars to pile up the front court, used luxurious three forwards to advance the defense line, and required the players originally used for attack in the front court to defend on the spot. In short, the advantage at 4231 is offense, especially with Liverpool's super luxurious attacking lineup, which should have played the most Liverpool-style offensive style, but Hodgson used 4231 to play defensive tactics. This misalignment in formation and tactics prevented Liverpool's super luxurious attacking lineup from fully exerting itself. Therefore, during the period when Hodgson coached Liverpool, the team's performance was quite horrible. In the just concluded 09-10 season, they could not even make it into the top 6 of the league, Big Six. However, in the Liverpool U18 team, Hodgson's favorite defensive counterattack 442 formation and tactics were still implemented. So it can be said that the Liverpool U18 team not only played without misalignment and awkwardness, but this is the original Hodgson style, that is, the classical English football tactical style. The tactical thinking of the Southampton U18 team is to make full use of the two flanks, play aggressive two-wing flank together, and focus on offense. The Liverpool U18 team in front of us tends to organize tight defense and counterattacks, especially emphasizing the defensive midfielders. When defending, they usually form a tight three-dimensional defense line, giving the opponent little space and opportunities. The performance of the Liverpool U18 team in the first 5 minutes is indeed better than that of the Southampton U18 team. They have a stronger sense of unity than the Southampton U18 team, pay more attention to the team's overall defense, and emphasize the cooperation and position coverage between players. Their midfielders are also more inclined to defense to ensure the stability of the overall formation. In terms of offense, the tactics of this Liverpool U18 team must also follow Hodgson's style, and will use the gaps to make quick counterattacks. After the team's defense is over, they will inevitably launch a counterattack quickly, using the speed and defensive ability of the forwards to tear the opponent's defense. Therefore, this is definitely not a good phenomenon for the Southampton U18 team, which currently has an advantage and is relatively forward. The Southampton U18 team must tear apart the Liverpool U18 defense as soon as possible and find a breakthrough, otherwise Gourin quietly looked at Coach Dodd and Alan Shearer next to him. Coach Dodd does not seem to realize the existence of the problem. The coach of the youth training team focuses more on training and is indeed weak in tactical analysis and response. After retiring, Alan Shearer also served as a coach for Newcastle United, but it is obvious that he is not sensitive enough to the tactical game on the field. What's more, Evelyn kept nagging in his ear. Evelyn was like 500 ducks. Alan Shearer was almost dying. Gourin smiled in his heart. In the 8th minute of the game, Southampton U18's offensive was still blocked, and all the troops were pressed to the 30-meter area on the opposite side, but they could not break through Liverpool U18's dense and solid defense. At this time, No. 47 Kawaiichi suddenly accelerated, got rid of the defense of the opponent's fullback, and ran to the empty area outside the top of the penalty area to respond. This run is still a bit good. As a striker who won the Japanese national championship, Kawaiichi still has strength. But looking at the positions of the two Liverpool U18 defenders, this is a damn offensive trap. Unless Kawaiichi immediately passes the ball after picking it up, as long as he sticks to the ball a little, it will be bad. This kind of game of football intelligence, the silly Sunichi must not be able to see through. Grant frowned even more. Seeing Kawaiichi running to the empty space, the No. 10 core midfielder of the Southampton U18 team hesitated for a moment, and then passed the ball to Kawaiichi. Although No. 10 doesn't like Kawaiichi as a professional player, when Kawaiichi actively runs and has a good empty space, he still has to pass the ball. While passing the ball, the No. 10 midfielder ran diagonally to the left, on the one hand to distract Kawaiichi, and on the other hand to let Kawaiichi pass the ball quickly. After getting the ball, Kawaiichi had a great opportunity. In this position, Kawaiichi can either dribble the ball straight in, or choose to pass the ball to his teammates if he can't, or he can directly shoot from a distance on the spot. No matter which choice you make, you have to be fast. The situation on the field changes rapidly, and everyone is in a dynamic state. Anything slower will miss the opportunity. Kawaiichi chose to shoot directly. Kawaiichi held and posed an exaggerated posture of a tiger-like shot. Liverpool U18's defense line shrank and double-teamed very quickly. This area was originally a trap. The two Liverpool U18 midfielders nearby, No. 8 and No. 12, didn't wait for Kawaiichi to kick and directly came up to close the door. No. 47 is doing you, Gran. Liverpool U18's No. 8 and No. 12 seemed to be particularly hard-working and excited in defending Kawaiichi. After all, the Chinese Guran robbed them of the British National Championship and the Golden Boot Award for the best scorer. Liverpool U18's No. 8 player directly blocked Kawaiichi with his strong body, and also pulled Kawaiichi's arm. While blocking Kawaiichi's long shot, he also prevented Kawaiichi from turning and breaking through. This level of defense is definitely professional. Another No. 12 player was not polite, and directly and fiercely slid towards Kawaiichi on the ground. The grass was slippery, and the sliding tackle was very powerful and fast. Kawaiichi didn't expect that he would be taken care of so much as soon as he got the ball. Facing the sliding tackle, Kawaiichi was still reluctant to pass the ball, but wanted to rely on his own ability to turn around and protect the ball. However, his movements were too slow. Before he could have turned around, the No. 12 player on the opposite side cleanly shoveled the ball to the vicinity of the center circle. Sterling, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly broke out and chased quickly. Sterling puffed out his chest, stuck out his little buttocks, and stepped on the grass with his legs to create splashes of water. The Liverpool executives and staff on the stands cheered excitedly. Especially the technical analysis director Michael Edwards stood up and applauded and whistled happily. Coach Dodd on the visiting team's bench jumped up from his seat eagerly. He was going to scold Kawaiichi, but at this time, Sterling had already dribbled the ball through the midfield, and the two central defenders of the Southampton U18 team couldn't catch up with him even if they tried their best. Coach Dodd shouted loudly, "Return to defense! Return to defense! Return to defense quickly!" Sterling's speed was as fast as lightning. The entire Southampton U18 team was retreating at full speed, their lungs were about to explode, but they couldn't catch up at all. This is an obvious gap in physical talent. Sterling is indeed a young genius that Britain has high hopes for. Guran couldn't help but secretly take a breath. According to the system's rating standards, the 16-year-old Sterling's first attribute must be 78 points if not 80 points. He is really a natural talent. After 2 more years of Liverpool's youth training, Sterling's burst attribute and speed attribute should be around 90 points. Great, having such an opponent will give me more motivation. Guran looked at Sterling running wildly on the field, and the passion in his body could not help boiling. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelas. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 Guran appears. The battle between Southampton's rising star and Liverpool's rising star officially begins. Almost in a flash, Sterling rushed into Southampton's penalty area with the ball. The Southampton U18 defender chasing him was at least 2 meters away from him. The Southampton U18 goalkeeper rushed out to intercept one-on-one. Sterling did not stop at all, and directly pulled his steps, easily pushing the ball into the near corner of the goal with the inside of his foot. The goalkeeper quickly lay down to save it. But it was too late. The football passed through the goalkeeper's armpit and ruthlessly shot into the net. In the 10th minute of the first half, Liverpool U18 team made a beautiful defensive counter-attack, and Sterling scored the leading goal alone. This wave of defense was too fast and too sharp. Southampton U18 team didn't react at all. Sterling easily tore apart the Southampton U18 team's defense with his talent-level burst speed. Sterling not only dribbled fast enough, but also had excellent footwork in front of the goal. And he is only 16 years old now, a real genius. Guran couldn't help but secretly admire him in his heart. After scoring the goal, Sterling happily showed his big white teeth, stood there with his hands pointing to the sky, waiting for his teammates who caught up with him to hug and celebrate. Haha. Well done, Sterling. That no. 47 Guran is very ordinary. When I confronted him physically, he couldn't stand it at all. That's it, Southampton club actually still regards Guran as a rising star. Haha, anyone here can be a rising star if they go to Southampton, right? Keep staring at no. 47 Guran and beat him to death. Okay. The morale of the entire Liverpool U18 team was high. Even Mark, the head coach of the Liverpool U18 team, was happy with his hands in his pockets, swaying back and forth in front of Coach Dodd. Coach Dodd frowned and deliberately ignored Coach Mark. The Southampton U18 players on the field and on the bench were all depressed. Many players shook their heads in sudden disbelief. Originally, Southampton U18 was attacking well, but because of the bastard Kawaiichi who stuck to the ball in a dangerous position, Southampton U18 almost hated Kawaiichi. Kawaiichi lowered his head and walked towards his position. He felt as if the entire Liverpool U18 team was targeting him. Why? Why is this happening? What did I do wrong? Kawaiichi was puzzled. Lights. This loss of the ball caused the morale of Southampton U18 team to plummet, and negative emotion bubbles fell one after another. Not only did the players on the field drop bubbles, but even the players sitting on the bench were dropping negative emotion bubbles. Guran remained calm and quickly scanned the bubbles within 20 meters around him. Unfortunately, none of them with any good skills. Just when Guran felt a little disappointed, he heard Evelyn, who was sitting next to Alan Shearer, asking in rapid succession, "Mr. Shearer, what do you think of this goal? How do you evaluate Sterling's speed? How do you think Sterling's speed compares to our Guran? How do you evaluate Kawaiichi's mistake of losing the ball near the top of the arc? Do you think it's time for our Guran to compete with Sterling? You and Guran both wear no. 9, so who do you think is more handsome, Guran or you?" Alan Shearer. "Mr. Shearer, why don't you speak? Did I speak too fast just now? Do you want me to ask these questions again?" Light Alan Shearer's heart was directly broken by Evelyn's questions, and a blue skill bubble appeared in front of him. Damn. Awesome, Evelyn. I'll give you a chicken leg. Guran was secretly delighted, and then he concentrated his mind to check Alan Shearer's bubble. Super shooter. Review style celebration action +1. Guran. What the hell is this? The top scorer of the Premier League with 260 goals, this is what the negative emotion bubble drops. The review celebration action is to raise one hand, right? This is fucking ridiculous. Anyone with hands can do it, and it's actually a star skill. Guran was almost laughing. Just when he was about to ignore it, a system prompt suddenly came to his mind. Using this action to celebrate can ignite the passion of the fans, thereby gaining higher popularity and favorability, and can slightly increase the hit rate and excitement of the next pass or shot, up to 3 times in a single game, and can be superimposed with other celebration actions. What the hell? This is actually a buff celebration action. As long as you use this simple celebration action that only requires hands to celebrate after scoring a goal, you can increase the hit rate and excitement of the next pass or shot. This is awesome. Isn't Alan Shearer's greatest feature a high hit rate? Guran immediately focused his mind and collected this skill remotely. Super shooter. Review celebration action +1. Guran secretly took a deep breath. It seemed that he had no special feelings. Evelyn, you have to keep going. Guran cast an encouraging look at Evelyn. Evelyn was instantly full of motivation, as if she had turned into 1,000 ducks. "Mr. Shearer, what's wrong with you? Why don't you speak? Mr. Shearer, please speak quickly." Mr. Shearer. Alan Shearer was almost driven crazy by Evelyn. He just wanted to watch a game quietly, but he didn't expect to suffer this misfortune. Fortunately, the game on the field started again. The Southampton U18 team, which lost 1 goal, continued to strengthen a midfield organization in a 2-wing attack under the unsuave command of Coach Dodd. The basic style of the Southampton club is to attack, whether it is leading or lagging, which is also that traditional style of the Southampton club. The players on the field played very hard. The Liverpool U18 team continued to play steadily, focusing on defense, and then controlling the rhythm of the game. The strengths and weaknesses of the two teams are actually very obvious. Southampton U18's no. 10 midfielder, as a front court organizer and attacker, had several outstanding performances, but Liverpool U18's defense was too strong. Southampton U18's many beautiful midfield and sideline cooperation could not break through Liverpool U18's solid defense. Once Liverpool U18 seized the opportunity, it was a deadly counterattack. Southampton U18's mentality gradually became impatient, and the number of errors in passing and cooperation began to increase. Coach Dodd was so anxious that he jumped and roared in the technical area on the sidelines. Coach Mark on the other side easily put his hands in his pockets and kept swaying in front of Coach Dodd. Liverpool U18 players pressed No. 47 Kawaiichi closely, and took turns to greet him with very small and big moves. Kawaiichi's confrontation was originally poor. After being targeted by all Liverpool U18 players, let alone getting the ball, he didn't even have a chance to run. He was completely pressed and abused. Kawaiichi's confidence was destroyed. Suzuki Horimi, who was watching the game on the sidelines, couldn't help but sigh secretly. Guranjan is so right. Ichi is really not suitable for playing professional football. He can't even withstand the most basic British physical confrontation. Guranjan held hands with the young female reporter and exchanged glances. Humph. The game was in the 21st minute. Southampton U18 team made two beautiful 2-on-1 cooperations in the middle area of the front court, and No. 10 hit the ball to the left side of the rib area. This wave of penetration was also the most eye-catching offensive cooperation of Southampton U18 team so far in the first half. Liverpool U18 team reacted quickly, and the four midfield players instantly formed a joint defense in the left side of the rib area. Southampton U18 team's No. 3 left back touched the ball and directly lobbed a half-high ball into the Liverpool U18 penalty area. The quality of the cross was average, but fortunately, the No. 11 striker and the No. 10 core midfielder of Southampton U18 simultaneously made a cross in front of the goal, but the tall central defender of Liverpool U18 got in position first and jumped up and headed the cross out. The No. 12 midfielder of Liverpool U18 raised his toes to stop at the first landing point of the ball, and then directly passed it to Sterling with a low pass. Sterling burst out again after getting the ball. Here it comes again. This time, the Southampton U18 team was prepared. Two defenders immediately rushed to Sterling's path to intercept, and other players quickly returned to defense. However, Sterling's speed was too fast. The two Southampton U18 players who came forward to defend and intercept were obviously started at the same time, but they couldn't even touch Sterling's shadow. Sterling ate two people alive at a fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into the penalty area of the Southampton U18 team with the ball. Another direct attack. The Southampton U18 goalkeeper rushed out to intercept one-on-one with obvious fear on his face. Sterling slowed down slightly and kicked hard. The football whizzed past the goalkeeper's 5 fingers and shot into the far corner of the goal. The ball went in again. In the 23rd minute of the first half, Liverpool U18 team 2-0 Southampton U18 team. The Liverpool executives and staff on the stands all cheered for Sterling happily. After scoring, Sterling happily pointed his hands to the sky, and Liverpool U18 teammates ran up to hug him and celebrate. Liverpool U18's way of scoring is very simple, that is, passing the ball to Sterling, relying on Sterling's spring speed and finishing. But this simple offensive method makes Southampton U18 team unable to deal with it. Yes, from a tactical point of view, just defend Sterling. But the problem is that it is really impossible to defend. Sterling is really too strong. Although he is only 16 years old, his speed and shooting are really overwhelming at the U18 level. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the son of God. No Southampton U18 player on the field can limit him. If they continue to play like this, the Southampton U18 team will collapse. Seeing Sterling happy on the field, Guran, who was sitting on the bench, couldn't help but take a deep breath secretly at this moment, trying to suppress the boiling blood in his body. The stronger the opponent, the more excited Guran was inexplicably. Guran wished he could go on the field and fight Sterling 1v1 right now. The strong are like this. The strong never ask how strong my opponent is, the strong only ask, when can I go up and beat him? Lights, 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 lights. Sterling's happy and arrogant expression made all kinds of bubbles fall wildly on and off the field. Guran took another rough look, but there was still nothing good. He could only hope for Evelyn. Lights. Before Evelyn asked Alan Shearer what he thought of the second goal, Alan Shearer directly exploded a blue skill bubble. Evelyn has become the shadow of Alan Shearer. However, Evelyn did not let Alan Shearer go. After all, Evelyn could not see the negative emotion bubbles. Evelyn asked Alan Shearer very quickly, "Mr. Shearer, what do you think of our second goal? How are you feeling now?" Do you think it is time to send our star of hope Guran? Mr. Shearer. Alan Shearer's face was pale and his lips trembled nervously. This made him more nervous than his participation in the World Cup as the captain of the England national team. TSK, poor Premier League striker Guran no longer paid attention to Alan Shearer, but instead focused his mind to check the bubbles. Heavy artillery long-range shot. Cruise missile +1. Damn. Another heavy artillery long-range shot skill. Awesome. Evelyn. This is not enough to reward her with a chicken leg. I must thank Evelyn in the future. Guran happily collected the skill of cruise missile through the air. This skill, like Lampard's piercing clouds arrow and Pratt's stone-breaking sky, is a star-level heavy artillery long-range shooting skill, but it is different. Lampard's piercing clouds arrow has a clear elevation angle, and is specifically aimed at the goal beam area. For defenders and goalkeepers who are not good at defending high balls, this long-range shot is their purgatory nightmare. Pratt's stone-breaking sky has the violent aesthetic style of the God of War Batistuta, which emphasizes speed and force, and is often used for a sudden kick at the moment when a long-range shooting opportunity is fleeting. It can be regarded as a low-profile version of Batistuta's heavy artillery. And Shearer's heavy artillery long-range shot also has the aesthetic power of heavy artillery level, and also has the precise aiming and guidance ability of a cruise missile, and the main focus is on the hit rate. These three different long-range shooting skills can be superimposed on each other. In other words, Guran can kick a heavy artillery long-range shot with both elevation, surprise, violent aesthetics and hit rate. Of course, the 3-in-1 heavy artillery long-range shot will theoretically consume 3 times the intention and physical energy. However, this is not a big deal for Guran now. This cruise missile is also that core skill of Alan Shearer. Now, there are 3 chances left to pick up. Guran fixed his eyes on Sterling on the field. The game continued. Southampton U18, who lost 2 goals, was already in a situation of offensive collapse and even more defensive collapse. Liverpool U18 took the opportunity to expand the defensive range, and Sterling frequently penetrated the left rib area of Southampton U18. Every time Sterling ran, he could greatly stimulate the backline of Southampton U18. Coach Dodd tried to save the backline through on a SPOV command, but the effect was minimal. For Southampton U18 defensive players were unable to defend Sterling. Sterling's activeness in the midfield and front court also greatly reduced the pressure on Liverpool U18's midfield and backcourt. Liverpool U18 played more relaxed, and various wonderful and fatal cooperations were staged continuously. The left side of Southampton U18 was completely destroyed, and there were dangers in front of the goal. This really can't go on. Coach Dodd walked back to the visiting team's bench from the technical area and said in a deep voice, "Have you seen Sterling's strength? That kid is really fast." Mark said he is the son of God. It seems that he is really not bragging. Guran nodded slightly, yes. To be honest, although Sterling will have many happy highlights in the future, no one can underestimate Sterling's speed, positioning, ball control and other talents. Coach Dodd pursed his lips. Are you sure you can limit him? Yes. Guran said without hesitation. At this time, any hesitation is a sign of lack of confidence. Although in terms of attribute values, Sterling's basic speed and sprint speed are definitely higher than Guran, but not much higher. Moreover, Guran's physical fitness, strength, and power are definitely not weaker than Sterling's. More importantly, Guran also has a higher football IQ than Sterling. So, just do it. Seeing Guran so confident, Coach Dodd said happily, "Great. Gu, I wanted you to save some energy and go up to fight Sterling in the second half, but we lost 2 goals in 25 minutes in the first half. If we can't limit Sterling, we will be finished." Let alone the face of our saints, Alan's face is also embarrassed. Do you see how uncomfortable Alan is now? He is about to cry. We can't let him be so uncomfortable anymore. Wait, he is about to cry because he has given up. Guran subconsciously cleared his throat. Then he heard Coach Dodd continue to say passionately, "So, we need you, Gu. We need you to suppress Sterling's performance. We need you to activate the offensive on the left and open up the offensive situation. We need you to hit the arrogance of those Liverpool kids hard. Our whole team needs your rescue. Gu, tell me, can you do it?" Coach Dodd looked at Guran's black eyes with extremely expectant eyes. Guran's boiling blood instantly rose to his head. "Coach, leave it to me. Isn't it just the happy boy Sterling? I will turn him into an unhappy little idiot in no time." "Okay." Coach Dodd patted Guran's shoulder vigorously. "Take off your pants." Guran stood up in a flash, took off his trousers, revealing the No. 9 players' shorts, and began to warm up on the sidelines. Coach Dodd also called 2 players on the bench to warm up with Guran. "Hey, Dodd. Coach Mark, standing in the technical area of the home team, put his hands in his pockets and grinned triumphantly. Did you see the performance of my Sterling? Do you admit that he is the son of God? Ha ha ha. I was not bragging to you before. You have lost 2 goals now. Do you want me to replace Sterling? Just say it if you want it. How do I know you want it if you don't say it? Coach Dodd frowned and said, thank you, Mark. But no need. Coach Mark laughed and said, hey, don't hold on, don't you sense of any face. Look, Alan Shearer is about to cry. It's just a friendly match. Don't hurt the harmony between our 2 clubs. What if we beat you 7? Oh, it will be so ugly. Besides, hasn't the guard Guran you mentioned been restricted by us? I think his mentality is broken. What else do you expect? Coach Dodd was stunned. Guran was restricted by you. Haha, you were wrong. Guran hasn't appeared on the court yet. Coach Mark was also stunned. Isn't the no? 47 on the field Guran. Coach Dodd curled his lips in disdain. That's trash. No matter how you look at it, he can't be our rising star. Our rising star is warming up. Coach Dodd proudly pointed to Guran, who was wearing no. 9 and warming up seriously on the sidelines. Coach Mark was surprised, and then laughed. What? I thought it was okay. That's nothing. You have lost 2 goals now. The field has collapsed, and it's useless to replace anyone. Don't struggle. Coach Dodd said proudly, just wait and see. At this time, the Southampton U18 team touched the ball out of bounds while defending, and the field was dead. Coach Dodd immediately asked the 4th official to make a substitution. Guran had just taken off his pants not long ago, so the warm-up was not very thorough, but it was enough. Kawataichi and 2 wingers were replaced, and Guran, the little fat striker and a left midfielder were replaced. The entire left side was equivalent to a major blood transfusion. Kawataichi walked off the court unwillingly, and didn't even high-five Guran. When Kawataichi came off the court, he muttered, "You replaced me after only half an hour. I could have played longer." Guran said coldly, "I've already given you a chance, but it's you who can't do it. Even if I give you a chance, you're useless." "What did you say?" Kawataichi stared at Guran with bloodshot eyes. Guran said coldly, "Are you still embarrassed enough? Get off the field and let Dad do it." "You." Kawataichi blamed all the anger he had received on Guran. "Okay, I'll settle with you after the game." Kawataichi walked off the field without high-fiving Coach Dodd, and sat down on the bench angrily. Guran ran into the field. Seeing no. 47 being substituted off the field, the Liverpool U18 players proudly high-fived each other to celebrate. Haha, that no. 47 Guran was substituted after playing for less than 30 minutes. I think that kid's face is about to be twisted with anger. What's the point of bragging about the national championship golden boots? It's so weak. Why did they replace him with another black-haired Asian? And he's a no. 9. It doesn't matter. The rising star Guran was eliminated by us. It doesn't matter who comes up. Let's keep going. Try to dunk on all 3 of them in the first half. Let's play the old way. Pass the ball to Sterling and give Sterling a hand. Sterling smiled happily and said, "Okay, okay." On the other side, as soon as Guran came on the court, the low morale of the Southampton U18 team was visibly boosted. The players of the Southampton U18 team were all abused by Guran and training and knew Guran's strength. What's more, the big scumbag Kawataichi finally got out. From now on, the real showdown between the rising stars will be the real beginning. Chapter 238 Double Star Collision. Sterling. What happened? I was blocked by the opponent's no. 9 striker. After Guran came on the field, the players around him immediately surrounded him and took the initiative to high-five him. Guran was not polite and directly said to the left forward who had just come on the field, "Pay attention to switching positions with me." "Okay." The left forward nodded. Although Guran did not have a deep relationship with these U18 players and was very low-key during training, when Guran was on the field, he had a leader-level temperament. His aura was so strong that it could not be doubted. Moreover, the Southampton U18 team did play too badly in the first 30 minutes, and the morale of the team was even more scattered. They desperately needed a strong leader to control the field. Of course, the most important point is that Guran not only has a leader-level temperament and aura, but also has enough strength to convince these U18 boys. Therefore, these U18 boys on the field are very willing to listen to Guran at this time. Guran said to his own central defender, "Pay attention to my back, and you must help me fill in the position in time when I need to fill in the position." "Okay." The central defender felt that the responsibility was heavy and nodded quickly. The young striker wearing the no. 19 jersey came up to him and said, "Gu, what do you need me to do?" Grant said, "Just rush to the goal." "Okay." The young striker's eyes were full of light as if he was about to score. Grant trotted over to defend and took a look at Sterling, who was still immersed in happiness. Sterling didn't take Grant seriously at all. Grant. Hell, in the technical area on the sidelines, Coach Dodd took a deep breath secretly. As the head coach, he could clearly feel the changes that Grant brought to the team as soon as he came on the court. Alan Shearer, who was watching the game on the bench, was also full of expectations. Finally, we can see the strength of Southampton's legendary rising star. Southampton's rising star versus Liverpool's rising star. Eglin, who was sitting next to him, was even more excited than him. "Ah. Grant is so handsome. Really so handsome. I love his calm and resolute expression in adversity. It's so cool. So cool." Evelyn's attention finally shifted to Grant. "I really want to rush up and interview him now. I really want to invite him to my house for a horse ride." Alan Shearer secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Grant. You are my savior. You saved me." Beep. The referee blew the whistle, signaling the game to continue. Liverpool U18 has the ball. The serve position of this ball is near the 30-meter danger zone on the left side. Southampton U18 launched a full-scale man-to-man defense against Liverpool U18. Liverpool U18 quickly served the ball, and the right back straightened his waist and abdomen and threw the ball directly to Sterling, who ran up to respond. Sterling's empty running position is absolutely top-notch at the U18 level, and even in the Premier League, it can reach a first-class level. This is a living genius. You can't help but admit it. Sterling ran out of the empty space and jumped up to meet the football with his chest raised, and perfectly unloaded the ball to his feet. His basic skills are also solid, and this stop is also very professional. The Liverpool executives in the stands are fascinated by it, and some are even ready to celebrate Sterling's hat-trick. Sterling raised the corners of his mouth happily, and suddenly stopped and turned to break through and accelerate. "I'm going to wear a hat." "Huh. Why is there a wall?" "When?" Sterling's body hit a solid wall of flesh heavily, and it was immediately bounced back 3 steps. Sterling was shocked, and quickly stabilized his body, controlled the football under his feet, and looked closely. I saw that the black-haired No. 9 Grant stood in front of him with an indifferent face. Half a second ago, this was still an empty position, and no one around had caught up, but the moment Sterling got the ball, Grant blocked Sterling's turn and break through the ghostly body. Grant's blocking speed was too fast, his physical confrontation was too strong, and his prediction was too good. With just this one move, Sterling and the entire Liverpool U18 team's fast break were restricted. Sterling was a little confused. No. 9. I was actually blocked by the opposing striker. Awesome. Coach Dodd, who was standing in the technical area, couldn't help but clench his fists and shouted loudly in his heart. Such a defensive blocking scene had never happened in the first half. Sure enough, replacing Grant really had an immediate effect. Ha ha ha. As a coach, I am really awesome. The Liverpool executives in the stands were also slightly stunned, but they didn't care too much. In their eyes, this was just a trivial confrontation. What's more, the ball is still at Sterling's feet. Only Michael Edwards, Liverpool's head of data analysis, frowned and stared at No. 9 of the Southampton U18 team with a torchlight gaze. The confrontation on the field changed rapidly. Sterling, who was blocked by Grant, did not give up. Instead, he made a fake move to the left and then suddenly accelerated to the right. This fake move was extremely realistic. Sterling has excellent physical talent. His technical movements are connected very quickly. His body and knees have completely shifted to the left, but he can quickly pull back to the right in an instant. Ordinary players really can't do such realistic and beautiful moves. When facing this realistic fake move, ordinary U18 players will basically be hit and passed. However, Grant is not an ordinary U18 player. Grant's football IQ was 12 years ahead of this era. Grant plays football with his brain. Not to mention the ability to see through fake moves. Just from the tactical situation, Grant can determine that Sterling must go to the right. To Sterling's left is the left line of the court. There are at least 2 Southampton U18 players on the left line to prevent Liverpool U18 from playing on the side. Therefore, in this case, unless Sterling is mentally retarded, he will choose to squeeze hard along the narrow gap on the left side. Moreover, Sterling's characteristic is that he likes to dribble and cut inside. Grant doesn't need to see Sterling's realistic fake moves to know that this guy must break through to the right side. This is the embodiment of football intelligence. With high football intelligence, you don't even need to spend extra time to analyze and ponder the brain to make the most correct choice on the spot. While Sterling was making a fake move, Guran turned to the right to intersect. Sterling's sudden start speed was extremely fast. But Guran's turning and sprinting speed was not slow at all. Sterling up just started, and Guran's mountain-like body pressed towards Sterling. Sterling threw his legs at a high frequency, trying to eat Guran alive with speed like he did other defenders before. Guran continued to stick to Sterling at high speed, and the frequency of his legs was consistent with Sterling. At this moment, Guran's basic speed was 71, burst sprint 75, and high-speed sprint dribbling +4, all open. Sterling is as fast as lightning, and Guran is also as fast as lightning. In terms of speed, Guran was not inferior at all. The two are like two side-by-side lightning, flashing rapidly in the front court of Southampton U18. This scene made all the people watching the game outside the court couldn't help but get excited. Too exciting. Guran was not in a hurry to kick the ball off Sterling's feet. He knew that Sterling had been playing football in the professional youth training camp since he was a child, and his basic skills and ball control were very good. Although Guran had interception and steal +3, he did not have the foundation of professional training after all. If the interception and steal failed, Sterling could get rid of him directly. Therefore, for the sake of insurance, Guran just used his body to suppress Sterling's speed. His teammates were all professional, and they could be trusted at this time. 75 points of strength and 75 points of power also played a very critical role at this time. Sterling desperately wanted to speed up and get rid of him. He could obviously be faster. He could obviously be faster than Guran by body position. However, under the suppression of Guran's body, Sterling could not increase his speed to his own limit. Guran began to slow down actively. Sterling was suppressed by Guran and could only slow down passively. Two midfielders from Southampton U18 team came over immediately, and they formed a triangle double team with Guran. Sterling was numb all over. This was the strongest defense he had encountered since the first half. Sterling subconsciously used his elbow to push Guran. Guran just squeezed Sterling and let Sterling's elbow push. He couldn't push at all. Although Guran looked a little thin, his muscles were extremely strong and full of explosive power. Sterling was completely shocked. Who was this No. 9 striker? Why is he so good at defense? Not only Sterling on the field was shocked, but Coach Mark in the technical area on the sidelines also widened his eyes in astonishment. His trump card, his son of God, his star of hope, was actually defended to death. Is this a coincidence? Or is Southampton's star of hope Guran really strong? No. It must be a coincidence. Coach Mark shouted loudly to cheer for Sterling. Sterling, however, could not speak up at all, nor was he happy at all. Guran's pressure was too strong. Not to mention getting rid of Guran, he didn't even have a chance to pass the ball. As long as he dared to pass the ball, Guran would dare to stretch out his foot to intersect. Sterling was completely under Guran's rule. The Liverpool executives in the stands saw this scene and gasped in shock. When the No. 9 player of the Southampton U18 team blocked Sterling's quick start just now, they didn't take it seriously, but now, they really couldn't take it lightly. Who was that Saints kid wearing the No. 9 jersey? Shouldn't No. 9 be a striker? Shit. A striker is so good at defense. Is Southampton trying to cultivate a monster? Isn't this guy Guran, Southampton's rising star? Isn't the Guran No. 47? Hasn't he been substituted? It seems that this is the real Guran. I heard that Guran is very handsome. In the eyes of Southampton girls, he is a charmer. You know what, this No. 9 is much more handsome than No. 47. Cunning Southampton. They let their rising star be a substitute. Our Sterling was actually defended by him. It seems that he is the real Guran. Nothing, this wave may just be that Sterling is not ready yet, and we are still 2 goals ahead. Liverpool senior executives relaxed again and continued to talk and laugh. Michael Edwards, the head of technical analysis, took out his notebook with a serious face and wrote Guran's name on it solemnly. At this moment, the fierce confrontation on the field continued. Sterling approached the sideline of the left penalty area, but he had no momentum and could not move forward. Guran still stuck to Sterling and did not kick easily. The other 2 Southampton U18 midfielders double-teamed him in time and stretched their feet to steal the ball. Sterling wanted to protect the ball and turn around, but with Guran there, all his strength was suppressed by Guran, and he had no chance at all. One of the Southampton U18 midfielders saw the opportunity and cleanly stole the ball from Sterling's feet. Guran turned around and started in an instant, sprinting towards the empty space in the midfield. Another reason why he did not kick easily was that he was ready to turn around and sprint at any time. Sterling was stunned for a moment, and quickly started to chase back, but he was obviously 2 beats slower than Guran. The Southampton U18 midfielder who stole the ball was also very professional. Seeing Guran speed up, he immediately kicked a low ball straight into the empty area in the midfield. Southampton U18's defensive counter-attack is coming. This pass is very comfortable. Guran's starting speed just accelerated to the peak state. The surrounding Liverpool U18 defensive players quickly surrounded the area where Guran was. When Guran was about to touch the ball, Sterling chased him like a mad dog. I have to say, this guy is really talented. Without restrictions, his speed is simply too explosive. He can catch up even if he is 2 beats behind. Seeing Sterling approaching, Guran didn't even look back and directly hit him with his shoulder. Sterling was directly knocked out of the path of chasing the ball, staggered for several steps, and then barely stabilized his body and didn't fall on the slippery grass. He didn't fall, but he couldn't catch up with Guran. On the court, speed is important, but physical confrontation is more important. Speed alone, without confrontation as a foundation, is a waste. Guran's action of pushing Sterling away was full of calmness and domineering. And the prediction of high football IQ. Alan Shearer on the bench jumped up from his seat excitedly. Good. He was extremely short of adjectives. The word good was the limit of his expression of emotions. Evelyn next to him shouted passionately. Yes. Guran. Yes. Too exciting. That's it. Go. Go over him. Double star collision, you're the real star of hope. Go. On the other side, Suzuki Horimi also covered her heaving chest with both hands, muttering, Guran Jun is really great. On the green field, the Liverpool U18 team formed a trap of 4 people in front and behind in the middle area. Guran was blocked in front and chased in the back. At this time, if you lose a beat, you'll be trapped immediately. But Guran never loses the beat, and the acceleration momentum in the second half is getting faster and faster. The support of other teammates is not caught up yet, and the No. 19 striker who wants to eat the cake has also fallen behind and is desperately running to support. Guran did not stop, and continued to accelerate to the front of the Liverpool U18 team's penalty area. The 2 central defenders of Liverpool U18 double-teamed him from the left and right, trying to suppress Guran's speed with physical confrontation, and buy time for the teammates chasing behind. Guran did not entangle with them at all, and directly accelerated dribbling, passing through the 2 people at the speed of Bell's overtaking. The Liverpool executives in the stands all exclaimed. Although Guran's speed is not as fast as Sterling, it is enough to crush the back line of Liverpool U18. Moreover, Sterling's speed is like a hare, more than agile, but not strong enough. Guran's sprint dribbling, however, is like a chariot, full of violent aesthetics. To put it more bluntly, Sterling's sprint is like an extreme escape, while Guran's sprint is to kill people and Buddhas. Every spectator outside the stadium, at this moment, has a heart beating wildly because of Guran's violent aesthetic sprint. Coach Mark, who was standing in the technical area, screamed loudly, Guard him. Guard him. Guard him for me. He is Guran. All the Liverpool U18 players were stunned. Wasn't the No. 47 who was abused by them just now Guran? This is the real Guran. Fuck, you wasted your energy to abuse the garbage No. 47. It turns out that No. 9 is the real Guran. Southampton's rising star. No wonder a No. 9 was able to defend Sterling's breakthrough right from the start. This real Guran is a bit difficult to deal with. The Liverpool U18 team all tried their best to block, and almost in the blink of an eye, Guran shook off the double team and rushed to the top of the Liverpool U18 team's penalty area. This position is where Kawaiichi wanted to shoot like a tiger, but was snatched away by the Liverpool U18 team and launched a fatal counterattack. In addition to the 2 central defenders on the side, there is only the goalkeeper left. 1v3. There is a chance for a long shot. However, he had to get rid of the 2 chasing central defenders on his side first, and he had to hurry up. Otherwise, the kit would be destroyed, and the Liverpool U18 players chasing behind would be able to quickly return to defense. The level of professional youth training players is much higher than that of amateur school team players. The opportunity is fleeting. There is no room for hesitation. Guran frowned, stopped suddenly, and kicked his foot with an exaggerated movement. This movement is exactly the tiger style in the comics. Kawaiichi on the bench suddenly widened his eyes. His heart froze in his chest. Guran, this bastard, can actually do the tiger style. Coach Dodd in the technical area was sweating. This exaggerated shooting action is not practical at all in such a fast and fierce confrontation. Guran, my ancestor. What are you doing? Did you get infected by that idiot Kawaiichi? Fuck. It's all Kawaiichi's fault. Coach Dodd wanted to tear Kawaiichi to pieces. In the stands, Liverpool's top executives all grinned. I thought no. 9 Guran was a king, but he didn't expect it like no. 47. Before these Liverpool top executives could laugh out loud, the next moment, the smiles on their faces were completely frozen. In front of the penalty area arc, the 2 central defenders were very experienced. One of them blocked Guran's body and pulled Guran's jersey, while the other player, like Kawaiichi, directly fell to the ground and blocked Guran's tiger-style shot. However, at the moment when Guran's tiger-style shot was about to touch the ball, Guran suddenly withdrew his strength and shook his ankle. The football was immediately naively pushed by Guran's toes to the area behind the central defender who fell to the ground to tackle. Fake shot +2. The tiger-style shot just now was just a fake move. The whole audience was suffocated. If Kawaiichi's use of the tiger-style shot is at the sun level, then Guran's use of the tiger-style shot is at the father level. Kawaiichi stood up from the bench. Baga, Guran, I hate you. You actually used my most prod tiger shot. When your fake move was too strong, Kawaiichi's blood pressure couldn't keep up, and he almost fell over. Coach Dodd clenched his fists and cheered excitedly. I knew it. I knew it. This is a fake move. I knew it a long time ago. Ha ha ha. On the green field, the central defender who fell to the ground was shocked and turned into an emoticon. The other central defender who pulled Guran hurriedly exerted force and grabbed Guran's arm tightly to prevent Guran from getting rid of it. This is an obvious technical foul. But this is the Melwood Training Center, Liverpool's base camp, and the referee did not blow the whistle. Guran's body is very strong, and the central defender of Liverpool U18 is also very strong, and he is pulling very hard. Under the pull of the strong central defender, Guran has no physical advantage. Guran's body immediately lost balance. The Southampton U18 players on the bench exclaimed in unison. Just when everyone thought that this wave of attack was over, when Guran was pulled down and lost his balance, Guran's strength had already been concentrated on his right leg one step ahead. The moment Guran fell to the ground, he swung his right leg with force, with a non-professional, unconventional, and extremely easy to get injured shooting action, extreme long-range shot. Heavy artillery long-range shot. Piercing cloud arrow +3. Heavy artillery long shot. Earth-shattering +3. Heavy artillery long shot. Cruise missile +1. Triple long shot superposition. Just one word. The football rose from the ground, and shot suddenly and violently at the top of the goal at an elevated angle. Everyone at the scene held their breath instantly. No one expected that Guran could still shoot long shots when his body had lost balance. The goalkeeper of Liverpool U18 didn't react at all and just stood there. The football was like a precision-guided cruise missile, drawing a domineering upward angle full of violent aesthetics, and shot directly into the upper left corner of the goal. The ball went in. This was a world-wave long shot that could be described as shocking. The power of the football was so great that the entire Liverpool U18 net was stirred up, and the goal also vibrated with a buzzing sound. The goalkeeper of Liverpool U18 was dumbfounded. What kind of monster was it? He was just defending Sterling in the opposite penalty area. How come he killed me in less than half a minute? How can this be saved? Don't say I'm just a young and handsome U18 goalkeeper. Even if second Kosovas joined forces, they couldn't save it. The strong central defender who just pulled Guran to the ground was also dumbfounded. Who was this? No. 9. He can shoot in this situation. And he shot it. He has an 8-fold scope on his foot, right? Sterling was also dumbfounded, and there was no happiness on his face. The Liverpool executives in the stands all opened their eyes and mouths wide, with unbelievable faces. This kick is so beautiful and so explosive. Compared with Guran's world wave, Sterling's 2 goals are not exciting at all. Guran was entangled with 2 central defenders, and he was able to kick such a violent and aesthetic long shot when his body had lost balance. Is this the star of hope for Southampton? Although he is not as fast as Sterling, his defensive ability, rating ability, and finishing ability are really shocking. I thought Guran was a king, but I didn't expect that Guran was a god. It's so fucking fragrant. Michael Edwards, the head of data analysis at Liverpool, was stunned. After scoring the goal, Guran quickly climbed off the slippery grass, raised his right arm high, and ran towards the visiting team's bench to celebrate. Super shooter. Review style celebration +1. While running with his hands raised, Guran secretly complained in his heart. This celebration is too stupid, but in order to stack the hit rate and excitement rate buff, it's okay to be stupid. Chapter 239 Son of the Wind 1. The classic scene is here. Roll. The soccer boy who makes his opponents happy. This familiar celebration instantly made the entire Southampton U18 bench explode. Except for Kawaiichi, who was still dizzy due to low blood pressure, all the other players rushed to Guran frantically. Alan Shearer rushed to the front. Guran's celebration action of raising his hands and running wildly completely captured the essence of Alan Shearer. Alan Shearer's blood was boiling. The football passion that had been dormant in his heart for a long time was also ignited by Guran. Alan Shearer saw the high-spirited look of his youth in Guran. The same No. 9 jersey. The same calm and steady. Cold and ruthless. The same incredible long-range shot. The same such a handsome celebration action. That's right. I didn't think so before, but today when I saw Guran using this celebration action, I realized that my celebration action was so handsome. Guran. You must have practiced such a celebration action countless times. Ha 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 ha. I'm so happy. Alan Shearer excitedly patted Guran's back with his simple hands like an old farmer, and the thousands of words in his heart were combined into one sentence. Good. Very, very good. Damn, brother, please be gentle. I am so strong that I can't bear it with the Iron Man. Guran was about to be mimicked by Alan Shearer. Guran quickly hugged Alan Shearer to prevent Alan Shearer from continuing to pat him. Guran said with a sense of reality, Mr. Shearer, I want to dedicate this goal to you. I got 2 good skills from Alan Shearer for free, so I should give back. Moreover, in Western football culture, dedicating goals is also a way to express respect. Shearer said gratefully, Good. Good. Great. Goo. I like you very, very, very much. Your future is limitless. Come on. You will definitely become a being that surpasses me. This kind of praise and blessing doesn't sound special, but it has broken through Shearer's cultural level. Thank you. Guran's face was full of excitement. This is a blessing from the top scorer in the Premier League. Ah. Goo. Evelyn rushed to Guran desperately, hugged Guran's neck with both arms, and jumped up and down excitedly. Goo. Your breakthrough is so domineering. Your shot is so explosive. I can't wait to pick you. I'm going to pick you now. Did you notice the expression of the goalkeeper on the opposite side? I know you didn't notice it, you must be disdainful to pay attention. But I noticed it for you. You kicked that goalkeeper into a background board. I dare say that even if this ball is placed in the Premier League, no goalkeeper can save it. Goo, may I ask why you are so strong? That's right. Because your name is Guran. Because you are the hope star of our Southampton. You are a man who was determined to be the top scorer in the English League One. Even Mr. Shearer, the top scorer in the Premier League, loves you. Guran. Don't mention the top scorer in the English League One. Alan Shearer. What do you mean, little girl? Why is the interview with Guran completely different from the interview with me? Also, what does it mean to prostrate yourself in love? What does prostrate yourself in love mean? Is it to lie on the ground with your foot? Or on the ground with your back? Alan Shearer was puzzled. I should go. Guran hurriedly said something and quickly ran back to the court to celebrate with his teammates who caught up with him. Of course, this was mainly to get rid of Evelyn. If he didn't get rid of her, Evelyn would sick him clean with her big mouth. Goo. You are so nice. Thank you for accepting my interview. We will have another good one after the game. Evelyn shouted at Guran's sheet back. Alan Shearer was completely numb on the green field, and the Southampton U18 players surrounded Guran and celebrated wildly. Although the score is still Liverpool U18 2-1 Southampton U18, and Southampton U18 is still 1 goal behind, Guran's goal directly restored the lost confidence of Southampton U18, and the desire to win of Southampton U18 was rekindled. Less than 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes after Guran came on the court, he saved the already collapsed Southampton U18 team from the edge of the cliff. This is the star of hope. This is Mr. Key. This is God. Yes. 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 Coach Dodd of Southampton U18 excitedly punched Coach Mark, who was stunned in the technical area of Liverpool U18 next to him. Coach Dodd's negative emotions that were suppressed in the first 30 minutes were completely released at this moment. Coach Dodd yelled, Mark. See. This is our Guran. I didn't brag to you, did I? Is Guran God? Is he? Coach Mark's mouth twitched slightly. What are you happy about? I can only say that he does have that kind of thing, but we were just caught off guard by him. Besides, you are still 1 goal behind. Coach Dodd said confidently, the game isn't over yet. Coach Mark immediately said, that's right, the game isn't over yet. Our son of God, our rising star Sterling, will definitely be able to wear a hat. At this moment, Suzuki Horimi, who was standing on the sidelines watching the game, was trembling with excitement. "Oh, Guranjun. It's so strong. I'm almost going to die just watching you play football. That big female reporter is so annoying. She actually took the opportunity to help Guranjun. She really has no professional ethics at all, hun. Guranjun should concentrate on playing football. If she does that, she will definitely make Guranjun hate her. Guranjun must hate young, overly proactive little girls like her." On the green field, watching the Southampton U18 team rekindled their fighting spirit and celebrated around Guran, the Liverpool U18 players all put their hands on their hips, their faces full of depression. "Damn, but lost the ball too quickly. I didn't react at all. Southampton's rising star is really awesome. He actually shot it in when there was almost no possibility of shooting. I think he was lucky. No, this kid is not only fast, but also very strong and powerful. We have to get serious and do our best to defend him. Okay. Liverpool, come on. Lights, lights, lights." Although they shouted words of encouragement, the negative emotions in their hearts still generated blue bubbles. A blue skill bubble also fell under Sterling's feet. Guran immediately focused his mind and first checked the bubble dropped by Sterling. Speed sprint. Son of the wind +1. Damn. Star level acceleration sprint skill. Just seeing the name of this skill makes people's blood boil and adrenaline soar. With this skill, plus your own speed and burst foundation, you can compete with Sterling's speed. After this skill is acquired and upgraded to +9, it should be able to reach the level of captivate. It's awesome. Guran immediately picked up this skill in the air. Suddenly, Guran felt as if a flash of lightning flashed through his body, and his entire torso was numb. This feeling lasted for a full 3 seconds. It's awesome. It's awesome. The ultimate sense of enjoyment. It doesn't take 3 minutes or 3 hours, it only takes 3 seconds to reach the peak. Good. There are 2 more opportunities to pick up today. The remaining 2 opportunities to pick up must be used on Sterling. Try to get the star skill Son of the Wind with the front suffix to +3 for free. Come on. Keep going. Keep going. Guran directly ignored the bubbles dropped by other Liverpool U18 players and turned back to his left back position. Seeing Guran's position, the Liverpool U18 players were shocked again. They all thought Guran was a forward, but Guran's position was left back. Left back wearing no. 9. What the hell is this operation? How to defend Guran? Do they all have to run to the left rib to defend a left back? The thinking of the Liverpool U18 players was disrupted. Beep with the referee's whistle, the game started again. Liverpool U18 team kicked off. There were less than 10 minutes left in the first half. Liverpool U18 team controlled the ball in the midfield, advancing steadily in 3 lines, constantly probing for opportunities. They became more cautious than at the beginning. Under the on-the-spot command of Coach Mark, they focused on strengthening the restriction on the left side of the Southampton U18 team. In this case, the Southampton U18 team also regained its own game rhythm and began to take the initiative to take charge of the offensive. The traditional style of the Southampton club can be summarized in one word: attack to death. Therefore, Southampton club has high requirements for the assistability of the left and right fullbacks, but does not care much about their defensive ability. This style is very passionate, but when the overall level is not high and the technical and tactical skills are not enough, it is often the easiest for the opponent to seize the gap and counterattack, especially when facing a strong enemy, often putting themselves in a situation of losing the ball. However, when Guran came on the court, the overall defense of the Southampton U18 team immediately improved by several levels. Although Guran stood in the position of left back, Guran's range of activities was very large, and he often left the left rib area to assist in the defense of the middle. For the offense, Guran was not in a hurry to lead, but first stabilized the defensive situation, first built a wall for the Southampton U18 team, and patiently looked for opportunities to hit the success rate. His super high ball quotient was reflected at this moment. When Guran assisted in the defense of the middle, there would be obvious gaps behind him, but most of the time, the left forward and the central defender would assist in the defense in time. Such local joint defense cooperation also made the Liverpool U18 team's offense very uncomfortable. With Guran as the mainstay, Liverpool U18's advancement in the midfield became extremely difficult. Liverpool U18 gradually became impatient, and the field was still slippery, so Liverpool U18's error rate began to increase. The entanglement and competition between the two sides in the midfield once made the scene somewhat stalemate, but not dull. Guran's many wonderful defensive interceptions made people excited. Not only defense, but after Guran stole the ball, he also made two very imaginative long passes. These two long passes were from the 30-meter area of his own backcourt, directly behind Liverpool U18, and to the empty space in the front court 40 meters away. It's a pity that his little fanboy No. 19 forward did not seize these two feeding opportunities. The first time, No. 19 forward reacted a bit slower and was cleared by the Liverpool U18 defender who sprinted over in time to fill the position. The second time, the No. 19 striker understood Guran's intention of long pass and touched the ball before the opposing defender broke it. However, under the high-speed attack and fierce physical confrontation, his final kick was weak and was easily confiscated by the Liverpool U18 goalkeeper. Although these two long passes failed to turn into goals, Guran's large-scale mobilization has made the Liverpool U18 team somewhat difficult to resist. Guran's two long passes also made the Southampton U18 team taste the sweetness of attack. The overall rhythm of the Southampton U18 team was carried by Guran. Before the injury time of the first half, the Liverpool U18 team began to make substitutions. The Liverpool U18 team's right forward who was opposite Guran was replaced, the right back was also replaced, and the two midfielders who were not strong in defense were also replaced. Coach Mark made new arrangements specifically for Guran. After the game resumed, the Liverpool U18 team gained a 3-2 advantage in the confrontation in the middle, and Guran quickly moved to the middle to help assist in defense. Go, go, go. Coach Mark in the technical area immediately yelled at Sterling and made tactical gestures. Sterling immediately went from the right side without the ball. Liverpool's right side corresponds to Guran's left side. Southampton U18's left forward quickly retreated to defend Sterling, but Sterling's speed was too fast and he ate him alive. Liverpool U18's centre player saw the gap and kicked a low ball to the left rib of Southampton U18. Sterling's speed exploded. Guran started at the same time and chased back frantically. Guran's position was at the edge of the left rib, just in time to intercept diagonally. Whether Sterling can be intercepted in time depends on speed. According to the previous speed duel, Guran's spring speed is not as good as Sterling's. Coach Dodd and Alan Shearer outside the field were all sweating for Guran's defensive interception. Once Sterling succeeds in breaking through Guran's defense zone, it will have a serious impact on the momentum the Southampton U18 team has finally recovered. But the next second, Coach Dodd and Alan Shearer exclaimed at the same time. They found that Guran's starting speed and spring speed seemed to be faster, breaking through his own speed limit during the game. This is too awesome, right? At this moment, Guran is at full speed. Basic speed 71, burst sprint 75, high speed sprint dribbling +4, extreme acceleration, son of the wind +1. Guran is like a lightning in the wind, sprinting towards Sterling. The slippery and wet grass under Guran's feet was stepped on by Guran's violent aesthetic sprint, creating beautiful splashes of water. At this moment, time seems to be speeding up. Evelyn screamed "Ah!" Suzuki Horami also excitedly called Sri Lanka "No!" One in her heart. At this time, Sterling had just stopped the ball and was about to cut in from the left side, but before he remembered to change line, Guran flashed to the route he wanted to cut in. He was less than 3 meters away from him. WTF. Sterling was completely dumbfounded. His heart skipped a beat. This. How is this possible? When did this Saint boy become so fast? I am obviously the best in speed. Even if I was suppressed by him last time, it was because he relied on his physical strength and power to limit me. Now there is no physical contact, but he actually took the lead to block my cut-in channel. Could it be that this guy didn't use his full strength in the previous speed duel? Well, if that's the case, then I have to use my full strength too. Sterling gritted his teeth and his expression became serious. Sterling gave up the previous cut-in channel and cut in again from the sideline. Bang! Just as Guran approached rapidly, Sterling fell down. There was an exclamation in the stands. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open in astonishment. Sterling was not pushed down or knocked over, but his toes kicked the grass that was not raised when he touched the ball. He was tripped by the earth. Sterling slid forward rapidly on the slippery grass. The speed of the slide was really fast. The grass that Sterling passed by also left a shallow dent. Obviously, his prostate break was not very effective. Coach Mark, who was standing in the technical area, stared with astonishment and held his head with his hands in disbelief. The Liverpool executives in the stands were also dumbfounded. What kind of behavior is this? I told you to kick the ball, not the earth. The referee and the linesmen on the field were also very entangled. This is the Millwood training base, and it is Liverpool's home turf. It stands to reason that they must take more care of their team, right? Considering the severity of Sterling's fall just now, it would not be too much to give the opponent a foul, a yellow card, or a free kick, right? But the problem is that Guran is still 2 steps away from Sterling. Sterling fell down without any physical contact. You can't say that Guran knows mysterious Chinese Kung Fu and used internal force to knock Sterling down, right? Sterling, even if you want to dive, you jump too early. Can't you learn from Professor Yang Buga Yang Ashley Young? The referees almost laughed. The players on the Southampton bench were stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Coach Dodd laughed the happiest, ha ha ha. I say, Mark. Thank you for the happiness brought to Aspire Star of Hope. Coach Mark on the other side held his head and wanted to die. Sterling's low-level mistakes really shouldn't happen. Coach Mark never expected that Sterling would make such a mistake under Guran's strong pressure. Guran on the court couldn't help laughing. Sure enough, there is a classic scene. It's not that he was not paying attention during the game. It's just that everyone else only saw Sterling's mistake this time. Guran has seen all the happy highlights of Sterling. Especially when thinking of Sterling's other happy scenes, Guran needs to be more patient to hold back. Guran finally held back his smile and continued to speed up to catch up with a football that was about to go out of bounds. Sterling was unhappy, and he got up from the slippery grass with a red face and was about to chase Guran. As a result, because he was too anxious, Sterling fell again. Southampton U18 laughed wildly on the bench. Liverpool executives in the stands couldn't bear to watch. 3 high-definition cameras captured the whole scene and recorded it. This scene is really too happy. Sterling is indeed a football boy who makes his opponents happy. Light a full blue skill bubble is generated in front of Sterling. But at this moment, Guran has no time to take care of it, and continues to dribble the ball and advance rapidly along the left road. Now is a great opportunity to penetrate the entire right road of Liverpool U18. It must not be missed. Go back. Go back. Stop him. Coach Mark shouted while jumping up and down. Liverpool U18 players tried their best to intercept Guran on the left. Guran's speed at this time was comparable to Sterling's speed. Several Liverpool U18 players set up his own defense formation on the left, but it was useless. Guran accelerated to the limit. Son of Wind passed 3 players in a row, and with his strong body and strength, he broke through the collision of 2 players and went straight to the 30-meter area on the left. The entire Liverpool U18 team's formation was pulled to the left by Guran, while the Southampton U18 players were desperately supporting the middle and right roads. The whole scene was so exciting. This was also a sprint speed that Guran had never experienced before. With the addition of Son of Wind +1, it was like changing the engine of a chariot. Guran sprinted wildly with a violent aesthetic posture, while feeding the dopamine secretion roaring in his brain. It was cool. This is called playing football. Guran developed his body speed to the extreme, and the frequency of his legs was so fast that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. This speed is full, and it consumes a lot of physical energy. Without high-speed sprint in Son of Wind +1, the physical energy consumption is only 1 times more than the warm-up run. With high-speed sprint, the physical energy consumption is about 5 times that of the warm-up run, and with Son of Wind +1, the physical energy consumption instantly reaches 8 times that of the warm-up run. Physical energy is so damn important. With the current physical condition, Son of Wind +1 can be used at most 3 times in a game. If it is more, the physical energy will be exhausted, and it may not be able to last until the end of the game. Of course, increasing the level of Son of Wind will also reduce the degree of physical energy consumption. If the Son of Wind can be increased to +3, or the physical attribute can be increased to 80 points, then the Son of Wind can be used 9 times in a game, and it will not affect the overall physical energy. Sterling just dropped a blue skill bubble. I hope it is still Son of Wind. Anyway, let's take down this wave of attack first. Guran continued to burn physical energy, and the Son of Wind was attached to him, sprinting wildly. The defense line of Liverpool U18 team also reacted quickly, and the players quickly returned to defense. The right forward of the Liverpool U18 team came towards Guran, trying to force Guran to slow down by physical contact. A tight arc-shaped defense line quickly formed near the penalty area of the Liverpool U18 team. The overall defense of the Liverpool U18 team was indeed strong and methodical. Guran continued to sprint while quickly looking up and glancing at the situation on the field. Chapter 240. Pure-blooded striker. Sideways hook. Evelyn is a news headline. At this moment, the right forward of Liverpool U18 team has been ruthlessly passed by Guran at the speed of the Son of Wind, and Liverpool's right back is rushing up to match. There are 2 other Liverpool U18 midfielders rushing from the middle to intersect. Behind Guran, there are 3 players chasing hard. The encirclement of Liverpool U18 is closing in quickly, and the other Liverpool U18 players retreated to the penalty area to set up defense as soon as possible. It can be said that the entire Liverpool U18 team is doing its best to defend Guran. At this time, you should find an opportunity to cut inside and penetrate the encirclement. However, the defense line of Liverpool U18 is very solid, and Guran's route to cut inside is almost blocked. Even if you can force your way in by relying on your physical strength, you will immediately encounter the second line of defense of Liverpool U18. Once blocked by the second line of defense, even if it is blocked for a second, the first line of defense will close again to form a new encirclement. Liverpool U18's defense is 3-dimensional. It is not wise to force a breakthrough without absolute certainty. What's more, Liverpool U18 is already in a state of high alert. Although his teammates are also desperately supporting and want to provide tactical fulcrums for Guran, their running speed is obviously not as fast as Guran's sprint speed. If you stand there and wait for their support, it will only turn this fast break into a protracted positional battle. Liverpool U18's advantage is solid team defense. If it is a positional battle, Southampton U18 has no chance of winning. This wave of confrontation also made Guran deeply realize the intensity of professional-level games. In the future, when he enters the English League One, the defense he encounters will only be stronger and even more brutal. So this friendly match is also an early adaptation for Guran. If facing an amateur team, Guran can naturally cut in and slaughter without saying a word, but now facing the Liverpool U18 team, Guran, the grassroots king, is indeed not strong enough to crush the professional youth training team. Faced with such targeted defense, Guran did not have a better strategy at the first time. But no matter what, he must not be trapped by the opponent first. If there's no chance, you have to create opportunities by running and pulling. If you can't force your way in, then go to the bottom first. Guran made a Cristiano Ronaldo turn and sprinted to the end line with the ball. There was only one right back coming up in the end line, so it was very easy to deal with him in a 1v1 situation. The right back was immediately surprised. He thought he was just assisting in defense, but he didn't expect to become the main defender. Great. This is a moment to prove myself. Liverpool senior management is watching in the stands. 3 high-definition cameras are standing on the sidelines. The beautiful Rosalind will see my wonderful performance. The right back came up with extreme excitement and stretched out his arm in advance, trying to pull Guran. As long as he can pull Guran, even if he only pulls Guran for 2 seconds, his teammates can rush up in time to fill the position. If I defend Southampton star of hope, am I Liverpool star of hope? Before the right back, whose name was unknown, could finish his mental activity, Guran used a bicycle pedal to easily rush past him. The right back only felt a gust of wind passing by, and then only 3 letters were left in his mind. WTF. Guran's bicycle pedaling speed was extremely fast, full of the beauty of violent aesthetics. After passing the right back with the bicycle, Guran immediately changed his line again and rushed to the end line in the blink of an eye. The carefully constructed defense line of the Liverpool U18 team was suddenly in chaos. The Liverpool executives in the stands also gasped. From the defensive situation, the defense line of Liverpool U18 was almost watertight, and Guran did not have too many good passing opportunities. The 2 teams were likely to fight a positional battle. But this rising star of Southampton really used his brain to play football. Just this acceleration and breakthrough disrupted the entire defense deployment of the Liverpool U18 team. Guran's kicking style is obviously not from a professional background, but it is precisely because of this that his creativity is even more unlimited. Now, judging from the situation, Guran has bypassed Liverpool U18's defense line and can get into the goal area at any time along the end line. This is a very deadly threat. Coach Mark stood in the technical area and roared loudly, "Quick, quick, block him. Block." There was chaos in front of Liverpool U18's left goal, and the goalkeeper, defender, and midfielder were all blocked there. Liverpool U18's defense line was also flattened from 3-dimensional by Guran to a 2-dimensional plane. Wait, Coach Mark suddenly frowned. He has begun to realize that something is wrong. Before Coach Mark reminded the players on the field, Guran suddenly stopped and turned to control the ball, and then kicked a rainbow lob and lobbed the ball back to the top of the arc area in the penalty area. Inverted triangle back pass. The entire Liverpool U18 team instantly felt numb from head to toe. The blood in the body was cold. Just now, in order to block Guran, the Liverpool U18 team almost all crowded near the left goal, and the middle was completely empty. It was terrible. The players of the Liverpool U18 team rushed out to defend in a panic. They were like a group of monkeys, being toyed with by Guran back and forth. Everyone was extremely embarrassed. At this moment, the offensive of the Southampton U18 team was in place. The corner 10 of the Southampton U18 team quickly responded to the top of the penalty area, raised his left leg high to remove the ball, and then immediately shot with his right leg. This shot was very sexy. This kick was very powerful and at an angle. The football passed through two Liverpool U18 players who hurriedly stretched out their feet to intercept, and flew to the lower left corner of the goal with a whistle. The goalkeeper of Liverpool U18 immediately jumped up, stretched his arms to the limit of his body, and desperately blocked the ball with both palms. The ball was too powerful and too fast, and the ball was covered with water stains and was very slippery. It was already amazing that the goalkeeper could make an accurate save reaction in such a short time. It was impossible to catch the ball. The goalkeeper's performance in blocking the goal this time deserves at least 9 points. Southampton U18's No. 10 shot beautifully, and Liverpool U18's goalkeeper blocked it beautifully. Liverpool U18's defensive players immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but then, they fell into a more deadly suffocation. This ball is not dead yet. The football bounced to the left-end line of the small penalty area at a very fast speed. The football was about to go out of bounds, but a black-haired figure bypassed and inserted from the outside of the end line with lightning speed and ghostly movement. It was Guran. Southampton started hope. Liverpool U18 racked their brains and tried their best to defend and block him, but in the end, Guran still got him. In. Here. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. All the Liverpool U18 players in the penalty area wanted to stop Guran with despair, but it was too late. They could only pray that Guran could not stop the ball and could not score. This goal was indeed very difficult. The ball's missile was not very regular, and it was too close to the end line, almost at a 0-degree angle. And the position of Guran's insertion and the trajectory of the ball's missile were also in the opposite direction, which was very awkward. The opportunity was gone in an instant. Guran took off directly, opened his body, and at an almost 0-degree angle, he used his left foot to volley and hook the ball sideways in the air. The whole audience was suffocated. Under the gaze of everyone, the football passed the Liverpool U18 goalkeeper's hand, which was out of reach, and flew into the net obediently. 2-2. When the first half of the game was about to end, the left-back No. 9 Guran, with an unconventional shooting action, volleyed and hooked the ball at 0 angle, and made a supplementary shot. This goal was too incredible and wonderful. This was the equalizer, and also Guran's second goal within 15 minutes of coming on the field. All the Southampton U18 team members were boiling. The players on the field excitedly ran to Guran and hugged him to celebrate. The Liverpool U18 team was all stunned. What the hell is this? From the time the goalkeeper saved the ball to the time Guran made a supplementary shot, it took less than a second. Who can react to this? This is simply a crazy move. And it was with his left foot. Sideways hook. You're left back, do you have such a good sense of smell in front of the goal? Do you have to be so good at shooting? Don't say that these Liverpool players are stunned, even Guran himself can't believe it. This ball actually went in. To be honest, my brain didn't even react to that kick just now, it was just the motor nerves that instinctively raised their feet sideways and hooked it, but I didn't expect that this ball could also go in. Really good condition, ha 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 ha. The hard training during this period really paid off. Of course, this ball also has the credit of sideways stop +2, and the effect of review celebration +1. Although the review celebration is ugly, the superimposed buff can improve the hit rate and excitement of the shot. Hit rate is a good thing. There are not many ways to improve the hit rate in this system. In addition to the personal rating improvement, there are a few skills that can improve the hit rate. And the review celebration is a relatively rare buff skill that can temporarily improve the hit rate. Guran couldn't help thinking, if the hit rate can be improved to 99%, I'm afraid I can't score a goal with my eyes closed and my crotch shot. Of course, the hit rate can't be improved to 99%. Even if it is upgraded to the SSR rating, the hit rate can't be that high. For example, Alan Shearer scored a total of 379 goals in his career, including 260 inches the Premier League. With such efficient and high hit goals, Alan Shearer's goal rate is only about 45%, and this is already the ceiling of the top shooter's hit rate. The hit rate is not to shoot 100 balls and only score 45 goals, but to shoot one ball and have a 45% chance of scoring. When the hit rate is not high, in addition to serious training to improve the basics, you also need a ball IQ to make up for the natural deficiency of increasing the hit rate. The so-called high ball IQ is to shoot when you're absolutely sure, and don't waste opportunities easily. It is precisely because of this that this kind of star level and the spot buff type celebration action becomes very necessary. This kind of buff skill needs to be done more. In this game, it can be superimposed twice. What are you waiting for? Arabati raised his hand. Guran immediately shook off the teammates who rushed over to hug him, raised his right arm excitedly, and ran wildly against the wind. Compared with the last time, Guran was really happy this time, not reviewing it with a stiff upper lip. At this moment, Guran seemed to be possessed by Alan Shearer. Seeing Guran's celebration, the passion in Alan Shearer on the bench was ignited again. Alan Shearer excitedly went up to pat Guran on the shoulder. Just like the last celebration, Guran accelerated, raised his hands in a parade-like manner, passed the visiting team's bench, and ran to the left side area where he was. Alan Shearer, who was waiting to pat Gu on the back, was stunned. Coach Todd, who was waiting to high-five Guran, was stunned. The substitutes who were waiting to share the joy of equalizing with Guran were also stunned. Only the female reporter Evelyn said excitedly, I understand. Gu must not be satisfied with the current score of 2-2. What he wants is to turn defeat into victory. Ah. Gu, a real man. Every second counts. So that's it. Alan Shearer suddenly realized. Coach Dodd also praised. Gu was so dedicated. All Southampton U18 players should learn from Gu's fighting spirit of every second. Yes. Coach. All the Southampton players on the bench shouted in unison. Kawaiichi clenched his fists, his face full of jealousy, and muttered in a low voice. Baga, what's the matter with every second? It's clearly a premeditated show-off in front of everyone. Suzuki Horimi, who was standing on the sidelines, whispered happily. As expected, it's Guran-jun. I knew he would definitely score. Guran-jun didn't go to the bench to celebrate this time, obviously to avoid that annoying foreign female reporter. Yes, it must be. Just for this reason, I must treat him well tonight. At this moment, Guran raised his hands and ran while secretly shouting. Bubbles, 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 bubbles. My happy boy Sterling's bubbles. Fortunately, it's in time. The bubbles haven't disappeared yet. After seeing the bubbles, Guran immediately concentrated his mind and swept. Extreme sprint. Son of the wind +1. Ha ha ha. Second swipe. Sterling is really a boy who can bring happiness to his opponents. This wave is cool. Guran quickly collected this skill in the air. The familiar feeling of lightning spread to the nerves of the whole body again, and the peak pleasure lasted for a full 3 seconds. Son of the wind +2. With such skill speed, plus his original spring speed, he should be able to eat Sterling alive. There is only one chance left today. Beep with a long whistle from the referee, the first half of the game came to an end. The players of both sides left the field to rest. The players of the Southampton U18 team clapped their hands to encourage each other, while the players of the Liverpool U18 team were depressed and did not talk to each other. To be honest, the performance of the Liverpool U18 team in the first half was still very good, especially in the first 30 minutes. It really played out the heritage of the Rouge Club. However, after Guran came on the court, the situation was different. Liverpool U18 can use its strong defensive counter-attack ability to crush Southampton U18, but they can't deal with the Southampton U18 team with Guran. Southampton U18 with Guran and Southampton U18 without Guran are completely two levels of teams. It was because Guran was too strong that the Liverpool U18 team looked very embarrassed. Liverpool U18 had only one attacking point, and that was Sterling. Guran could not only create opportunities for himself to break through and shoot, but also defend Sterling without any temper. If Liverpool U18 wanted to improve in the second half, it would depend on whether Sterling could get past Guran. This was very difficult. Coach Mark frowned, and he was completely different from the smug look he had in the first 30 minutes of the first half. When Guran walked off the green field, son of God Sterling couldn't help but glance at Guran. Guran felt Sterling's gaze, then raised his chin happily and smiled at Sterling. I got him for free twice, and I smiled at him in a friendly way. Isn't it too much for me to do this? Guran smiled so hard that his teeth were exposed. Sterling quickly retracted his gaze, and the whole person became even more unhappy. Since neither side could use the locker rooms of the first team and the reserve team, the players of both sides rested on their respective benches and stands after leaving the field. As soon as the players left the field, Liverpool's ground maintenance staff rushed to the field with tools and rushed to clean up the water on the grass. Guran had just sat back on the bench and had not had time to shake hands with the players around him, when his exclusive team doctor, Moff, and physiotherapist Gregory ran over eagerly and blocked the others. Make way. Make way. Leave Guran to us. Now is the time for inspection and physiotherapy. No one should disturb our work. Moff and Gregory seemed to be arrogant. This is also their privilege. The other Southampton U18 players could only avoid them wisely. Even Alan Shearer, who wanted to communicate with Guran, was blocked back. Guran was suddenly a little amused. It's not me who was being arrogant, it's the staff around me who are being arrogant. However, Moff and Gregory's work attitude is still extremely serious and dedicated. Moff carefully checked the possible injuries of Guran, and after confirming that there was no problem, he handed Guran to Gregory. Under limited conditions, Gregory massaged Guran's legs to relax and relieve the accumulation of acid. This is exactly what Guran wanted. Although he only played for 15 minutes, the intensity of the confrontation and the sprint consumption in these 15 minutes were equivalent to fighting with the amateur school team for 45 minutes. Fortunately, Guran's physical fitness and physique have improved a lot compared to before, otherwise, he might not be able to play the whole game with such intensity. Professional confrontation matches are indeed not comparable to amateur school team matches. Under Gregory's professional massage therapy, Guran's physical fitness is recovered a lot, and the acid in his legs can hardly be felt. Guran took the opportunity to close his eyes slightly and half lie on the bench to rest. Alan Shearer stood aside and looked at Guran, his eyes full of his own young shadow. Alan Shearer wanted to communicate with Guran after Guran finished the treatment, although his way of communication was to pat his back vigorously, but he felt that since Guran used his classic goal action to celebrate both goals, he had to express his appreciation for Guran. But Evelyn won't let him go so easily. Whether Guran can come to the house to ride horses this week depends on his performance this time. Evelyn held the microphone and asked, "Mr. Shearer, Guran scored 2 goals in 15 minutes. As the top scorer in the Premier League, do you have anything to say?" Shearer was embarrassed in the interview. After a long time, he finally said, Very, very, very good." Guran, who was sitting on the bench, couldn't help but want to laugh. This time, it was really difficult for Alan Shearer, the top scorer in the Premier League, but it was better than being entangled by Evelyn for an interview. How to say it, Alan Shearer died, and I didn't die. Evelyn continued to ask, "Then Mr. Shearer, what do you think of Guran's first goal? And his celebration after scoring the goal?" Shearer stumbled and said, "Gu's first goal was beautiful, and his goal celebration was very handsome." His answer was really unremarkable, and it was difficult to make a big news. Evelyn asked, "How does it compare to your previous goals and celebrations?" Shearer answered confidently, "Equally beautiful, equally handsome." Evelyn smiled and nodded. "So, what do you think of Guran's second goal?" Alan Shearer thought for a moment and said, "I think Gu's second goal is actually more beautiful than his first goal." Evelyn's eyes lit up slightly. She pestered Alan Shearer with so many questions, but this was the first time Alan Shearer spoke without stuttering. It seemed that the questions touched on the field that Alan Shearer was good at. Evelyn immediately said in an encouraging tone, "Mr. Shearer, please tell me in detail." Alan Shearer was silent for a long time, and until Evelyn was about to give up, Alan Shearer finally spoke awkwardly. "I like Gu's first goal very much. I'm not bragging. His first goal really has my style, and no matter from the strength, angle, time in, and kicking distance, this ball has reached the selection criteria for the Puskas Award for the best goal. But if I had to choose which goal I like more, I would choose Gu's second goal. His second goal is a pure bloodline. I don't know if you can understand what I mean. It's not just forwards who can shoot from a distance. Midfielders can do it, defenders can do it, and even some goalkeepers can do it. The one who can seize the opportunity in front of the goal in an instant is the real pure-blooded forward. Gu's second goal was a sideways hook shot scored under extreme conditions, when it was almost impossible to stop the ball and it was impossible to shoot at zero angle. It was a sideways hook shot that was scored without any brain thinking, relying entirely on muscle memory and nerve reaction. He didn't deliberately kick the hook for the sake of excitement. It was impossible for him to prepare for the hook in such a short time. He just shot it out of instinct. This kind of goal is the most challenging to see if a striker has talent. Gu is so talented. He shouldn't play as a fullback, he should play as a striker. Alan Shearer couldn't help but admire. "I scored so many goals in the Premier League, but most of them were long shots. I scored too few goals like Gu's. In terms of talent, I'm really not as good as Gu." Evelyn quickly wrote down a news headline in her notebook. Alan Shearer personally admitted that he is not as good as Guran in that aspect. Chapter 241 Attention from Liverpool's God of Love. Fellow countryman is coming. After writing the news headline, Evelyn couldn't help but be stunned. "Mr. Shearer, you just said so much in one breath." Alan Shearer was also shocked. "What?" "Yeah. What's wrong with me? Why did I say so much?" Evelyn asked, "Do you talk more about your professional field? Let me ask you another question. Do you think Southampton U18 will win this game or Liverpool U18? Why do you say that?" Alan Shearer opened his mouth, and his language became extremely influent. I am more optimistic about Southampton U18 team, because, I like Southampton U18 team. Evelyn. Such a simple question, Alan Shearer had a hard time answering it. Well, it doesn't seem to be a question of professional or non-professional fields, Evelyn said with a smile. Then let me ask another question. Guran had two head-on speed competitions with Sterling on the field. The first time, Guran's speed did not seem to be as fast as Sterling, but the second time, Guran's speed was almost the same as Sterling. How do you evaluate Guran's performance? Alan Shearer's eyes lit up, and after a little thought, he said in a steady voice, I must use the word genius to describe Guran. Yes, he is really a genius. You know, the improvement of speed, especially the improvement of extreme speed, even if it is only 0.1 seconds, requires tremendous training. But Gu was able to break through his own speed limit during the game, which shows that he is physically gifted and has great potential that has not yet been tapped. Hearing this, Evelyn couldn't help but lit her lips subconsciously. Alan Shearer continued. Sterling is very fast, but Sterling's sprint is not as powerful as Guran's. I believe that as long as Guran taps his potential, it won't be long before Guran's speed will surpass Sterling's. Guran, who was half lying on the side receiving a massage, felt a little embarrassed when he heard Alan Shearer's flattery. However, Guran didn't want to interrupt at this time. If he interrupted, Evelyn would definitely get entangled. Evelyn smiled and said, Okay, Mr. Shearer, I finally understand it now. It turns out that as long as you mention Guran, analyze and explain Guran, your language is fluent and logical. Alan Shearer was stunned for a moment, and then said excitedly, Yes, it seems to be true. God. This is amazing. It turns out that I am just crazy about Guran. Evelyn also said excitedly, Me too. Guran, who was next to the trough, covered his face and laughed and cried, You too, how did you find a common language? I didn't do anything. I didn't even insert my mouth. I think I'd better pretend to sleep. Guran closed his eyes tighter. On the other side, Liverpool's top executives left the stands and temporarily returned to their exclusive lounge. The atmosphere in the lounge was a bit depressing. Liverpool's top executives thought that this friendly match would be a unilateral victory of Liverpool U18 over Southampton U18. For this reason, they specially prepared 3 high-definition cameras to record the team's wonderful performances in all directions, and also made a collection of the team's wonderful performances to give to the new boss Henry and the new boss's wife Linda as a tribute gift. As a result, the first 30 minutes were fine, and Sterling's performance was indeed very exciting. But in the last 15 minutes of the first half of the injury time, it became a show of Guran, the Chinese boy on the opposite side. Overtaking on the outside lane, the magic lamp pointing the way, super long shots, wonderful breakthroughs, and sideways hook shots. Damn it, how can such a video be shown to the new boss and the new boss's wife? Where did the damn Southampton discover this B2B shooter who wears the No. 9 jersey and plays as a left back? Guran is simply a cruel and terrifying monster. Compared with Guran, Sterling had a little speed advantage, but in the second speed duel, Sterling was almost caught up by Guran, and he also made a ridiculous low-level mistake because he kicked the ground. Guran's defensive pressure is really too strong. In other aspects, Guran is much stronger than Sterling. The value of £2 million was suppressed by Guran to only show a value of £200,000. The Liverpool executives all sat on the luxurious sofa in a depressed mood. Several executives frowned and smoked blue ring cigars, several executives drank whiskey, and several executives hugged their mini-skirted female assistants to seek spiritual comfort. At this time, a senior executive stood up and suggested, Gentlemen, I think we should not send a video to the new boss and the new boss's wife. If they withdraw their investment in anger after watching it, it will be bad. The other senior executives nodded in agreement. Another senior executive stood up to object. No, Linda knew about this friendly match yesterday, and we promised to show her the video. We can't go back on our word, can we? Why not tell them the score, and just cut in the highlights of our Liverpool U18 team to fool them? That's a good idea. Few of those wealthy bosses really understand football, and they may not watch the highlights we send them. As soon as this proposal was made, it was agreed by most of the senior executives present. But soon, a senior executive objected. What a joke. The new boss John Henry really doesn't know anything about football. What he is really interested in is baseball. The Boston Red Sox is his home team. We showed him the highlights of the football youth training friendly match, but he definitely wouldn't watch it. But our new boss Linda is an avid football fan. Linda Pizzuti is of Italian descent and has loved football since she was a child. You must know that this time Fenway Group was able to acquire Liverpool Football Club and help the club to forgive more than £100 million of foreign debt. It was all thanks to our young boss Linda. Linda is not just a beautiful base for us Liverpool. She is the real new queen of Liverpool. If you want to fool a new queen, you are simply digging your own grave. Another senior executive nodded and said, yes, we can fool a 61-year-old old man John Henry, but we can't fool a 31-year-old beautiful Linda who has a master's degree from MIT and owns her own family real estate business. So what do you say, what should we do now? The lounge fell into silence again. Michael Edwards, the head of data analysis at Liverpool FC, sat by the window, staring out of the window in a trance. Edwards didn't say a word during the debate among the senior executives. In a professional football club, the head of data analysis is an inconspicuous but actually very important position. The head of data analysis is responsible for collecting, analyzing, and interpreting data related to the team, and providing corresponding suggestions and even tactical decisions. Specifically, the head of data analysis is responsible for collecting various data related to the team and the game, including the technical statistics of the players, such as the passing success rate, the number of shots, the running distance, etc. Not only for their own team, but also for the opponent's team, and even to collect the opponent's defensive and offensive style, the condition of the competition venue and the weather conditions, etc. These data are of course not collected by the director himself, but by specialized technicians, or by purchasing data packages provided by professional data suppliers, etc. After the data is collected, it will enter the analysis stage, which is the business scope of the director's personal work. Data analysis is a very complex subject. It requires the use of various tools and techniques to analyze the collected data. It uses statistics, model building, AI learning, data mining, analytical regression, cluster classification and other methods to summarize and extract patterns and trends in the data, and extract valuable information from it to provide to the coaching staff, so as to help players and teams improve. The report submitted to the coaching staff must also be clear and easy to understand, which also requires the data analysis supervisor to produce detailed reports, charts and visualization tools. In short, with the development of the technological era, big data has become more and more important, and the role of the data analysis supervisor for the club has become more and more important, and the right to speak has become more and more important, almost equivalent to the existence of a behind-the-scenes military advisor. Speaking of which, Michael Edwards is a native Southamptonian. He heard about the legend of Southampton's black-haired Belle a few days ago, and he also knew that the Bucks Steelhorns won a national championship. However, as a newcomer to Liverpool's data analysis department, Edwards has recently focused on helping the first-team players analyze and classify, including the introduction of Sterling, which is also due to his data analysis. So he didn't have much time to pay attention to who the black-haired Bale was, nor did he know who the so-called Chinese dad of Southampton High School was. Until today. He finally met the legendary dad. Michael Edwards' heart was deeply shocked. Edwards was also a professional player when he was young, but he did not enter Southampton or other senior league teams, but only played in the reserve team of Peterborough United in the English League Two. In his short career, he did not play in the professional league. He is short and has poor confrontation. Although he works hard, he has never been recognized by the coach. Edwards believes that it is just that the coaching staff is not visionary enough, and they will not discover and tap the potential of the players, but only rely on their own subjective preferences to judge the future of the players. After retiring, Edwards did not give up his favorite football project because of various setbacks. He is determined to fight for more talented but unrecognized players, so he began to learn data technology analysis. He started as a pro-zone analyst at Portsmouth, and later worked as a data collector and analyst at Tottenham. When Fenway Group completed its acquisition of Liverpool, Edwards came to Liverpool Club. It turned out that his job change was very wise. Liverpool's new owner John Henry may not understand football, but as a top businessman, he believes in big data analysis. The Boston Red Sox was able to win the American Baseball Championship again after more than 80 years, largely because Henry adopted a scientific model of big data analysis management after taking over. When Edwards applied for the job with his data model, he simply hit it off with Henry's management ideas. As a result, Edwards, who was originally unknown, became the data analysis director of Liverpool Club as soon as he arrived, and the entire Liverpool Club took the lead in entering the era of data model analysis. Many people only know about the later coach Klopp. In fact, before Klopp came, since Fenway Group reused Edwards' big data analysis, it had already entered the eve of revival. Edwards, who is not very prominent now, will have more and more say in the next few years. He will be promoted to Liverpool's technical director and sports director, join the transfer committee trio, become the talker in the transfer market during Liverpool's revival era, and eventually become the best manager in the Premier League. Future stars such as Firmino, Coutinho, Salah, Robertson, Alisson, etc. are all the work of Edwards' data analysis. Of course, there are also Southampton players such as Maine, Van Dijk, McQueen, Lallana, Lovren, Klein, Lambert, etc. who were also done by Edwards himself. Why is the Southampton club affectionately called fellow countrymen by the Red Army fans? Because Michael Edwards, the sports director who was responsible for digging people at that time, was really a genuine Southampton fellow. Relying on big data and the Graham model he participated in establishing, Edwards has almost never lost money in buying and selling people. Even small players with little fame can be sold at a high price under his operation. During Liverpool's revival period, Edwards was even revered as god of love by fans. Of course, these are all later stories. Today's U18 friendly match is actually not within the scope of Edwards' data analysis work. He came here to appreciate Sterling's speed. But he found another dazzling data. Since Gouran came on the court, Edwards' eyes have never left Gouran. Hey, Michael. Why haven't you said a word since you came in? What do you think? Tell us quickly. All the eyes of Liverpool's senior executives were focused on Edwards' slightly young face. Oh, Edwards then turned his eyes away from the window, adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and said calmly, I was just thinking about how much money it would cost to dig Gouran to Liverpool. All the Liverpool senior executives present were stunned. What? Dig Gouran? Fuck. Why didn't we think of it? This is a great idea. Haha. You are worthy of it, Michael. Just one sentence solved the big problem that was giving us a headache. That's right, Gouran is really a talented player. Players like him should not belong to other clubs, but to our giants Liverpool. Ha ha ha. With Gouran and Sterling, who can stop the new generation of Liverpool on the front line. Fuck, I've already begun to fantasize about our Liverpool's first Premier League championship trophy. Let's not talk about that far ahead. With the premise of buying Gouran, we can edit all the highlights of this game and give them to our new Queen Linda. Yes. I bet Linda will like Gouran. We spent £2 million to buy Sterling, right? I don't know if £2 million can buy Gouran. Those scabs in Southampton, sorry, I don't mean to offend you, Michael, I mean, those guys in the Southampton club will definitely not beat their rising star go easily. I think £3 million will definitely be no problem. Yes, £3 million to buy a youth training player, this price can buy a first-class Premier League player. But you have also seen Gouran's strength. Let alone anything else, just his speed can actually break the limit during the game. His potential is immeasurable. I don't think it's a matter of money. We need to open our minds a little. Are we short of money at Liverpool now? No, we lack something that makes the boss and the boss's wife happy. Especially to make the boss's wife happy. Let alone £3 million, even £5 million is worth it. Haha. That makes sense. Then we've decided, buy Gouran. Let's tell Linda about this by the way, so that it makes sense to have Gouran's wonderful shots in the game highlights. Yes, even if we draw today, or even lose to Gouran, it doesn't matter. We can tell Linda that we have long wanted to dig this black-haired kid. We can also say that this friendly match was specially held by us to further test Gouran's ability. That's right. We can also say that even when we buy Sterling, we are to create an opponent for Gouran. Our real goal is actually buying Gouran. I graduated from Southampton in high school. It was considered Gouran's alumni. I think, if I come forward, Gouran should not exclude me. Anyway, I do want confidence in Edwards, and I look forward to the end of the midfielder at the end of the game. Liverpool's top executives looked at Gouran with expectation. Edwards even hoped that Gouran could score a few more goals, so that when Linda saw the highlights, she would like Gouran even more. Gouran felt strange. Before the second half of the game started, he felt that the atmosphere on the field was a little strange. It was as if someone was thinking about him. Gouran didn't think much about it. He put on his shoes, stretched his muscles, and walked onto the field with his Southampton U18 teammates. Take down Liverpool U18. Roar. With Gouran's two equalizers, the morale of the Southampton U18 team was very high. The Liverpool U18 players also returned to the field. The two sides changed sides. Sterling stood in the forward position, his eyes involuntarily looking at the opposite left-back Gouran. Gouran smiled happily at Sterling. Sterling suddenly felt a fear of being eaten alive. With the referee's whistle, the second half of the game began in a tense atmosphere. Liverpool U18 team kicked off first. After the halftime break and psychological adjustment, Liverpool U18 team obviously strengthened its attack. This is their home court. There are 3 high-definition cameras on the sidelines. There are also Liverpool executives who are looking forward to it in the stands, so each of them must show their full strength to win this game. Liverpool U18's core tactics still rely on Sterling's impact speed. Although Sterling was severely restricted by Guran in the last 15 minutes of the first half, and there was a mistake that made the opponent happy, Sterling's strength is unquestionable. In the 48th minute of the second half, the midfielder of Liverpool U18 used his physical advantage and footwork to pass 2 Southampton U18 defenders in a row and pass the ball to the empty area on the right side. The right side of Liverpool U18 corresponds to the left side where Guran is. Although it is known that it is difficult to break through Guran's side, the defensive formation of Southampton U18 on the right side is relatively stable, but the space on Guran's side is relatively large. Moreover, Sterling is more accustomed to playing as a right winger. When the Liverpool U18 midfielder passed the ball, Sterling started quickly. Southampton's left wing immediately retreated to defend, but Sterling passed him like he was crossing the road at 4 o'clock in the morning. Sterling also regained his confidence and speed. But Sterling's confidence lasted less than a second. Before Sterling could dribble the ball to the 30-meter dangerous area on the left side of Southampton U18, Guran rushed towards him at a lightning speed with a strong wind. This time, Guran's speed was even faster. Almost in an instant, Guran rushed in front of Sterling and was within reach. Sterling was paralyzed. The Liverpool executives in the stands couldn't help but exclaim. There was a hint of excitement in the exclamation. The speed and power of the spring made people's adrenaline soar. What's more amazing is that in the first speed duel with Sterling, Guran was at least 2 positions behind Sterling, and in the second speed duel, Guran was able to keep pace with Sterling. Now this is the 3rd speed duel between the two. Guran can already surpass Sterling's speed. Guran is about to eat Sterling alive. Chapter 242 Hat-trick. Super reversal. Liverpool. Bye. Sterling suddenly stopped and changed his line. All the people watching the game exclaimed at the same time. Sterling's physical talent is really strong enough to stop and control the ball and change his line in an instant while sprinting at full speed. As long as the line change is successful, Sterling can avoid Guran and cut into the penalty area from behind Guran. But at the moment when Sterling stopped and controlled the ball, Guran also stopped almost at the same time. Wow! All the Liverpool executives in the stands jumped up from their seats with exclamations. This scene is not a shooting scene, nor a passing scene, but just a simple offensive and defensive duel between Guran and Sterling, but the excitement of the scene is no less than the duel between 2 English superstars. Sterling's emergency stop is very exciting, and Guran's emergency stop is more exciting than Sterling. Guran's emergency stop defense requires not only strong physical talent and muscle control, but also a super high ball IQ for prediction. In other words, Guran was ready to slow down and make an emergency stop before Sterling had the idea of making an emergency stop and changing lanes. Guran was absolutely confident that he could eat Sterling alive with his speed. Therefore, when Sterling showed signs of making an emergency stop, Guran immediately followed up with an emergency stop. Sterling was completely dumbfounded, and when he wanted to speed up and cut inside, it was too late. Guran did not give Sterling any chance to get rid of him, and directly used his strong shoulder muscles to push Sterling's shoulders. The chariot crushed the little rabbit. Sterling groaned, and was directly knocked 3 steps away, falling to the ground and rolling in embarrassment. Guran immediately stretched out his foot to control the ball and started at high speed, beep beep beep. The referee blew the whistle, indicating that Guran had committed a foul. Guran could only stop dribbling, and spread his palms to the referee with a puzzled look on his face. Although his confrontation with Sterling was a bit rough, he did not turn his palms to push Sterling, which should not be considered a foul at all. The referee didn't give Guran a card, but he awarded Liverpool U18 a set piece on the left side, 35 meters away from the goal. Coach Dodd stood in the technical area and protested loudly to the referee. There were also boos from the Southampton U18 bench. Even the Liverpool executives in the stands frowned with displeasure. A defensive counterattack that should have been smooth was ruined by the referee. The level of British referees is really the second to last in the world. Despite the boos, the referee still insisted on his decision. Guran smiled indifferently. This kind of external interference affects the mentality, so you must not be anxious. Guran did not argue with the referee, but reached out to Sterling, who was still lying on the grass with a confused face. Sterling was stunned for a moment, then held Guran's hand and was easily pulled up by Guran. Guran rubbed Sterling's head full of dreadlocks. "Are you okay, Sterling?" Sterling said. Still a little confused. It's right to be confused. Guran grinned. Haha, it's so fun to play football with you, let's continue. Guran thought to himself. I continue to be awesome, you continue to be stupid. Sterling smiled and said, okay. The game continued. Liverpool U18's no. 11 midfielders stood at the penalty spot for the set piece, ready to take the penalty. The Southampton U18 players quickly arranged a human wall in the left area. Sterling was outside the human wall and quietly moved to the far right side of the penalty area. In terms of the ability to find space, Sterling is still very strong. Guran followed Sterling without making a sound. In terms of the ability to make opponents uncomfortable, Guran is still very strong. Liverpool U18's no. 11 player frowned and looked at the Southampton U18 team's human wall. He hesitated for a long time and didn't kick. The position of the set piece is a bit off, and the Southampton U18's human wall is well arranged. It is too difficult to shoot directly. Passing the ball to Sterling and letting Sterling find an opportunity to shoot is the best choice. Player no. 11 saw that Sterling was in an open position, and immediately made a long diagonal pass to the right side. Sterling instantly started chasing the football. Guran started 2 meters behind Sterling, and it only took 1 second to catch up with Sterling. 2 seconds later, Guran surpassed Sterling by half a body. Sterling's face was full of horror. Guran's sprint speed increase was too incredible. But Sterling was not going to give in easily. Sterling was also forced by Guran to his highest sprint speed ever. The two people's positions remained parallel for the time being. The two people were like two parallel lightnings, crossing the empty grass synchronously. This scene was so exciting. All the spectators on the sidelines were excited and their adrenaline soared. Sterling's steps were agile and brisk, and his feet were so fast that it seemed as if he didn't touch the grass. He could only judge from the grass marks splashed under his feet. Guran's sprint was full of explosive power, and every step of the sprint was like a chariot rolling over the grass. The two rushed to the spot where the football landed almost in the blink of an eye. When they were only a few steps away from the spot where the football landed, Guran suddenly squeezed and blocked Sterling with his body, blocking Sterling tightly outside the football channel. Sterling subconsciously reached out to push Guran. Guran's upper body did not move at all. And Sterling bounced himself onto the grass and rolled continuously. Ah! The players on the bench of Southampton U18 cheered and howled wildly. This is a real peak showdown. Just watching is so fucking exciting. Sterling can't remember how many times he has been knocked to the ground by Guran. Sterling collapsed on the grass and couldn't get up for a while. He could only watch Guran in despair as he easily raised his foot in front of him to stop the ball fake. Is this guy really human? He is simply a wall. And it's a steel wall. And it's a steel wall that can move instantly. How can this be tough? It's really hard to be tough. Light a full blue bubble appeared in front of Sterling. Guran had no time to care and continued to run. At this moment, Guran left everything behind, with only a mixture of adrenaline and dopamine in his mind. That's right. Playing football. It's so cool. This feeling is getting more and more addictive. Seeing Guran's quick counterattack, the Liverpool U18 team's defensive players hurriedly returned to defense. Originally, they had the ball in hand for the set piece, but they didn't expect Sterling to be intercepted by Guran in the blink of an eye. The players of the Southampton U18 team also immediately took the opportunity to press forward and support Guran. Both teams were desperately chasing. In theory, the Liverpool U18 team has a high level of defense, and they're a team that excels in defense. But this time, Guran's interception counterattack was too fast, and the Liverpool U18 team had no time to open the defense line. Sterling's loss of the ball was too deadly. What's more deadly is that Guran's sprint speed is even faster than in the first half. The defensive players of Liverpool U18 team chased back desperately, but they couldn't even reach Guran's shadow. Guran was like a lightning caught in a hurricane. Speed 71, burst 75, physical fitness 77, high speed sprint dribbling +4, extreme acceleration, son of the wind +2. The violent aesthetic sprint ignited the whole audience. The Southampton U18 players on the bench waved their arms and screamed wildly. The Liverpool executives in the stands also witnessed Guran's explosive speed that surpassed Sterling. Sterling is worth £2 million now. Then Guran must be worth £3 million. Even more than that. The sooner you get Guran, the sooner you can enjoy it. Compared with Guran, Sterling is just a background board. Buy. You must buy Guran. A demon star like Guran must belong to our Liverpool. Liverpool's executives looked at Guran's sprinting figure, their eyes full of unconcealed desire. Almost in the blink of an eye, Guran sprinted across the midfield line with the ball from his own penalty area. The power of the B2B race striker could no longer be concealed. Almost all the players were left behind by Guran, and only a Liverpool U18 central defender who stayed in his own half of the field gritted his teeth and intercepted Guran. This kind of central defender knows that there's no chance of winning against Guran in a 1v1 situation. Facing the interception, Guran did not slow down at all, and directly used a violent and aesthetic bicycle kick. The central defender subconsciously swayed his body with Guran and immediately lost his center of gravity. Guran rushed past him with the ball from the other side. This time the pass was too easy. It was too smooth. It was too simple. It was easier and smoother than crossing the road at 4 o'clock in the morning. After stabilizing his center of gravity, the central defender wanted to chase Guran, but it was too late. By the time he finished turning around, Guran had already dribbled the ball to within 30 meters and was about to enter the penalty area. Liverpool U18's goalkeeper rushed out with a nervous look on his face to intercept one-on-one. Guran rushed into the penalty area with the ball, slowing down slightly to stabilize the rhythm of his feet. Liverpool U18's goalkeeper was secretly happy, and quickly sped up to pounce on Guran. Just when the goalkeeper was about to rush in front of him, Guran immediately used a gorgeous Marseille turn. Protecting the ball, spinning, pulling the ball, dribbling with left and right feet alternately, micro-manipulation details are full. Liverpool U18's goalkeeper was stunned. Before he could react, Guran passed the goalkeeper with a delicate waltz-like dance step, and then without any delay, he kicked the ball with a powerful kick. The goal was empty. Guran would never miss this kind of scoring opportunity. The football shot into the net. The huge shooting power made the net vibrate with excitement. Goal. Hat-trick. This Marseille turn to pass the goalkeeper and hit the empty goal was technically more exciting than the previous 2 goals. Guran then turned around and raised his right arm and ran wildly to celebrate. Ah! The Southampton U18 bench also went crazy at the same moment of the goal. Yes. Yes. Damn it, yes. Coach Dodd in the technical area roared and clenched his fists and cheered. Reversal. Super reversal. Guran is too strong. In the 53rd minute of the second half, Guran, with his overwhelming B2B strength, went straight into the Liverpool U18 penalty area from his own penalty area, and passed the attacking goalkeeper with the gorgeous and amazing Marseille turn, and completed it in one fell swoop. Overtake the score. Let 2-3 come back. This goal is so wonderful. Not only did he steal Sterling's ball in a speed duel, but it was also a violent aesthetic ride, not only a Ronaldo-style bicycle pass, and not only the calmness of the Marseille turn to pass the goalkeeper when facing the goalkeeper who attacked early to intercept, like an experienced killer. One hit to kill. Every technical move is connected very smoothly. It's so explosive. Although this was just a friendly match between youth teams, it was also Guran's first game as a professional player. He completed a hat-trick in the first game. In a sense, this is very similar to Alan Shearer's growth trajectory. Before Evelyn asked, Alan Shearer took the initiative to say, Guran is really great. Guran alone defeated the entire Liverpool U18 team. Guran completed his first hat-trick after becoming a professional player. Guran's dominance on the court is too strong. He has the football temperament of the football emperor Beckenbauer. From the penalty area to the penalty area, it is his dominance. Ha ha ha. I'm so happy. I haven't seen such a wonderful game for a long time. What makes me even happier is that I actually knew Guran before he became famous. Alan Shearer said so many words of praise for Guran in one breath. As long as he was praising Guran, his language was extremely smooth. However, Evelyn beside him completely forgot about the interview with the reporter. Evelyn was ah the whole time, the dolphin sound of ah. Evelyn didn't remember a single word of what Alan Shearer said. Evelyn was completely crazy about Guran. She now had only one thought in her mind: to invite Guran to her house to ride his horse. Of course, not all the people on the bench were cheering and celebrating for Guran. Kawaiichi's fists clenched and his face was distorted beyond recognition because of jealousy. Bag of Guran, how could he be so strong? In normal training, Guran's performance was only a little better than mine, and he only came 10 minutes earlier than me every day. In the team training match, Guran scored 2 goals, but I also scored 1 goal, and he was only 1 goal better than me. Why is Guran's competitive state so strong in this friendly match? It's like he has changed into a different person. Guran is simply a ruthless chariot, a cold goal scoring machine. Guran's 3 goals are more beautiful and exciting than the other. Baga, I don't want to admit it, but I really have to admit it. Guran, this bastard, is really better than me. I know it must be because he goes to the training ground 10 minutes earlier than me every morning. But why can he always arrive at the training ground 10 minutes earlier than me? Why is this? Why? Kawaiichi clenched his fists unwailingly. On the other side, Suzuki Horimi, who was standing on the sidelines watching the game, was completely immersed in Guran's wonderful goal. Oh, Guran-jun, so amazing. It's really hard for me to compare which one is better on the field or in bed. It should be equally amazing. Horimi smiled sweetly, and then quickly held her cheeks, which were as hot as a girl's first love. Ah, so shameful. I actually said such words to myself at this moment. The Liverpool executives in the stands excitedly applauded Guran's wonderful performance. Guran is really great. Our decision of halftime was the right one. Yes. We must buy this guy. Must buy. Must buy. Must buy. Even if it's over £3 million, we have to buy. I can guarantee with my head that Linda will fall in love with this guy after watching Guran's video. Michael, remember. No matter what conditions this guy offers, even if he wants my wife, I'm willing to give it to him. Edwards was shocked and quickly adjusted his glasses. Isn't this a bit bad? Good guy, he's willing to do that. Just then, a senior Liverpool executive next to him curled his lips. Hey, old Peter, your wife is 60 this year, right? Nonsense, she's only 59. Fuck, you probably wanted to change your wife a long time ago, didn't you? Ha ha ha. Kill two birds with one stone, how great. Edwards couldn't help but laugh. Edwards felt happy when he thought that he could communicate with Guran right away and offer Guran a price to did Guran to Liverpool. Liverpool's top executives just chatted and laughed with each other, without any sense of depression about being overtaken by Southampton U18 team. Originally, this was just a friendly match, and it was a friendly match between youth teams. Liverpool's top executives have already determined that this game is to observe the game of Liverpool's future hope star Guran. Their mentality has also changed from appreciating Sterling's wonderful performance to appreciating Guran's wonderful performance. The better Guran performs, the more it proves their wisdom. At this time, Guran raised his hand and rushed to the area where he had intercepted Sterling before. The blue skill bubble on the ground is still warm. It feels a bit like killing you along with warm wine. Guran concentrated his mind and sweat it. Flexible ball control +1. Guran. This skill doesn't even have a prefix, it's not a star skill. As a basic skill, this skill is still good. However, non-star skills are also very likely to be picked up by ordinary players. There is no need to look at it with extra care just because it is an ordinary skill dropped by Sterling. Moreover, there is only one last chance to pick it up today. Guran's goal is still Son of Wind +3. Therefore, this flexible ball control skill seems a bit useless. Guran thought quickly and decided to give up this skill reluctantly. I still have to brush Son of Wind. Sterling, you have to work hard. You have to work hard to make me happy. Guran turned around and grinned at Sterling. Sterling felt numb from head to toe, and the horror of being stared at by a beast lingered. The game continued. Liverpool U18 team kicked off. The previous overtaking goal made Liverpool U18 team's morale low, and they became more cautious in attacking. The Southampton U18 team was full of morale and actively rushed forward to fight. The two sides launched a fierce close confrontation in the middle area. Several times, the players of both sides pressed each other together, rolling all over the mud and grass. Sterling was still running actively on the wing, waiting for the opportunity to connect. This also exposed the monotony of Liverpool U18's tactics. Apart from using Sterling to open the situation, Liverpool U18 had no better way to attack. Guran did not deliberately defend Sterling, but often went to the middle to support, and whenever there was a chance, he would go to the left. Although Southampton U18's offensive was fierce, the players and Guran's cooperation had not yet reached a tacit understanding, so they missed several good opportunities. Both sides made substitutions during the dead ball. Coach Dodd replaced the central defender, the midfielder who could not keep up with the offensive rhythm, and the right winger. Coach Mark replaced the right winger and the right back, as well as a midfielder and two central defenders. Such substitutions were also intended to allow the new substitutes to have enough physical strength to fight against and restrict Guran. However, this obviously did not work. On the contrary, after the substitution, because he was not in the right state, Guran broke through the bottom twice in succession. Liverpool U18 team played too hard, and it was getting harder and harder. Southampton U18 team attacked like a tide, and Guran dominated the back court, midfield, and front court. The second half of the game was in the 71st minute. Southampton U18's attack became more and more fierce, and both sides rushed into the 30-meter area of Liverpool U18. Guran, who was on the left side, led the attack, and Liverpool U18's right side was almost completely penetrated by Guran in the blink of an eye. Liverpool U18's defense line was pinned down by Guran to the left small penalty area and the bottom line, and Guran used a magic lamp to guide the way to the weak area behind Liverpool U18's defense line. The football drew a nearly 30-meter-long diagonal line in the air. The little fanboy No. 19 striker who had been waiting nearby immediately quickly shook off the player who was marking him and ran to the landing point of this through ball. Guran gave it very comfortably. The No. 19 striker didn't even need to stop the ball, he just raised his foot and kicked it towards the goal. The Liverpool U18 goalkeeper had already determined the shooting route of the ball, but his body was still a bit behind. The football passed over the goalkeeper's fingers and easily went into the net. Goal. Let's chase 2-4. Southampton U18 team overtook by 2 goals. After scoring the goal, the No. 19 striker was full of excitement, desperately passing through the penalty area full of Liverpool defenders, and opened his arms to pounce on Guran. The Liverpool U18 defenders were all depressed, and all kinds of bubbles fell wildly. In the first half, they were still leading by 2 goals, but in the second half, they were ahead by 2 goals. Although this ball was not scored by Guran, Guran's through ball was really amazing. It was completely guiding the striker to run and score. Sterling looked at Guran, who was surrounded by the Southampton U18 players to celebrate, with an extremely depressed expression on his face. This kind of through ball is absolutely impossible for him to pass at this stage. Not to mention the current stage, he can't pass it in the future. But Sterling thought, if someone can feed me this kind of cake, I will definitely seize it. Definitely. It would be great if Guran could feed me the cake. Sterling couldn't help but look at Guran, and there was a hint of desire in his eyes. Light a full blue skill bubble appeared under Sterling's feet. Chapter 243. Let's make a comeback from 2-5. Sterling was tortured to tears by Guran. Gu, you are the fastest man. Coach Todd, who was standing in the technical area, shouted triumphantly to Coach Mark next to him. Hey, Mark, we are leading by 2 goals. Do you want me to take Guran down so that your Liverpool will not lose face? If you want it, just say it. How can I know you want it if you don't say it? The muscles on Coach Mark's face twitched. No, the game is not over yet. Ha ha ha. This feeling of being slapped in the face on the spot really made Coach Dodd feel great. Okay, then let's continue. Don't say I didn't give you a chance when it's 2-5. Just wait and see. Coach Mark responded bitterly. At this time, on the green field, the celebration of the Southampton U18 team came to an end. Guran finally freed himself from the crazy hug of his teammates and quickly glanced at Sterling. The other Liverpool U18 players also dropped a lot of skill bubbles, but Guran ignored them directly and only focused on Sterling's bubbles. Sterling saw Guran looking at him, and immediately subconsciously avoided his gaze, and then secretly glanced at Guran. Guran didn't pay any attention to Sterling's emotional eyes, but focused on the bubbles. Extreme acceleration. Son of wind +1. Damn. Finally got it for the 3rd time. Guran immediately focused his mind and picked up the son of wind skill from a distance. The familiar peak 3-second feeling of pleasure spread all over my body again. It was so cool. Goal achieved. Today's 10 pickup progress was also achieved. In the next game, I can relax and play without any pressure. Guran turned around happily and ran back to his defense zone. Sterling felt a little disappointed. Guran didn't smile at me this time. The game continues. Coach Mark, who has been strong all his life, strengthened his on-the-spot command. His command method can be summarized as standing on the sidelines of the technical area and swearing wildly. The encouraged Liverpool U18 players began to fight back with all their strength. The center and right sides of the Southampton U18 team were under obvious pressure. Guran sprinted continuously to assist in defense and made up for the position. He used his speed advantage and physical advantage to disrupt Liverpool U18's key passes many times. There was little time left in the game, and Liverpool U18 had few chances left. 79th minute of the second half. Sterling tried to break through by dribbling the ball from the middle. 2 midfielders from Southampton U18 double-teamed him, but Liverpool also had 2 players to provide cover for Sterling. With his super-fast speed and flexible change of direction, Sterling dribbled all the way to the penalty area of Southampton U18. Everything went smoothly during the entire breakthrough process. Sterling looked up at the goalkeeper's position and prepared to kick the ball. However, just as Sterling kicked, Guran rushed over with the extreme acceleration of Son of the Wind +3, and directly slid down and shoveled towards Sterling's shooting path. The grass was very slippery after the heavy rain, and Guran was fast, so his speed was even faster. The ball under Sterling's feet had been shot, but the next moment, it was accurately shoveled away by Guran. Interception and steal +3. Guran predicted Sterling's shooting line and kicked away Sterling's hope of a hat-trick. The power of this flying tackle was very strong, and the football flew out of the sideline without any surprise. After Guran successfully fell to the ground and made a flying tackle, he stood up in a sheet manner in the inertia of sliding, and his strong legs braked perfectly. So handsome. The 3 muscle lines of his thick thighs bulged under the force of violent braking, as if the sails and cables were bulging and tightened in a storm. Combined with Guran's face full of coldness and calmness, this flying tackle was simply handsome, handsome to the extreme. Just like the peerless masters in fantasy novels. The audience at the scene was fascinated. Not to mention the substitutes of Southampton U18 team, even the substitutes of Liverpool U18 team were all amazed. Whoever can learn this trick of standing up and braking while sliding after a flying tackle, wouldn't it be so handsome that he can pick up anyone he wants? Evelyn was so excited that she completely forgot that she was a female reporter. She couldn't help rushing to the sidelines, raising her arms towards Guran and jumping desperately. Her chest looked even happier than she was jumping. Suzuki Horimi covered her heaving chest and murmured in Japanese, I'm going, I'm going. There was no goal in this duel, but the scene was as exciting as the goal. The Liverpool executives in the stands celebrated with high fives excitedly. Although Guran is from Southampton U18 team, although Liverpool club has not bought Guran, and although they have not even negotiated with Guran, in the minds of these executives, Guran is already theirs. Who can refuse our great Liverpool? Who can? At this time, no one paid attention to Sterling as a background board. Sterling was about to cry. He was completely locked by Guran. His speed, his dribbling, and his shooting skills did not play any advantage. He was forced to the middle, but Guran could actually come across and directly shovel his extremely confident shot. Sterling said angrily in his heart, Guran, you are not a human being. Woo. I just want to wear a hat. You don't satisfy me. I hate you, Gu. Sterling's tears flowed silently. Sterling was really kicked and cried. Several Liverpool U18 players saw Sterling crying and ran over to comfort him. Someone patted Sterling's shoulders, someone rubbed Sterling's dreadlocks, and another guy patted Sterling's hips. Guran himself was not too happy about the cheers of the audience. The flying tackle was indeed cool and the results were good, but these high-intensity confrontations and sprints back and forth also made Guran deeply feel that the physical energy consumption was very large. Although there is no problem in playing the whole game, if you want to get full play, it is difficult to play the whole game with such physical fitness. The confrontation intensity of the Liverpool U18 team is very high. This is unattainable in the game between amateur teams. Guran's current physical fitness is 77 points, which has reached the standard of gaining a foothold in the English League One. However, in the last 10 minutes of this friendly match, Guran already felt a little tired. This was mainly because he used several more skills that consumed a lot of physical energy. The more star skills are activated, the more physical energy is required. With the current physical fitness, it is okay to gain a foothold in the English League One, but if you want to exert your full strength, 77 points of physical fitness is far from enough. At least 80 points are required. Guran guessed that after entering the Southampton first team, he would not get a chance to start soon. Even if he did, he might only come on as a substitute and wait for good performance to get a starting position. Therefore, there is still time to improve physical fitness and other physical attributes to excellent levels. In addition to the physical fitness problem, this flying tackle was not actually for show, but was really forced. Sterling is still very strong after all. Even if the great British star was later ironic, it was only for extremely talented young players. Sterling's breakthrough ability is very strong. His breakthrough in the middle just now caused the two midfielders of the Southampton U18 team to lose their positions. If the two defensive midfielders could be stronger, Guran could intervene before Sterling kicked, and the ball would not have gone out of bounds. Although this wave of defense was blocked, and Guran himself received cheers and applause from the whole hall because of his handsome and chic sliding and standing up action, the ball was still in the hands of the Liverpool U18 team. We still need to work hard. Because Sterling is still in a high-speed rise, I must also work hard and can't let Sterling catch up. While thinking this, Guran subconsciously looked back at Sterling, who was crying and holding his head. Guran. It seems that there's no need to work too hard. The game continues. Liverpool U18 team quickly kicked the ball out of bounds. This ball did not go to Sterling, who was already crying, but directly gave it to another no-10 striker near the end line. Liverpool U18's no-10 striker used his physical advantage to rush into Southampton U18 small penalty area. Southampton U18's two central defenders confronted each other closely. No. 10 striker had no support and could only force a shot. The football hit the side net and bounced out of the end line. No. 10 striker sighed with his head in his hands. It turned out that Liverpool U18's attack still depended on Sterling. Southampton U18's crisis was immediately resolved. Southampton U18's goalkeeper immediately kicked the goal kick and gave the ball directly to Guran on the left side, who organized the attack. After Guran took the ball with his back to the goalkeeper, he quickly turned around and dribbled along the left side. Southampton, with its offensive as its background, never procrastinated in its offensive rhythm. Liverpool U18 team was like a formidable enemy, retreating across the board, intercepting and defending. Even Sterling, with tears in his eyes and gritted his teeth, desperately returned to defense. However, Sterling's speed could no longer catch up with Guran. His physical energy consumption was very high, and his sprint speed was naturally affected. More importantly, his mentality was also more damaged. Guran's physical fitness was still enough, and with the son of wind +3, plus Guran's own sprint speed, in this arena, Guran was like entering a no-man's land with a ball. Fortunately, the 3 cameras prepared by Liverpool senior management were Sports HD. If they were replaced with ordinary cameras, they would not be able to capture the frequency of Guran's legs at all. Guran encountered a tight 4-man defense on the left side. He only used a skilled step-down turn and then accelerated, and easily cut inside the middle. Liverpool U18's defense was in chaos again, and almost all defensive players blocked the middle. Guran made a quick decision and passed the ball directly to his teammate No. 10 core midfielder who was coordinating next to him. After passing the ball, Guran did not stop and continued to penetrate the left penalty area. Liverpool U18's defense line hurriedly chased Guran to defend and intersect. Every one of them knew that Guran was the fox in the penalty area. Guran's sense of smell in front of the goal was extremely terrifying. Once Guran was given a chance, Guran would score. Even if Guran is not given a chance, he will create a chance to score. In a word, Guran must be watched closely and not allowed to enter the penalty area easily. Therefore, only 2 defensive players of Liverpool U18 blocked Southampton's No. 10 player who got the ball. The other defensive players focused on Guran, and even the goalkeeper's attention was on Guran. Player No. 10 was ecstatic. Without waiting for the 2 players defending him to rush up and narrow the angle, he directly shot a low ball. The 2 players defending him were shocked and quickly stretched out their feet to intercept. But their interception skills were obviously not as accurate as Guran's. The football passed quickly through the gap between their legs. The goalkeeper Liverpool U18 hurriedly jumped sideways to save the ball. In the 85th minute of the game, Southampton U18 relied on Guran's breakthrough and continued interlaced running after passing the ball, tearing open the big hole in the middle of Liverpool U18 like tearing stockings, and the No. 10 midfielder took the opportunity to score in one fell swoop. The attacking qualities of the Southampton U18 team were fully displayed. Let's chase 2-5. Since Guran came on the court, this friendly match has turned into a massacre. Southampton U18 is simply killing like crazy. Of the 5 goals of the Southampton U18 team, 3 were scored by Guran himself, and the remaining 2 were assisted by Guran. The players of Southampton U18 happily celebrated around Guran. Especially the core midfielder No. 10 who scored the goal. He hugged Guran. If it weren't for Guran's running and interweaving in the penalty area, he would have no chance to score this goal. There is not much time left in the game, the victory is already decided, and the Liverpool U18 team has no chance. Coach Mark's face was depressed. This is probably the most desperate game he has encountered in his career as a coach of the youth team. Obviously, they were leading by 2 goals in the first 30 minutes of the first half, but when the game was about to end, they were actually behind by 3 goals. Fortunately, Guran only came on the field 30 minutes into the first half. If Guran had played the whole game, wouldn't it have been 2-7? Guran is really worthy of being called God. With Guran's presence, even a rubbish coach like Dodd, with such a rubbish Southampton U18 team, can win. If God Guran was given to me, and paired with Sterling, the son of God, I would conquer all of Europe. Coach Mark couldn't help but cast an envious look at Coach Dodd. Coach Dodd smiled at Coach Mark, but didn't shout anything radical. To be honest, the relationship between the 2 clubs is still good, and this time the Liverpool U18 team readily agreed to the invitation to this friendly match, which also gave Alan Shearer enough face. So, Coach Dodd started to make substitutions. The No. 10 player who had just eaten goose pancake was replaced, and the previous No. 19 little fat striker was also replaced. Even the goalkeeper was replaced. Of course, Guran continued to stay on the field. Liverpool U18 still did not give up and continued to attack actively. In the 87th minute of the game, Sterling got another chance to score a single goal. This was a friendly match. Guran didn't want to go all out on Sterling, but seeing Sterling speeding up like a little black rabbit, Guran couldn't help but speed up. It was so exciting. Fighting with the master, dopamine was secreted like crazy. It was so cool. Sterling panicked at that time. He lost the single goal while he was taking it. Guran. Sorry. It was my fault just now, hero, let's try again. Sterling. Woo-woo. I'm tired, destroy it. Hurry up. Coach Mark in the technical area on the sidelines grabbed his still thick hair and kept pulling it hard. Finally, in the injury time, Liverpool U18 attacked through a corner kick, and their tall striker scored with a header. The score was rewritten as Liverpool U18 3-5 Southampton U18. Liverpool U18 team also saved some face. But Sterling didn't get to wear the hat after all. Beep, 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 with 2 short and 1 long whistles from the referee, the friendly match officially ended. The Southampton U18 players cheered happily, while the Liverpool U18 players were crestfallen. Coach Dodd took the initiative to walk to the technical area of Liverpool U18 team and shook hands with Coach Mark. Mark, this is really a wonderful match, isn't it? Yes, I have to admit that the game is wonderful. Dodd, you Southampton boys performed better, especially Guran. Coach Mark's tone was full of envy and jealousy. Under normal circumstances, Coach Mark would never accept falling behind by 2 goals in his own territory, but when he thought of the opponent as God, Coach Mark felt that he could accept that he had only lost 2 goals. Coach Mark thought, if it were another coach, it would be normal for Guran to lead by 5 goals. And I only lost 2. Well, from a professional point of view, I'm pretty awesome. Ha ha ha. Gu is Southampton's rising star. I told you a long time ago that he is very good, he is the god on the field. Coach Dodd raised his eyebrows proudly. Now you know that I never brag, right? Coach Mark smiled dryly. Dodd, can I talk to Guran for a few words? Coach Dodd said vigilantly, what do you want to talk about? Coach Mark said, nothing, I just want to praise him. Coach Dodd laughed and said, there's no need to praise him. Everyone is very tired, and we have to catch a plane. Tell me how you want to praise him, and I'll convey it for you. Coach Mark smiled helplessly. Forget it, there's no need to convey it. Dodd smiled and said, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Coach Mark was speechless. On the green field, the players of the Southampton U18 team surrounded Guran and left the field happily. Originally, when the game was played for 30 minutes in the first half, the Southampton U18 team had already been kicked down. It was Guran who turned the tide and saved the Southampton U18 team after he came on the field. It was Guran who brought honor to the Southampton club with his own strength. Every Southampton U18 player now admires Guran. Not only is the No. 19 striker a little fan of Guran, the entire Southampton U18 team has become Guran's little fan. Wherever Guran goes, they follow him. Gu. You're so amazing. Gu, you're so fast. At the beginning of the game, I thought Sterling was the fastest man I had ever seen, but I didn't expect you to be faster. Yes, yes. Gu. You're the fastest man we have ever seen. What the hell did you say? What is the fastest man? I am fast, I am fast in frequency. Guran secretly complained in his heart. Gu, I believe that with your strength, you will soon be able to stand out in the first team. Gu, I think those Liverpool executives are interested in you. When you scored a goal before, and when you blocked Sterling's shot, I noticed that the Liverpool executives in the stands were applauding and cheering for you. Maybe, they want to debut to Liverpool. Gu. Will you go to Liverpool? What the hell is this? Liverpool executives actually applauded and cheered for me. I seem to have that feeling, but you can't just guess about this kind of thing. Besides, I'm so tough that they can't get me out. Guran just smiled faintly and didn't answer his teammates' questions. Gu, we all thank you this time. Yes, otherwise, we can't face Mr. Shearer. By the way, Gu, come to the bar with us to celebrate tonight. Yes, yes. It's a great event to defeat the awesome Liverpool U18. We must go to the bar tonight to celebrate. Listen to me, listen to me. I know there is a pole dance bathing performance in your bar. I've never seen it before, let's go and see it together while we're having fun today. Ah. I want to see it. I want to see it too. Yes, I can't wait any longer. The players of Southampton U18 team were all excited. Guran held his forehead with his hand, his face full of reluctance. I thought professional players would play at a higher level, but they were just like those guys from Rosnitiao. Ugh. It's just a pole dancing bath, I'm not interested. Guran waved his hand with a serious face. You guys go, I'm not going, I have something to do in the evening. Tonight, we must cherish the brief time with Juan and me, and practice juggling, dribbling, and shooting like crazy. After saying this, without waiting for the group of little fans around him to invite him again, Guran quickened his pace and walked towards Sterling on the other side of the field. Although this friendly match is over, he still has to say hello to Sterling before leaving. After all, in the next 2 years, Sterling will become a household name in football, so making friends with Sterling now can be regarded as an investment in friendship and advance. Seeing Guran walking towards Sterling, the other Southampton U18 players actually followed Guran and walked towards Sterling aggressively. Sterling was sitting on the grass and feeling sad because he failed to score a hat-trick. When he looked up and saw the entire Southampton U18 team walking towards him, he was so scared that his face turned pale. Sterling got up and ran. Huh. Guran was stunned, and hurriedly chased while shouting, Sterling. Sterling, wait a minute, the little fans behind him also shouted. Sterling. Stop. Stop the fucking moment. So, Sterling ran faster. Guran quickly turned around and said, Why are you following me? I just want to talk to Sterling alone. The little fans stopped. Sterling ran around the court and Guran chased him. How could Sterling outrun Guran? Guran caught up with Sterling in a sprint and forcibly stretched out his hand to stop Sterling. Sterling gasped with horror on his face. You have already won, what else do you want to do? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelas. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244 Guran's goal is the Sea of Stars. Fellow countrymen, please stay. Guran grinned. Sterling, you may have misunderstood. I just want to make friends with you seriously. As he said that, Guran sincerely extended his hand to Sterling. Sterling hesitated for a moment, and then shook hands with Guran cautiously. I was scared to death. I thought you were going to hit me just now. Guran hurriedly smiled and said, You really misunderstood. To be honest, I admire you very much. Really. Although Sterling still maintained a sense of vigilance on his face, he couldn't help but get excited deep down in his heart. Guran is a super strong opponent. Being appreciated by a super strong opponent is better than any compliment. Then I heard Guran smile and said, Sterling, your speed is really fast. You're still so young now. In a few years, your speed will surely grow to the top of the Premier League. I am very optimistic about you. In today's game, I was also influenced by you, which allowed me to break through the limits again and reach new heights. This is not a lie. If it weren't for Sterling, son of the wind, Guran would not have been able to achieve a triple jump in the sprint in the game. Sterling grinned and said, Gu, I didn't expect you to be so fierce on the court, but you are so nice off the court. In fact, I should thank you too. You let me see that there are people as strong as me in the U18 age group. Moreover, although I was defended by you today, I also broke through my sprint speed limit. Of course, compared with you, my breakthrough is a bit insignificant, but it is very rare for me. So, thank you. Guran smiled and said, We will improve each other. Sterling smiled and said, Yes, yes. Guran smiled and said, Then we are friends. Sterling smiled and said, Yes, yes. Guran said, Let's leave each other our mobile phone numbers. Okay. Sterling quickly reported his mobile phone number. After Guran wrote it down, he smiled and said, Okay, when we're free in the future, we can make an appointment to play football and train together. In this way, we can also make progress together. In this way, the Son of the Wind can get +4. If the personal rating of this system is upgraded to a level in the future, the skill limit of free riding can reach +5. Therefore, the friendship with Sterling must be maintained. When Sterling heard that Guran would invite him to play football and practice together in the future, the smile on his face froze instantly. Sterling's lips trembled, and he finally managed to say a word after a long time. Gu, why don't you kill me now and give me a quick death? Guran smiled happily and said, Ha 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 Sterling, you are so funny. I'm serious. Sterling couldn't help but burst into tears when he thought of the scene where he was going to be abused by Guran. Guran patted Sterling's still slightly immature shoulders. Okay, I should go, my team is waiting for me, we will talk later. After that, Guran grinned at Sterling again, and then ran away. Only Sterling was left standing alone on the empty green field. Guran had just walked back to the visiting team's bench when Coach Dot ran up happily. Gu. My dear Gu. Coach Dot gave Guran a big bear hug right away. Guran was almost out of breath because of Coach Dot's enthusiastic hug. Coach Dot said excitedly, Gu. You did a great job. I knew it. I knew that no matter how badly those kids played before, as long as you were substituted in, you would definitely save the game. You are a savior. Guran laughed and said, this is all thanks to the coach's usual teaching. Coach, you are the best youth training coach I have ever seen. Reverse PUA. Besides, this is not flattery, it is really the truth. After all, I have never seen other youth training coaches. Ha ha ha. Coach Dot was so happy that he was almost dying. Gu. I really like you. Today's game is completely your exhibition match. I am so lucky to have you. At the same time, I am so unfortunate. Because you're about to leave my youth team and enter the first team. Coach Dot's face was full of regret. Guran quickly smiled and said, thank you for your care during this period of time, Coach. At this time, Alan Shearer also ran over excitedly, hugged Guran's back and patted him like an old farmer. Gu. Good job. You really deserve to be my designated successor. WTF, he was designated already. It was just a friendly match for the youth team, isn't it a bit too fast? Guran said quickly, I have always taken Mr. Shearer as my role model. Good. Good. I knew it. You are exactly like me when I was young. Alan Shearer said excitedly, by the way, Gu, are you interested in playing for Newcastle United in the future? Coach Dot next to him was immediately full of question marks. Alan, I asked you to come to support the scene. Why are you digging our walls? Alan Shearer smiled naively, I'm just asking. I know Guran is still waiting for a work permit. I'm not digging now. I just want to ask him if he is interested in coming to Newcastle United in the future. Gu, if you are willing to come to Newcastle United, I promise you will soon have a first-team position and a forward position. With Alan Shearer's status in Newcastle United, this is absolutely possible. Newcastle United is an English Premier League team, and it is naturally good to be able to play in the first team directly, but when the basic strength is not strong enough, going directly to the Premier League to pull up the seedlings and force them to grow, in the end it will only be injuries and young and be lost in the crowd. Let's not talk about the distant past, let's take the way Liverpool treats Sterling. The 16-year-old Sterling actually has the speed to charge in the Premier League, but Liverpool is not in a hurry to let Sterling debut in the Premier League. Instead, he is placed in the youth team to lay a foundation and protect him from entering the deep waters of a Premier League full of big sharks too early. Even if it costs £2 million, Liverpool is not in a hurry to realize Sterling's ability. From this point of view, Liverpool's treatment of young talents is still very authentic. Therefore, you really can't rush to become famous. As Guran, who has 12 years of social experience, he knows it in his heart. Especially since Guran is a grassroots person and has not undergone professional youth training, he needs to lay a good foundation in the lower leagues. Guran smiled immediately. Thank you Mr. Shearer for your kindness to me, but I don't have any other ideas for the time being. I just want to experience it in the English League One first. Alan Shearer nodded in agreement. Okay. Don't be impatient. It's exactly the same as me. After all, I also came out of the Southampton club. I am also very happy that you can stay in Southampton with peace of mind. However, Newcastle United's invitation is always valid for you, and no matter what you need my help, I will be there at any time. Okay, thank you Mr. Shearer. A friendly match has gained the friendship of Sterling and Alan Shearer, which is still very good. Seeing that Alan Shearer did not mention poaching again, Coach Dot was relieved. Before the three of them could chat happily, Evelyn ran over eagerly and inserted the microphone in her hand directly between the three of them. Alan Shearer quickly retreated tactically. Coach Dot had also seen Evelyn's horror, so he quickly ran away to greet other players to go back to the comprehensive building to take a shower and change clothes. Just now, he was still holding Guran and refused to let go. Now, the two of them ran faster than rabbits. Guran was suddenly a little embarrassed. When Guran wanted to run, Evelyn stepped forward and blocked Guran with her bodybuilding body. Gu, I want to interview you. Now. This is what you promised me. Damn. This is a foul. How can I get through? I'm embarrassed to bump into it. Guran was stuck in place by Evelyn. Forget it, there is no way to escape the interview at this team newspaper. Even if I escape now, we will still sit together on the plane, and I can't avoid being interviewed by Evelyn. If I don't satisfy Evelyn, Evelyn will keep pestering me. Besides, as a player of Southampton club, I am indeed obliged to cooperate with the interview at Forward Saints. Guran could only bite the bullet and said, Okay, Evelyn. Evelyn said excitedly, "Goo. I'm so happy. You don't know how many questions I want to ask you. I want to interview you all night. Can I interview you all night? Damn, my body is fine, but I'm afraid you can't hold on." Gurren cleared his throat. "This is not good, right? I have something to do tonight. Let's do it another day." Evelyn said excitedly, "Okay. When you go to my house to ride horses." "Yeah, Gurren responded vaguely, "Evelyn, we have to catch a plane soon, just ask any questions you have." "Okay." Evelyn said quickly, "My first question is, Southampton U18 team played very badly in the first 30 minutes of the first half, but you led the team to reverse the game in one game and completed your first hat-trick since becoming a professional player. How do you feel now?" "Of course it's great." Gurren paused slightly. "It's okay. This is an interview, you can't be too high profile." "Not bad." Evelyn's eyes widened in amazement, and her chest rose and fell with excitement. "Oh my God. Goo. You are so manly. Such a wonderful and exciting reversal, you just said it was okay so easily. I really can't resist your coolness that is as stable as a mountain even in the midst of strong winds and waves. I understand. You don't care about this kind of youth team level game at all, you just kid casually, your goal is the stars in the sea. Goo, you are so domineering. I have thought of the headline of the press release on the front page tomorrow, Goo. Playing Liverpool U18 is just fun! Is the fuck so big?" Gurren hurriedly said. "Wait. What I mean is that you understand me. After thinking about it, don't explain it." Just saying it's okay was interpreted by Evelyn like this. If I explain it a few more times, it may be more than that. Hectares. I knew it. I knew we always have a telepathic connection. Evelyn jumped happily on the spot. Gurren quickly moved his eyes away. "Goo, my second question is, you wore the No. 9 jersey in this friendly match, and you also completed your first hat trick after becoming a professional player. Your celebration in the game was also a tribute to Mr. Alan Shearer. And Mr. Alan Shearer also regards you as his successor, so do you think you have anything in common with Mr. Alan Shearer? When do you think you can surpass Mr. Alan Shearer?" "Surpass? I haven't even played in the Premier League yet." Gurren smiled helplessly. "How to surpass? What to surpass?" Evelyn said excitedly, "I understand. Goo, you don't regard surpassing someone as your goal. Whether it's Alan Shearer or other stars, you are you, and the goal you want to surpass is just you the second before." Gurren. "Yes. Evelyn, your business ability of automatically polishing your pen is really getting more and more sophisticated. Goo. How can I not fall in love with you? You are so handsome. So cool." Evelyn's eyes were full of admiring stars. Gurren looked up at the training ground where almost everyone had left, and then cleared his throat and said, "Let's ask the last 2 questions." "The last 2?" Evelyn said quickly. "Okay, I'll let you go to the locker room after asking these 2. I'll ask the others after I get on the plane, you can't run away anyway." Gurren. Then Evelyn asked, "Goo, you scored 3 goals and 2 assists in the game. Which one are you most satisfied with?" Gurren thought for a while. "It's not about which one you are most satisfied with. The 3 goals were all equally wonderful, each with its own charm, and the 2 assists were just right." Evelyn was shaking with excitement. "Oh. God. I knew it. I knew it. I've also thought of the title for tomorrow's second interview, Goo. The goal I am most satisfied with is always the next one! Gurren. Evelyn, you make me feel so comfortable. One last question." Evelyn asked. "This match was also seen as a battle between Southampton's rising star and Liverpool's rising star. The result is obvious. You crushed Liverpool's rising star Sterling. Sterling is very fast, and you seem to be slower than Sterling at the beginning. However, in your subsequent speed competition, your speed was comparable to Sterling. In the final stage of the game, your speed even dropped and surpassed Sterling. Can you tell us how you did it? In fact, I'm a whore, duh." "Of course it can't be explained like that." Gurren cleared his throat. "It's like this, how should I put it? It's probably that you get stronger when you meet a stronger opponent." Evelyn was so shocked that she forgot to breathe. "Goo, you are so awesome. I really love you to death. You are really a born strong person. The stronger you are when you meet a strong opponent. The stronger the opponent, the more it can stimulate your inner potential, right? You're a genius. I'm so excited. I am now witnessing the entire process of a peerless genius rising from the grassroots. Goo. I love you so much. Can I hug you? Can I kiss you?" Evelyn said as she was about to touch her hands and mouth. Grant hurriedly said, don't do that, another day, another day. Evelyn then held back, yeah, I like boys like you who are cool and shy. You are so handsome when you are cool, and so cute when you are shy. Grant breathed a sigh of relief. I should go to the comprehensive building to take a shower. Evelyn turned off the interview microphone and asked coquettishly, wait, Goo, I have a personal question to ask you, only one. Damn, who can refuse a beautiful woman who acts coquettishly? Grant said helplessly, okay, the last one. Evelyn asked happily, do you know which scene of yours I like best in this game? Grant shrugged, I don't know. Evelyn smiled and said, my favorite is not your 3 goals, nor your 2 assists, but the scene where you flew into Sterling shot, and then stood up and stood for a while sliding. But Grant himself was also quite satisfied with that scene. Evelyn said with stars in her eyes, you can actually stand up gracefully while sliding on the ground. I have also played football, I know how high the muscle coordination of the whole body is required for this action, and I know how high the core strength of the waist and abdomen is. How did you train your waist and abdomen strength? Of course, I practiced very hard every night. Grant cleared his throat and said, it's talent. Oh. Evelyn couldn't help pouting, my dear Goo. I want to feel your waist and abdomen strength. Just satisfy me, just once. As she said that, Evelyn moved her hands and feet to lift Grant's jersey, trying to feel Grant's 6-pack abs. Damn. Too enthusiastic and proactive. Even an LSP like me can't handle it. Grant quickly covered the corner of his clothes. Evelyn, stop it. This is not the right occasion. Evelyn begged, I just want to feel it. Grant pretended to frown and said, then you choose, either choose me to visit your home this weekend, or choose to touch my abdominal muscles. Evelyn looked at Grant's abdomen, her saliva was about to flow out. But in the end, reason prevailed. Okay, Goo, I'll wait for you to come to my home to visit and ride horses this weekend. Evelyn chuckled. Grant breathed a sigh of relief, okay, then I'll go to the locker room of the comprehensive building to take a shower first. After that, Grant didn't wait for Evelyn to defend him with her chest, and directly changed his line on the spot and passed Evelyn. Hey Goo. Why are you running? Evelyn looked at Grant's agile figure running away quickly, her face full of intoxication. Even your running posture is so handsome, I'm sure you'll win. Heh. As soon as Grant ran into the gate of the complex building, Michael Edwards came up to greet him with a smile. Grant's mind was full of Evelyn's enthusiastic behavior just now, and he didn't notice Edwards at all. Grant just felt that there seemed to be someone blocking the road in front of him, and then he dodged and passed Edwards out of professional habit. Edwards. Seeing Grant ducking his head and dodging, Edwards hurriedly shouted in a standard Southampton accent, fellow countrymen, please stay. What the hell? Grant was severely shocked, stopped and looked back, you called me. I'm such an obviously Chinese man, you call me a fellow countryman. You Grant saw Edwards' face clearly, and his pupils were immediately shocked. It turned out to be the god of love Edwards. The best manager in the future Premier League. Southampton's fellow Liverpool countryman. I never thought I would meet him here. He is the future big shot of Liverpool. In horizontal comparison, Edwards of Liverpool is much more awesome than Emmanuel of Chelsea. These future big shots are now going to get to know me. Especially the god of love, who actually calls himself a fellow countryman. Ha ha ha. So cool. Grant couldn't help but feel a little excited and proud. Yes, forgive my rudeness, Mr. Grant. Edwards said with a smile. I know you can't know me, but please give me a chance to introduce myself. My name is Michael Edwards, a native of Southampton who grew up eating lamb kidney pie. I also graduated from Southampton High School. This sentence immediately brought the two closer together. Especially the sentence of growing up eating lamb kidney pie, which really made Grant feel very close. But I am a Cantonese who grew up eating rice noodle rolls and barbecue pork buns, and you who grew up eating lamb kidneys have the nerve to call me a fellow countryman. Grant smiled and said, hello, Mr. Edwards. It's an honor to meet you here. Edwards hurriedly said, Mr. Grant, there is no need to be so distant between us. Can I call you Goo? You can also call me Michael directly. Grant immediately said, of course, no problem. Edwards smiled happily and said, that's great, Goo. First of all, let me congratulate you on winning the game. Your performance in this game was really wonderful. You have fascinated our entire Liverpool executives with you. Grant smiled and said, Edwards, are you here to poach me? Edwards was stunned. You suddenly said that, it really caught me off guard. Grant left. Edwards is still at the beginning of his career. It will take at least 1 or 2 years for him to become Liverpool's technical director. Therefore, Edwards does not have much experience in poaching people, and he seems a little nervous. Edwards scratched his hair embarrassedly and reorganized his words. Goo, you are right. Liverpool's top management is very optimistic about you, and a talented player like you can only get long-term development in a big club like Liverpool. As long as you come to Liverpool, you can make any request, any request. Edwards did not dare to say that a certain top management was willing to offer his wife. He was also afraid of scaring Guran away. Guran restrained his smile and said lightly, Michael, thank you, but you may not know that I don't have a work permit so far. Edwards immediately said, we have received accurate information. There is basically no obstacle to your application for a work permit. I believe you can get it soon. Liverpool's intelligence work is still very strong. Guran said calmly, even if I can get it soon, I will not leave Southampton at this time. My work permit was obtained by Southampton with a lot of resources. I can't turn around and kick the club that helped me as soon as I get the work permit. This is not in line with my principles. What's more, I have signed a professional contract with Southampton. So, I'm sorry. Guran shrugged and turned to leave. Although Edwards has a big name in the future, as a professional player of Southampton, Guran should try to avoid private contact with the top executives of other clubs. Seeing that Guran was about to leave, Edwards hurriedly said, my fellow countrymen, please stay. Chapter 245a. Request for help from Daenerys Stormborn. Okay. Daddy will satisfy you this time. Edwards called so kindly that Guran had to stop again. Edwards said quickly, Gu, you are a very moral player. You are right. Southampton Club has applied for a work permit for you. You should indeed repay Southampton. However, there are many ways to repay. We are not going to debut to Liverpool for free, nor do we want to cause losses to Southampton Club. We respect the professional contract you have signed with Southampton Club. We will offer you a transfer fee. As long as you are willing to come to our Liverpool, we can not only offer you a new contract for a period of 5 years with a weekly salary higher than that of Southampton Club, but also offer Southampton Club a transfer fee that they cannot refuse. What the hell are you guys? I haven't even played a professional league game yet, and you Liverpool want to buy my transfer. Before Guran could speak, Edwards directly quoted the transfer price. We can give Southampton Club £3 million. This transfer price, I'm afraid that even the players of Southampton Club's first team can't reach it. £3 million, this can also be regarded as a reward for the hard work of Southampton Club on applying for your work permit. Damn, my transfer value is actually £1 million higher than sterling. Liverpool is very sincere. Guran was a little happy in his heart. But at the same time, Guran also maintained basic calmness and composure. £3 million is indeed very sincere, which is almost the transfer fee at Carvalho level stars, but if you really transfer to Liverpool, I'm afraid it will be the same as going to Chelsea. You have to stay in the youth training team for 1 or 2 years. This is indeed a kind of protection, but at the same time, it is also because big clubs are full of talents and there are few opportunities to get. And it is better to lay a foundation in the official games of the English League One than to lay a foundation in the youth training team. Therefore, although Liverpool is indeed sincere, staying in Southampton is a more suitable choice at present. How is it? Gu, just tell me what you think. We are from the same hometown. Edward's face was full of expectations. Fellow villagers digging fellow villagers. Guran smiled. Michael, it stands to reason that we shouldn't talk about this kind of thing in private. If it were someone else, I might just leave. But you graduated from Southampton High School, so of course I have to treat you differently from others. What I can tell you is that I don't have any ideas at the moment. If you want to dip me, you must first convince Southampton Club, and then me. When you have settled Southampton Club, come to me again. Edward's eyes suddenly lit up and saw hope. At least, Guran did not refuse. But in fact, Guran's real idea was to use Southampton Club as a cover. Southampton Club is not that easy to deal with. When Old Rice personally finalized the contract, he deliberately added a minimum termination fee of £5 million. In other words, the transfer fee of £5 million is the psychological bottom line of Southampton Club. And £5 million can buy a first-line Premier League star. Guran secretly said in his heart, not taking the initiative, not refusing, is my code of conduct as a scum, and as a professional player. Thank you, Gu. I know what to do next. Edwards excitedly shook Guran's hand. I swear, I will definitely bring you to Liverpool. I can't wait to see how handsome you look in the red jersey. Oh, can we leave a contact number? So that after we negotiate the transfer fee with Southampton Club, I can contact you as soon as possible to discuss your contract. No problem. Guran immediately reported his mobile phone number. Edwards quickly took out his mobile phone to record it, and sent a text message to Guran's mobile phone number, noting his name. After exchanging the phone number, Guran did not talk to Edwards anymore. After a simple handshake and goodbye, he turned around and ran quickly into the visiting team's locker room. At this time, there was a burst of cheers in the visiting team's locker room, and the excited U18 players were singing and dancing happily with their shirts bare. This victory over Liverpool U18 will be a great help to the renewal of their young players' contracts for the new season. And Guran is the biggest contributor. When Guran returned to the locker room, the U18 players immediately surrounded him and hugged him to sing and dance together. Fortunately, Maven Gregory rescued Guran from the crazy U18 players, which made Guran feel relieved. Maven Gregory immediately gave Guran a full body check and massage. Guran's physical strength also recovered a lot. After returning tonight, I will have another ice and fire therapy, and my physical strength will be restored to a certain extent. At that time, I can have a good farewell battle with Wanami. Guran was very happy. 10 minutes later, the physical therapy ended. Guran took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and said goodbye to Alan Shearer. Alan Shearer hugged Guran reluctantly. "Gu, remember my words, if you want to come to Newcastle United, you must call me. Newcastle United will prepare the No. 9 jersey I once wore for you." "Okay, Mr. Shearer. I look forward to your performance in the English League One. As long as it is your game, I will definitely watch it all." "Thank you, Mr. Shearer, I will try my best to perform." "Come on. I believe that one day, you will become the new Premier League top scorer." Alan Shearer hugged Guran again and patted Guran's back heavily with his big hands. Guran was about to vomit blood. After Alan Shearer left the locker room, Guran followed Coach Dodd and other Southampton U18 players to happily bid farewell to the Millwood Training Centre and took the bus to the airport. On the bus, Guran took out his mobile phone and saved the phone numbers of Alan Shearer, Sterling, and Edwards. These are all superstars and future superstars, and they will inevitably have to deal with each other in the future. Especially with the happy boy Sterling. In the future, when he comes to the Premier League, Sterling will be the main competitor. Guran couldn't help but want to laugh when he thought of Sterling. Just when Guran put down his mobile phone and prepared to close his eyes and rest, a new text message alert sounded. It should be Edwards, right? Liverpool is really urgent. Guran opened his mobile phone and saw that it was not Edwards. It was Emilia Clarke, the actor of the Dragon Mother in Game of Thrones. When Guran accompanied Sophie to the audition, he had a very pleasant exchange with Emilia. Guran also helped Emilia with some guidance, so that Emilia had a clear understanding of the role of the Dragon Mother in advance. Although Emilia could get the role of Daenerys Targaryen without Guran's help, in the heart of the girl Emilia, she believed that it was because of Guran's guidance that she could get this important role. Emilia has also been keeping in touch with Guran through text messages. Of course, it is just pure friendship. She would share stills from the Game of Thrones crew from time to time, and occasionally ask Guran about acting. Guran would reply when he was free, but the interaction was not much, nor was it deep. Therefore, Guran was not surprised by Emilia's text message. Guran casually clicked on the text message. "Hi, Gu. My good friend, how are you doing recently? My scenes have recently started shooting, and I am so excited and happy. Thank you again for your guidance. Without you, I would not have this role. In addition, I just found out that you are already a professional player, and a very good professional player. I am really bad because I don't pay much attention to football, but because of you, I will pay more attention to football in the future. I congratulated you now. I wonder if you will be angry with me. By the way, you must be very busy now. I sent you a text message this time to ask you to do me a favor. I wonder if you are available recently. What the hell?" After saying so many nice and polite words, it seems that this favor must be difficult to help. Guran thought about it and decided to give some face to the actress who played descendant of old Valyria, Queen of the Andals, ruler of Westeros and protector of the realm, Khaleesi of the Dothraki of the Steppes, the Unburned, Queen of Meereen, breaker of chains, mother of dragons, liberator of Ostapor, Queen of the Rhaenyra and the First Men, Princess of Dragonstone, slayer of cities, Queen of the Scorched Earth, Daenerys Stormborn. Guran immediately replied, "Hi, Emilia. I'm glad to hear that you have entered the shooting state, and I am looking forward to your amazing appearance. Thank you for your congratulations, although it's not the first time, but it's just as precious to me. I'm really busy now. I just finished the competition and will go to the airport soon. However, even if I'm busy, as long as you need me, I will still try my best to help, so please let me know." Emilia's text message came immediately. "Oh. Great. Goo, thank you. I owe you one. The thing is this, when I was interviewing for Game of Thrones, I met a nice girl. She entered the third round of re-interviews, but was eventually defeated by me. Although we are competitors for roles, we have always had a very good relationship and have always kept in touch. Now she is about to audition for a new crew, and she is very worried that she will fail again, so I told her about your guidance. After hearing this, my friend really wants to get your guidance. I wonder when you're free. Gran. Amelia, are you a naive person? Well, you are. Gran was angry and amused in his heart. I am a football player, not a Hollywood director. Isn't it strange to ask me to guide your acting? Also, who was this failed competitor? Forget it, I won't ask, who cares who she is, it can't be a big star who will be more awesome than Amelia in the future, right? Anyway, just for Amelia's kindness, I will help her if I can. Anyway, it's just guidance, and it's not a big effort. It can also deepen the relationship with Amelia. When the relationship is deep, you can understand each other more deeply. Gran immediately replied, for you, Amelia. Let her come to see me. However, I am too busy this week. She has to wait until next week, and she can only come at night. You ask her to pick a night next week to come to my Dune villa to see me. I will send you the address. Gran attached the address. This week is indeed too busy. The labor permit will have a result tomorrow. Suzuki Horimi is also leaving. I have to go to Evelyn's house to watch airplanes and ride horses. So, it really can only be arranged until next week. Thank you. Goo. I know you are the best. I will tell this good news to my good friend right now. I will let her come to you next week. I wish you all the best. Okay, I wish you all the best. After Guran replied, he put his mobile phone in his pocket and did not take this little episode seriously anymore and continued to close his eyes and rest. The bus arrived at the airport soon. On the plane, Evelyn took the initiative to sit next to Guran again. When taking off, Evelyn and Guran interlocked their fingers again, seeking comfort. Along the way, Evelyn chattered non-stop, while Guran remained silent. Guran could still feel the gaze from somewhere behind him. After the plane landed and stopped, after everyone else got off the plane, Guran said helplessly, Evelyn, can you let go? Thank you, Gu, you are such a good man. Evelyn didn't wait for Guran to stand up from his seat. Suddenly, her whole body pressed on Guran, and then she kissed Guran deeply on the cheek. Damn, Guran was attacked and subconsciously used his hand to block it. By the way, Evelyn, you're just talking big. Why are you shy when it comes to the real thing? Guran suddenly felt that his young body was a little thirsty. Okay, I'm leaving. I have to go back to the editorial office to work overtime to finish the manuscript for tomorrow's Advanced Saints. See you this weekend. After saying that, Evelyn happily ran off the plane. Looking at Evelyn's toned figure, Guran couldn't help but sigh. What a sin. Guran sorted out his emotions, then got off the plane with his sports bag on his back, and took the club's bus with the players to return to the Staplewood training base. As soon as he got off the bus, the U18 teammates invited Guran again. Hi. Gu. Let's go to the bar to party with us. Yes, yes. The pole dance bathing show in the bar is really good. Guran smiled and waved his hand. No, I really have something to do tonight. Coach Dodd clapped his hands, gathered together. I'll say a few words. The U18 players who were just frolicking immediately lined up next to the bus. Coach Dodd said, we won the friendly match today, but I think everyone knows that without Guran, we would have lost miserably. So, let's give the most sincere applause to Guran. Thank him for his contribution to the team. Wow. All the U18 players applauded Guran with conviction. Only Kawaiichi, who was standing at the back of the team, did not applaud, but his face was full of jealousy that could not be concealed, and his fists were clenched and creaked. Then I heard Coach Dodd continue to praise. Guran is the rising star of our Southampton club. Today he proved himself with 3 goals and 2 assists. I think you should also realize how big the gap is between you and the rising star. I still say that I don't ask you to become a rising star like Guran, I only ask you to reach the level of Guran's hair. Yes. Coach. We want to be Guran's hair. The Southampton U18 players shouted loudly. Damn, Guran himself was a little embarrassed to listen. Coach Dodd said, let me tell you one more thing. Tomorrow is a day off, plus 2 days of weekend, so everyone has 3 consecutive days off. Yeah. When they heard that there was a 3-day holiday, the U18 players cheered. After winning the Liverpool U18 team, there are still 3 days of short vacation, and they don't have to move their vacation. It's so cool. Coach frowned and said, I advise you not to be happy too early. After this holiday, the first team will start to return next week, and many of you will have to re-sign contracts. Whether to be promoted to the reserve team or terminate the contract with the U18 team and become a free agent, there will be a final decision next week. The U18 players gasped and looked nervous. Coach grinned again and said, Of course, you don't need to worry too much. This time, winning the Liverpool U18 team will increase your overall performance by a lot of points. The emotions of the U18 players were pulled back and forth by Coach Dodd. Okay, everyone can go home. Coach turned to Suzuki Horimi, who was not far away, and said, Ma'am, please stay for a moment. We have already confirmed the result of Kawaiichi's trial. Suzuki Horimi was slightly startled. She thought the result would be announced tomorrow, but she didn't expect it to be finalized so soon. It seems that there's no room for maneuver. The friendly match with the Liverpool U18 team is the final test for Kawaiichi. And it is obvious that Kawaiichi's performance in the friendly match can be described as a disaster. Sorry to bother you, Coach. Suzuki Horimi bowed slightly, and she had made full mental preparations in her heart. Those U18 team players who were about to disband and leave were not in a hurry to leave, and they all stood there curiously to watch. They also wanted to know when Kawaiichi, the black sheep, would be able to get out. Coach took out an evaluation form and handed it to Suzuki Horimi. This is our coaching team's comprehensive evaluation of Kawaiichi, and my evaluation of his performance in this friendly match. Suzuki Horimi took it, skipped the data scores, and went straight to the result of the last line. In view of the player's professional level and uncontrollable emotions, this trial training is not passed. Sure enough, Guranjun was right. Ichi is really not good at playing football. Miracles will not happen to Ichi. Only Guranjun is a real strong man and a real miracle. Suzuki Horimi smiled with relief and said softly in a tone of almost relief, Thank you, Coach, thank you for all your efforts. Coach also said politely, Nothing, ma'am. It must be said that Suzuki Horimi is very well-mannered. The gentleness, intelligence, elegance and self-restraint of Oriental women are fully reflected in Suzuki Horimi. Kawaiichi asked anxiously, Mom. Did I pass? Did I pass it? Suzuki Horimi calmly handed the evaluation form to Kawaiichi. I'm sorry, Ichi, you didn't pass, you can see for yourself. No. Impossible. Kawaiichi snatched the evaluation form with disbelief, his fingers trembling uncontrollably, failing to pass. This is impossible. I'm the shooter of the champion team of the Japanese high school national championship. How could I not even pass the trial training of the youth team of a low-level league club like Southampton? Horimi said softly, Ichi, this is your truest result, accept it with a smile. Smile. Kawaiichi's whole face was distorted because of the violent emotional fluctuations. No. Why should I smile? Why should I accept it? I don't accept it. I don't accept it. Kawaiichi tore the evaluation form in his hand to pieces. I didn't lose. I didn't lose to anyone. It must be because of Guran. Kawaiichi pointed the spearhead at Guran, Baka. It's you. It's because of your existence that I have taken away the limelight that should have belonged to me. If it weren't for you, I would definitely pass the tryout. I definitely would. Guran's voice was as calm as water. Stop dreaming, Kawaiichi. Don't you know yourself yet? Do you have speed? Do you have the passing ability? Do you have the physical fitness? Do you have the ability to persevere in competition and maintain your emotions and mentality in adversity and failure? You have nothing. The only thing you have is a considerate and good mother. Horimi's throat swallowed subconsciously, and tears flowed silently. Guran said in a deep voice, Maybe you really like playing football, but your temper and personality are not suitable for playing football at all. After returning to China, do other things. The most important thing is, don't let your mother worry about you anymore. She has her own life, you can't blame her for all the misfortunes you think you have. Ah. Baka. Kawaiichi screamed like crazy, his self-esteem was seriously hurt. Guran. I admit that I am not as good as you in playing football, but what qualifications do you have to teach me? Without you, I may not look so bad. Even if you are the rising star of Southampton, so what? Even if the people here treat you as good and flatter you, so what? I, Kawaiichi, just don't accept you. Because you're a coward. You don't even dare to accept my one-on-one challenge. What qualifications do you have to teach me? Guran smiled proudly. I am indeed qualified to teach you, because I am your father. Horimi's heart skipped a beat. Guranjun, please don't tell us about our private relationship. Baka. Kawaiichi's fists clenched so hard that they made a clattering sound, and he was about to explode with anger. Guran, you dare to scold me? If you have the guts, challenge me in a duel. A barely perceptible smile appeared on the corner of Guran's mouth. Okay, Dad will satisfy you this time. Kawaiichi was stunned on the spot. Guran sneered. Why, are you scared? Kawaiichi blushed. No. I will be scared. I will be scared. Just don't regret it. Guran sneered. Do you really think I don't challenge you in a duel because I'm afraid of you? I just don't want to bother with you. Now your trial is over. Since you are still doing this, don't blame me. Let's start the fight. Chapter 246 hasn't started yet. It's already over. Lindo is shocked. Who cannot love the left back? Ah. Now it's time to watch the fun. Goo. Come on. Beat Kawai. We all support you. Haha. This is the first time I've seen a one-on-one duel between players. Kawai, don't be a coward. The other U18 players all watched the fun and didn't mind the trouble. Kawaiichi crossed his arms in front of his chest with a look of arrogance. You think I will lose? Then you're all wrong. I will use my strength to prove it to you. Fuck, Kawai is such a pretentious guy. Guran. Beat him. Yes. Beat him to death. The U18 players clenched their fists and roared. Coach Dot stood up and said seriously, a duel between players is no joke. Are you too sure you want to go on the ring to resolve the dispute? Kawaiichi said arrogantly. Of course. Guran said in a very calm tone. Sure. The exclusive team Dr. Moth, who was about to go off work, said hurriedly. Goo, don't do this. Even if you win the duel, you may get injured. You're the rising star of Southampton club. Don't duel with a player who is not from our club. It's really unnecessary. Gregory also said with a bitter face. Yeah, Goo, just treat him as a fart. Baka. Kawaiichi said angrily. Guran smiled faintly and said, Mate, Gregory, you don't have to work overtime, you can go first. Maeve said seriously, this is much more serious than a football match, how can we leave? Coach Dot said in a deep voice, well, it seems that this duel is inevitable. According to the club's regulations, conflicts between players can be resolved in a duel in the boxing gym, but both parties must be voluntary, and each party must bear the responsibility after being injured. During the duel, other people are not allowed to record it, let alone leak it, do you understand? Yes. Coach. Okay, let's go to the boxing gym together. Coach Dot waved his hand. Ah. Let's get started. Guran will win. Kawai will lose. The players of the U18 team shouted passionate slogans and surrounded Guran and Kawaiichi to the boxing training hall in the comprehensive building. Coach Dot also followed to help supervise and maintain order. Maeve and Gregory also followed with helplessness. Being Guran's exclusive team doctor and exclusive physiotherapist, the work pressure is really too great. They thought they could leave work half an hour earlier today and have a nice weekend off, but it turned out to be all Kawaiichi's fault. If you don't pass the tryout, just get out of here. You actually have to fight Guran. Maeve brought his first aid kit and medical kit. Gregory also found a defibrillator and brought it with him. In terms of professionalism, they are absolutely first-rate. Guran Jun Suzuki Honami's voice got stuck in her throat and finally turned into a faint sigh. She wanted to follow along, but when she thought about the possible scene, she finally decided to wait outside the boxing training hall. After Guran and others entered the boxing training hall, Coach Dot ordered people to lock the door of the boxing training hall to prevent interference or leakage from outsiders. Coach Dot said loudly, both parties in the duel must wear protective gear and gloves. Guran immediately chose a set of red protective gear and red boxing gloves. Kawaiichi chose blue protective gear and blue gloves. As the two were getting dressed, Coach Dot began to explain the rules. Although it's a one-on-one fight, you must follow the basic boxing rules. You are not allowed to use your legs, knees, or feet. You are not allowed to elbow. You are not allowed to hit below the waist or the back of the head. You are not allowed to hug or wrestle. This is also to protect your football life. In addition, when I intervene, no matter which of you has the upper hand, you must stop immediately. Do you understand? Guran nodded. No problem, coach. Kawaiichi sneered arrogantly. I understand. Coach Dot said, okay, I'll give you 3 more minutes to prepare. You can warm up and stretch. Kawaiichi immediately began to jump on the spot in a very realistic manner, waving his fists. It can be seen that he has practiced boxing. But Guran stood there motionless, his eyes as calm as water. Fuck, this situation is not good. No wonder this Kawaiichi always wants to challenge Gu one-on-one. He has obviously practiced before. It's bad. Gu was in danger now. This isn't fair. Kawaiichi only played 30 minutes of the game, and Guran played the rest of the game. During the game, Guran was running all over the field, and his physical energy consumption was more than 3 times that of Kawaiichi. Now their confrontation isn't fair to Guran. That's right. Shit. Kawaiichi is so fucking insidious. Gu. Forget it, we all know what kind of person Kawaiichi is. Yes, and Kawaiichi is not from our Southampton. Why bother with him? The U18 teammates all spoke up for Guran. My fool also took the opportunity to say, Gu, as your personal doctor, I strongly request you not to fight with Kawaiichi. Guran smiled, don't be nervous, my fool, put your heart in your stomach. My fool was stunned, the heart is in the chest cavity, it will be troublesome if it is put in the stomach. Guran. Coach Dodd said. Okay, it's time to prepare, you can come to the middle of the ring. Kawaiichi immediately stood in the center of the ring. Guran also walked over calmly. Guran, you Chinese guy, I will let you know what a real strong man is now. Kawaiichi waved his fists arrogantly and made a contemptuous gesture to Guran. Guran said calmly, don't talk for now, or you will get slapped in the face later. Kawaiichi sneered. Do you think you can beat me in the boxing ring? If I don't beat you to the ground and make you beg for mercy today, I'm not Kawaiichi. Guran also sneered. If I don't beat you to submission today, I'm not your father. Baka. Kawaiichi was about to rush up to fight. Coach Dodd shouted coldly. I haven't said start yet. Kawaiichi could only step back in anger, his muscles tensed, ready to attack at any time. Coach Dodd said to Guran with a worried look on his face. Gu, before I say start, you have the right to ask to give up this duel at any time. Guran smiled. Thank you, coach, but it's really not necessary. Coach Dodd said. Okay then, start. Coach Dodd stepped back and made room for the fight. Kawaiichi, who had been ready for a long time, immediately jumped over like a ghost crying and howling, and punched Guran in the face quickly and violently. He was very fast, very powerful, and every punch was meant to kill. The U18 players in the audience were all worried about Guran. Maeve and Gregory were even more prepared to rush up to rescue Guran at any time. Facing Kawaiichi's fierce attack, Guran did not use his hands to protect his head and face, but dodged sideways with lightning-fast movements. Kawaiichi attacked frantically, and his fists fell like a rainstorm. In just 5 seconds, Kawaiichi threw dozens of punches. The speed of the punches was so fast that actor images appeared. But Guran always changed his pace easily and easily avoided all of Kawaiichi's attacks. Guran moved quickly, and said breathlessly, Son, you're too slow, can you be faster? Baka. Baka. Kawaiichi rushed towards Guran like a mad wild boar. Guran calmly retreated to the corner of the boxing ring. Kawaiichi was delighted and directly threw a combination of heavy punches. Guran. See where you can hide this time. Before he finished speaking, Guran suddenly stopped and turned around to rush towards Kawaiichi. Hide. I'm not interested in teasing you anymore. Before Kawaiichi could react, Guran had already flashed close to him. The moment he got close, Guran threw an uppercut that was so fast that the naked eye couldn't see it clearly, and hit Kawaiichi's chin heavily. Kawaiichi groaned, and the whole person was knocked up, falling on the boxing ring with his legs spread out. Kawaiichi fainted. The whole boxing gym was dead silent. All the U18 players in the audience widened their eyes in extreme shock. Guran knocked Kawaiichi down with just one punch. This punch was not only so fast that you couldn't see the trajectory of the punch, but also had a terrifying power. Guran is not only good at playing football, but also ruthless in fighting. Not to mention the U18 players who were watching, even Guran himself was a little confused. What's going on? Kawaiichi, you're too fragile, aren't you? I thought you could hold out for 2 moves, how come I only used 1 move, La Shame Shenglongba, and you can't? This is so boring. I haven't even started to enjoy it yet. You're not even a paper tiger, at best you're a cat drawn on toilet paper. If I had known it would be like this, I shouldn't have used 70% of my strength, but 30% to 50%, to first enjoy the excitement and then come to the final punch. Okay, you're lucky. Guran took off his boxing gloves listlessly and threw the gloves on Kawaiichi. It's over. After that, Guran walked off the boxing ring in a cool manner. Moff said excitedly, I don't need to work overtime. The U18 players in the audience also cheered excitedly. Oh my god. Guran is so awesome. Ah. Guran. 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 This punch is so powerful. Gu, from today on, I only admire you. Gu. Give me an autograph. Just sign it above Alan Shearer's name. Please. Guran walked out of the boxing gym amid the cheers of the crowd and came to Suzuki Hanami. Hanami was shocked. Guran, haven't you started yet? Guran said calmly, no, it's over. Ah. Hanami said worriedly, what about Janji? Guran comforted her, he's fine, he just fainted, and he will wake up soon. When he wakes up, he will be honest. Alaga, Guran. Hanami said gratefully, thank you for doing so much for me. I have no way to repay you. I prepared a gift for you, I hope you will like it. Oh, I really like to do this kind of thing, and I don't need to thank you at all. Guran smiled, I'll wait for you in the evening. Hanami bit her lip and said softly, yeah. After that, Hanami leaned forward softly, then lowered her head and ran into the boxing gym to take care of Kawariichi. At this time, Kawariichi had slowly woken up from his coma. Mom, what happened to me just now? Kawariichi seemed to have lost his memory. Suzuki Hanami said softly, Janji, you just challenged Guranjan, and Guranjan knocked you down with just one punch. Nani? Kawariichi sat on the ground in despair, the pain in his jaw made him more and more sober. Mom, I lost so completely, my life is over. I am a useless waste. Whoa. Kawariichi cried like a child. Hanami patted Kawariichi's shoulder gently, Ichi, your life is not over. On the contrary, this is your real life. You should know that Guranjan is invincible. In the future, he will definitely become the strongest star in the world. It is not your failure, but your honor that you can lose to him. Kawariichi raised his eyes full of tears. Mom, I don't want to play football anymore. I really don't want to play football anymore. Playing football makes me uncomfortable. Hanami smiled with relief, this is your own choice. Mom won't interfere with you or blame you. Kawariichi was shocked and said, Mom, really? You really won't blame me? Hanami smiled and said, Ichi, be an ordinary person. Mom. Kawariichi burst into tears completely. After solving Kawariichi's problem, Guran felt comfortable and drove back to his dune villa. The training with the U18 youth team has ended, and starting next week, he will officially enter the first team. To sum up this period of time, the improvement is still very good. With the current strength, it should not be a big problem to gain a foothold in the first team. At the same time, in a luxurious 3-story house in London, a white woman with long black hair, fair skin and a high nose bridge is sitting charmingly in front of the mirror in the dressing room. She is wearing a gorgeous silk pajamas, and the red silk sets off her fiery face. The hand-embroidered patterns on the pajamas sculpt her perfect body curves, and the simple and close-fitting cut slightly reveals her exquisite collarbone and slender arms. Inadvertently, she stroked her long black hair, letting the soft hair fall lightly on her shoulders. The corners of her mouth were slightly upturned, and a faint smile emanated from her lips. Her eyes were bright and energetic, revealing our intellectual background. Linda, a man in a suit with white hair, walked in. The woman who was putting on makeup in front of the mirror turned around with enthusiasm. John. Are you done? Can we watch the highlights of the U18 team's game together? I'm looking forward to it. This Linda is the new boss of Liverpool Football Club. The white-haired old man in a suit who just walked into the dressing room is Liverpool's boss, John Henry. The age difference between the two is 30 years, a typical old man and young wife. Because they bought Liverpool Football Club not long ago, they haven't had time to buy a property in Liverpool, so they still live in the wealthy area of London. Just now, the highlights of the game between Liverpool U18 and Southampton U18 were just sent to Linda's email in data format. Linda suppressed her desire and wanted to watch it with Henry. Henry shrugged and said apologetically, sorry, Linda, I really can't. There was a little disappointment in Linda's eyes. Oh. Henry sighed, Fenway Group has some problems in the futures investment market. I must rush back to New York. Oh, I see. Linda did not show any disappointment, but smiled gently, it's okay, John, go and do your thing. Aren't you going back with me? I want to stay. Linda has always been very independent and opinionated. Henry hesitated and said, but, I can't handle my affairs in New York in a short time, so I will be separated for a long time. Linda smiled and said, it doesn't matter. I have football here to accompany me, so I won't be bored. Leave Liverpool to me, I will help you run it well. Henry said gratefully, Linda, you are so kind. Liverpool Club was bought for you, you can run it however you want, you have the final say. Thank you, Henry. After the two said goodbye, Linda made herself a cup of cappuccino, then put her long legs on a sofa and watched the game highlights happily. Although this game was only a match of the U18 team, and although there were no well-known big-name players, for those who really understand and like football, as long as it is a game, it is attractive. What's more, Henry has promised in person that Liverpool club belongs to Linda. Linda was naturally happier watching her team's game. When she saw Sterling spring speed and 2 goals, Linda cheered happily. The performance of the Liverpool U18 team also made Linda very satisfied. But soon, the smile on Linda's face gradually disappeared, replaced by incredible shock. This left back wearing the No. 9 jersey of Southampton seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, completely occupying Linda's eyes. When seeing Gurant forcibly blocking Sterling's speed with his body, Linda's breathing was rapid, and her magnificent chest rose and fell. When seeing Gurant's single-handed sprint and super-shocking long-range shot with a piercing arrow, Linda felt her heart skip a beat, and her delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly. When seeing Gurant Matthews lowered his shoulders, overtaken on the outside, and faked shots, Linda couldn't help but scream "ah." When seeing Gurant's Ronaldo-style violent aesthetic bicycle kick and set-hook shot, Linda was almost suffocated by shock. Gurant ran all over the field, made accurate long passes, made straight passes with the guidance of the genie, and an unerring flying tackle in the waist and abdomen stood up while sliding. My God! My God, this waist and abdomen strength! Linda grabbed the remote control and replayed the scene of Gurant's waist and abdomen 3 times, and then she let out a long "oh" in satisfaction. After a short pause, Linda immediately picked up the phone and dialed the internal communication number of Liverpool FC. Hello? Hello? I'm Linda Pizzuti. I want to ask about the highlights of this afternoon's game. Hello, Miss Linda. I am Michael Edwards, the Data Analysis Director of Liverpool FC. I can answer all your questions about this afternoon's friendly match. Edwards was also smart. He guessed that Linda would call to ask after seeing the highlights, so when everyone else got off work, Edwards was still by the phone. Linda quickly said, "Hello, Mr. Edwards, I just want to know who was the No. 9 left back of the Southampton U18 team." Edwards immediately replied, "Miss Linda, you have a good eye. His name is Gurant, a Chinese, from a grassroots background, and he has not received professional youth training before. In today's game, he participated as a non-staff player of the Southampton U18 team. A non-staff player. He's so good, but he's just a non-staff member of the U18 team." Linda's voice was a little surprised and a little excited. "Isn't this a chance to get a bargain?" "No, Miss Linda, on the contrary, he is now a professional player of Southampton's first team. He can officially join Southampton's first team after the labour permit is reviewed tomorrow." Edwards paused for a moment. "He is also the target of our Liverpool club's current recruitment. We have prepared a transfer offer at £3 million. Linda said happily, "Really? That's great. Your decision is correct, I support it. This guy is really a good player. And he is also a rare left back. Any Italian likes left backs. I am no exception. God, this is the first time I have seen a left back wearing a No. 9 jersey. He is a genius. We must buy him." "Yes. Yes." Edwards also said excitedly, "Miss Linda, with your words as a guarantee, we will have the confidence. Tomorrow morning, we will make a formal offer to Southampton Club. The formal transfer offer will be notified to the German transfer market website, that is, the so-called German transfer market, which is also the world's most authoritative transfer value statistics agency. This means that once a player is officially offered, his name will appear in the German transfer market." Linda asked anxiously, "Why wait until tomorrow? Can't we offer tonight?" "Ah," Edwards said quickly, "it's all off work today. Even if Southampton Club receives it, it won't respond. However, Miss Linda has the final say. I will make a formal transfer request to Southampton Club at a price of £3 million. Linda said with satisfaction, "Okay. I'll wait for your good news." "Yes, Miss Linda." After hanging up the phone, Linda lay back on the sofa and continued to replay the scene of Gurant's waist and abdomen. Oh my God! 10 minutes after Linda untied the belt of her silk nightgown, old Rice, a senior executive of the Southampton Club who was having dinner at home, received an urgent call. Chapter 247. Hahnem's farewell gift. Work permit application approved. Professional league, here I come. What? Old Les wiped the corners of his mouth stained with sheep kidney pie with a napkin, and asked on the phone with a surprised look on his face, "You just received a transfer offer at £3 million. Is this a joke?" "Ha ha ha ha. This is a great news. The club has received such a large amount of funds before the new season. It's a good start. We can use this money to fill the club's financial hole. You can even buy a few more good players. Tell me, which club is so generous?" "Liverpool." "Huh, they just got a new owner and they're not afraid of scaring their American owner. Run away." But if they are willing to pay £3 million, there is no reason why we should not accept it. Who do they want to buy? Lalana. Oops, if it is them, I would be reluctant to do so. Haha. Guran. They want to buy Guran. Old Les was furious. Just tell them to get out of here. Just let them wash their hands and look in the mirror. What the other senior officials of the committee think, I have a veto. Guran is not for sale. Damn fucks Liverpool. After yelling, Lassie hung up the phone and didn't stop talking for a long time. Obviously, Liverpool shovel dug into the sore spot of the old rice. The transfer fee of £3 million is too tempting for a small club with financial constraints, but Guran must not sell. After Lazy calmed down, he picked up the phone again, preparing to call Guran to check his feelings. However, Rice Sr. finally put down the phone. Tomorrow is the labor certificate hearing. Why not wait until tomorrow to borrow that topic of the hearing and have a good chat with Guran? This phone call made old Les lose his appetite, and the lamb kidney pie in front of him no longer tasted good. That day at 9 p.m. Hanami wore a cherry blossom silk kimono and came to the Dune Villa. Hanami, you are so beautiful today. Guran hugged Hanami's plump waist. Hanami's face turned red with embarrassment, and she said coquettishly in a voice like a warbler, Guran-jun, Miss Evelyn's waist should be smaller than mine, right? Damn it, Hanami, you are really jealous of Evelyn. Guran quickly said seriously, I never hugged Evelyn. It was Evelyn who hit me with a ball. Hanami was obviously not satisfied with this answer. Hanami pouted, well, you've always touched Miss Evelyn's hands, right? Her hands must be softer and smoother than mine, right? Guran smiled evilly, let me feel it first. Said Guran grabbed Hanami's hand and pressed it on his abdominal muscles. How could a mature woman like Hanami stand such a test? Hanami struggled feebly for a few times, and then took the initiative the next morning. Land Guran, who had been working hard all night, was awakened by the system prompt in his mind. Suzuki Hanami's shoulders were exposed outside the quilt. She held her chin with one hand, lying next to Guran, eyes sparkling with tears, watching him with fascination. A bright red talent point bubble was generated right in front of Hanami. What's wrong, Hanami? Guran asked with concern. Hanami leaned softly into Guran's arms. Guran-jun, we are about to separate and I can't bear to leave you. It turned out that the negative emotions arose because of the separation. Guran smiled, secretly gathered his thoughts, and collected the talent point bubble from the air. Guran directly allocated this talent point to the physical attribute. Physical fitness increased from 77 to 78 points. Guran immediately felt that his physical fitness had recovered a lot. The short-term goal before officially entering the first team is to increase his physical fitness to 80 points. Hanami, I can't bear to let you go either. Guran squeezed hard. How reluctant he was to let go, how hard he used his hands. Hanami was in pain and begged softly. Guran smiled and said, in this way, you will not forget me. Hanami cried, how could I forget you? Even if I die and become a ghost, I will arrive. Even in the underworld, I will never forget you. Damn, I understand this love story, but it's a little scary. Guran quickly said, don't say that, it's not like we will never meet each other. Hanami smiled bitterly and said, I don't know when we will meet next time. I will probably be older by then, right? Guran said, you will always be the youngest in my heart. Not to mention, Guran really couldn't let go of Suzuki Hanami. The charm of a mature woman, only those who have tried it understand how wonderful it is. Of course, the main reason is that as a big star, Hanami will drop red talent point bubbles. Once Hanami leaves, she will no longer be able to obtain ready-made talent points. Alas, I can't bear it. Guran's expression of reluctance is very real, and there is no need to use realistic acting skills at all. Hanami smiled and said, hated, Guran-jun, you know how to coax me. After I leave, you'll probably go to coax Miss Evelyn, right? Guran suddenly felt a little numb. Hanami, your resentment towards Evelyn is good. Deep. Guran said seriously, I promise, I won't coax Evelyn like I did you. Evelyn still needs coaxing. Just give her some abs and she'll be happy, right? Hanami then smiled with satisfaction and said, it's not that I don't let you date other girls. I just simply don't like Miss Evelyn. I think she is not reserved at all. Guran nodded, indeed, she is not reserved at all. As an Oriental man, I like to be reserved. At the same time, I also like the unreserved Hanami to lean gently on Guran's arms. Guran-jun, remember what I said before leaving. Do you want me to give you a gift? Guran smiled and said, don't be so polite, you're the best gift. Hanami was so excited, I hate it, I'm serious, you like this Dune Villa? Guran smiled and said, I rented this, of course I like it, except that the rent in the outer a bit awkward. Guran was suddenly stunned. Wait a minute, Hanami, you can't. Hanami is gentle. He smiled and said, yes, I asked my agent to buy this Dunvilla yesterday. The owner wrote your name. This Dunvilla has witnessed our private relationship. I hope it will. It only belongs to you. Guran said quickly, Hanami, you're so expensive. How much did you spend? I will replenish it for you. Bonami pouted. Guran-jun. If you do this, I will be angry. LOL. You saved me from those gangsters and helped me solve the problem of Yichi that made me anxious. You are my savior. I will give you a vacation villa. Forget it. What? I just want you to live in the house I bought for you, and I just want you to think of me occasionally. In this private relationship, Hanami is so humble. Seeing Hanami's completely conquered expression, Guran couldn't help but feel a strong sense of satisfaction in his heart. Hanami, how could I forget your kindness? Putting aside feelings, the price of this villa is not only £2 million, but also £15.6 million. What's more, this feeling is priceless. Hanami smiled softly and said with tears in her eyes, okay, it's getting late. I'll get up and make breakfast for you. Then I have to go back to the hotel. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I will go to the airport and fly out. With it said, Hanami struggled to get up from Guran's arms and go cook. Guran grabbed Hanami's plump waist and said, it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and there's still time. Why don't I thank you again? Eh? Hanami's face turned red with embarrassment. Well, I still don't want it, right? Oh my god. I'll do it soon, I promise. What? I don't know you yet. You can get to know me again. Guran couldn't help but thanked him vigorously. This thank you lasted the whole morning. From the bedside to the end of the bed, from the floor to ceiling window to the sofa, from the dining room to the kitchen. In the process of thanking Hanami, Hanami's phone rang several times, but Hanami was too busy calling and couldn't answer it. Guran's phone rang several times, but Guran ignored it and just concentrated on thanking her vigorously. Fight. This is the last time. It must make Hanami unforgettable. It wasn't until noon that Guran finally finished thanking him with satisfaction. Hanami kept panting. Guran-jun, do you call this fast? Guran said with a smirk, you still think I'm not fast enough? Hanami said quickly, no, I didn't mean that. I'm oops. I won't leave if I don't leave. The flight is really going to be delayed. Hanami struggled weakly and went to the bathroom to take a shower while holding onto the wall. Guran leaned comfortably on the bedside and picked up the phone. These calls are all from OLS. 80% is about labor certification. Guran immediately called back. Hi. Goo. You finally called me back. OLS's urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. I called you in the morning. Why did it take you more than 3 hours to get back to me? Guran King cleared his throat and said, sorry, Mr. Rice, I was training just now. You can't say that I can't help myself, right? I was shooting the dribble. As soon as Guran finished speaking, he heard Suzuki Hanami's voice like a warder wailing outside the door. Guran, please come out and help me. I told you not to come back so early in the morning, and you made it impossible for me to walk. Yes. Old Lay's on the other end of the phone. Guran. Wait a moment. Guran quickly put down the phone and carried Hanami into the bathroom. After picking up the phone again, Guran acted as if nothing had happened. Mr. Rice, where did we just talk? Speaking of you being trained, Old Rice chuckled and said, Goo, you've been training very hard. Guran's face remained calm and his heart didn't beat. It's okay, Mr. Rice. What can you do? Old Rice then said, oh, there will be a labor certification hearing this afternoon. You want it? Don't you want to attend? Guran asked, can I not go? Of course, the club has a dedicated attorney who will help you with the specific matters. Then I won't go. I still want to train in the afternoon. After a while, Guran said quickly, it's real training. Old Les chuckled and said, young man, take it easy. I can't explain it clearly. Guran couldn't laugh or cry immediately. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing. Old Rice pretended to mention casually. I heard that you scored a hat-trick yesterday in a friendly match against the Liverpool U18 team. And you kicked Liverpool star at Hope to tears. Very not bad. Congratulations. Guran smiled and said, thank you, Mr. Rice, it's nothing. It's really nothing. After all, this is just a friendly match with the Liverpool U18 team, and the intensity of the game is not at all like a real professional league. Can't be compared. Guran felt that there was something in Lazy's words. So be careful in the next chat. Just listen to old Rice ask. Have anyone from Liverpool club praised you for playing well? Grant suddenly raised his eyebrows. The true meaning of this sentence should be, has your kid hooked up with Liverpool and reached some kind of agreement privately behind the club's back? Grant immediately replied. A guy who claimed to be a fellow countryman said a few words to me, but I told him that I was a professional player from Southampton and had a contract, and asked him to talk to the club if he had anything to do. Old Lester laughed relaxedly. Ha, goo, you did the right thing. To be honest, Liverpool club made a transfer offer to you last night. Grant was immediately stunned. Damn it. No wonder old Les made so many phone calls this morning. When I didn't answer the phone, he probably thought I was running away to Liverpool. There was almost a big misunderstanding. Fortunately, there was nothing wrong with the answer just now. Grant said quickly. Don't worry, Mr. Rice, I will stay in Southampton. Old Rice smiled and said. With your words, I feel relieved. Goo, do you know, Liverpool actually gave you the offer was £3 million. I rejected it without even thinking about it. You are a star of hope. As long as I am here, no one can take you away from me. We're getting ready for the hearing, so I won't disturb you and you can continue training. After receiving Grant's assurance, Lazy hung up the phone happily. Grant shook his head helplessly and smiled. Liverpool really offered a transfer fee of £3 million. But this thing is so strange. Edwards can only be regarded as a foreign minister at this stage. How can he lead such a large transfer operation? And when you say the quotation is the quotation, there is no ambiguity at all. Is there someone else behind this? Forget it, don't think about it now. Thinking about transfers before even playing a professional league game now will only confuse your original intention of just playing football. We still have to finish this League One season in a down-to-earth manner and lay a solid foundation. After resting this weekend, we can meet the big names of the first team next Monday. When Davis, Lambert, Lallana, Connolly, Chamberlain, and Luke Shaw thought about being able to play on the same pitch with these familiar first-team players, Grant couldn't help but feel a little small. Excited. At this time, Suzuki Honami also finished taking a shower and changed clothes. She had just come out of the bath and looked even more mature. Grant skillfully hugged Honami's charming waist. Honami, I'll see you off. No, Grant-Jun, I just called a taxi. Honami smiled softly. I'm afraid when we say goodbye, I really don't want to. I don't want to leave, so it's better to say goodbye here. We also sent it to the door of the hotel. There are many people and it would be bad for both of us if we were discovered. Honami has considered this very carefully. Grant smiled and said, okay then. Grant sent Honami to the door. Honami planned to muster up the courage and walk out of the Dune Villa without looking back, but after opening the door, Honami turned around with tears on her face and threw herself into Grant's arms. Grant-Jun, please take care of yourself. Also, remember to miss me. Grant stroked Honami's smooth hair. Honami, you should also take good care of yourself, I will miss you. Goodbye. Grant-Jun. Honami bit her lip, then broke away from Grant's arms and walked towards the taxi. Another bright red talent point bubble was generated at Honami's feet. The temporary end of the secret relationship really made Honami feel sad. This is also the second talent point bubble that Honami dropped in one day. Grant felt a gentle blow in his heart, and immediately ignored the talent bubble, but strode after Honami and hugged her tightly from behind. Grant said close to Honami's ear, Goodbye, my Suzuki Honami, wait for me, we will meet again. Grant Honami burst into tears, and the light makeup on her face was so crying, Go I'm sorry. Grant reluctantly let go of Honami, and Honami turned around and got into the taxi. When the taxi started to move, Grant didn't expect that his tempered heart would feel faintly uncomfortable. It must be because you're hungry, right? A smile of joy and pain appeared on the corner of Grant's mouth. After Honami's taxi turned into a small black dot in the field of vision and disappeared around the corner, Grant collected the talent point bubbles dropped by Honami through the air, and then walked back to the Dune Villa alone. The property deed of the Sandune Villa was placed on the coffee table in the living room by Suzuki Honami at some point. In addition to the real estate certificate, there was £100 in cash. This is part of the rent that was refunded by the agency. The real estate certificate in the UK is not a red book, but a land registration certificate. It is more like buying land than buying a house. Grant picked up the piece of paper and looked at it, feeling a little relieved. I just graduated from high school and already have a car and a house in Southampton. This is all the result of my own efforts. I earned the house and car by myself. Then the next step is to eat. Suzuki Honami left in such a hurry that she didn't even eat. Grant worked hard all night and all morning, and his stomach was already growling with hunger. Guran made himself a bowl of goose-style beef noodles, and the beef alone took up half of the bowl. After finishing the beef noodles, Guran drank a large bucket of fresh milk. As his physique improves and his amount of exercise increases, his appetite also gradually increases. What I used to eat for 2 meals now can only be eaten half full. Fortunately, all the calories from these foods were converted into muscles, so Guran's body didn't have any fat at all. Moreover, in the more than 2 months since he joined the Buck Steel Horns until now, Guran feels like he has grown up. The height has increased by at least 3 centimeters. When entering the first team, there will be a detailed physical examination, and then you will know how much you have grown. I also picked up 2 talent point bubbles today, and there are 8 more opportunities to pick them up that cannot be wasted. Guran thought for a moment, and then allocated the talent points just now to the explosion attribute. Speed and sprint are Guran's strengths. In the professional league, only by gaining a foothold and having an advantage can he get more attention and opportunities to play. Therefore, physical fitness, speed, and explosiveness must be developed in a balanced manner. The burst attribute was immediately increased from 75 points to 76 points. After allocating attribute points, Guran took another shower and then had a comfortable sleep. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Leslie called again. This time Guran did not miss it and answered the phone directly. "Hi. Gu." As soon as the phone was connected, the excited voice of Old Rice came over. "I have good news for you. Your application for a work permit has been approved." Ha ha ha. Guran was also excited. "Great, Mr. Rice. Thank you. Thank you for everything you have done for me." It must be said that Old Rice is really powerful. The farm is full of intrigues and everyone is fighting for their own interests. I didn't expect that Old Rice would really get everything done in one go. In addition to the fact that Old Rice does have means, on the other hand, Southampton Club is now at the level of English League One and does not pose any substantial threat to the English Premier League clubs supported by several other giants. In any case, this is very good news. Career, set sail. Then I heard Old Rice excitedly say, "Gu. I am honored to inform you that from now on, your professional contract is officially activated. You are a member of our Saints first team. Next Monday, please report to Staplewood Training Base on time before 9 am. You know how to go." Ha ha ha. "After you pass the physical examination, we will hold a small welcome ceremony for you." Guran hurriedly said, "Mr. Rice, I will arrive on time. In addition, forget the welcome ceremony. I'm a newcomer and don't want to be too high profile." Old Rice laughed and said, "No, since Liverpool wanted to take you away for £3.6 million, you can't keep a low profile." Guran was stunned. "Isn't it £3 million? Old Rice sneered. "They haven't given up yet. They have added 3 offers in one day. You haven't played a professional league game yet, and your transfer value in the German transfer market has reached £3.6 million. The British technical director of the German transfer market called in person to verify and asked if the data was reported incorrectly. Ha ha ha. Guran. Liverpool is so infatuated with me, but I'm not a scumbag." Guran said with a sense of truth. "Mr. Rice, I will stay in Southampton, I will work hard to integrate into the Saints, and I will work hard to help Southampton impact the championship. Okay. Gu. I love you so much." Old Rice smiled happily and said, "That's it. I still have some trivial things to deal with. See you on Monday." "Okay, Mr. Rice, see you on Monday." After hanging up the phone, Guran took a deep breath and calmed down his excitement. When his mood was almost calmed down, Guran put on a baseball cap and drove to a high-end gym in the neighboring city. Although he is already a professional player, today's 8 free opportunities cannot be wasted. Just as Guran was heading to the gym, waves of undercurrents were set off in major clubs in British football. Chapter 248 The Secret War begins. Linda vs. Sister No. Sampdoria fan the Flames. The temperature difference sign entered the field. Liverpool FC. The boss's wife Linda came from London in a special car to listen to Guran's report. Linda was wearing a floral wrap dress that matched Liverpool's background perfectly. She sat cross-legged behind the chairman's desk. The entire office was filled with Liverpool executives who came to visit. After a brief introduction and greeting, Linda asked, "Mr. Edwards, how is the progress of Guran's transfer?" Edwards stood up uncomfortably. "Miss Linda, Southampton Club has rejected our transfer offer for the 3rd time. And they have also issued a formal warning to our Liverpool club. They warn that Guran is not for sale. If we continue to make an offer, they will regard such an offer as a hostile act and they will reserve the possibility of taking retaliatory actions." The other senior executives immediately couldn't help but yell, "What? Isn't Southampton Club too arrogant? The price we offered is already very high. £3.6 million can buy Premier League stars. Southampton club is really ungrateful. They even dared to warn us. Edwards, you should talk to Guran again and let Guran go to the Southampton club to make trouble himself. Yes, as long as Guran makes a big fuss, Southampton club will have to let him go. Edwards shook his head with a wry smile. I have been in contact with Guran. He is a very moral player. I believe he won't do that. If we ask him to do this, I dare say he will definitely distance himself from us. Linda smiled slightly. I like players like this. The tighter Southampton club holds Guran, the more it can fully prove that Guran is indeed a young player worthy of our efforts. Gentlemen, please tell me the bottom line. How much money can we put out at most to poach Guran? As soon as these words came out, all the senior executives present looked at each other in bewilderment. Even Edwards, who wanted to poach Guran very much, couldn't help but sigh. This lady boss is really crazy. The offer is £3.6 million, but the lady boss is not angry that Southampton doesn't know what's good for them, but excitedly wants to continue to offer higher prices. A senior executive stood up and said, Miss Linda, although you're the boss's wife, I'm sorry, I don't mean to refute you, but you have to know that Fenway Group has only given us Liverpool a total of £13.5 million in transfer funds this season. We have spent £2 million on introducing Sterling, and there's only £11.5 million left in the transfer budget. In the new season this year, we still need to strengthen the first team's midfield and defense lineup. We have plans to introduce Shelby from Charlton for £1.5 million, Danny Wilson from Glasgow Rangers for £2 million, Konchesky from Fulham for £3.5 million, and Mireles from Porto for £10 million. If there's more transfer funds, we also want to buy Suarez and Carroll. If we spend £4 million or more on Guran, we will basically not be able to buy anyone for the first team. Another senior executive also stood up and said, Yes, Miss Linda. If we spend most of the money to recruit players and only buy 2 players from the youth team, the coaching staff of the first team will be very dissatisfied. Even if the coaching staff can handle it, the small and medium shareholders of the club can't handle it. Even if the small and medium shareholders can handle it, they can't handle the fans who were already furious last season. Linda nodded slightly. Even if she is the boss's wife, she can't do whatever she wants in the club's major decisions. Although it is possible to persuade Henry to add an additional transfer budget to Liverpool club, it is difficult to open her mouth based on the highlights of a friendly match. Linda thought about it, and then smiled and said, Gentlemen, you are right. Our recruitment budget is limited. Linda suddenly changed the subject. Mr. Edwards, I am very interested in your data analysis model. I hope you can give me an analysis report of the first team in the next few days to see if you can sell one or several big-name players. The office suddenly exploded. The senior executives who are used to the ups and downs exclaimed. It's obvious. This lady boss looks weak, but in fact she has a strong personality and her own opinions. Not enough transfer budget. Isn't it enough to sell a few overpriced players? And it can also free up salary space. Liverpool's offensive line is too luxurious, even a little too big to be removed. At this time, selling a few big names may not be a bad thing for Liverpool as a whole. But the problem is that many of Liverpool's current main players were bought at high prices by the former boss's dog-blood duo, and Liverpool's performance in the past few consecutive seasons has been terrible. The stars bought at high prices have not been able to play data that matches their worth, so selling at this time will be a loss. Without waiting for the senior executives to express their opinions, Linda smiled and said, Okay, this matter is settled. Gentlemen, please go back. The new season is about to begin. Liverpool's bright future still needs everyone's joint efforts. The senior executives had no choice but to say goodbye to Linda and leave the chairman's office. Mr. Edwards, Linda suddenly called out to Edwards, who had already walked to the door, please stay a moment. Okay, Miss Linda. After the other senior executives left, Linda asked Edwards, there's no one else here, so I don't have to beat around the bush. I want to sell some big names who won't be of much help to us Liverpool in the future so that we can have a more sufficient transfer budget. Please tell me, who was the most suitable person for us to sell? Edward's heart tightened at first, then he made up his mind and said in a deep voice, Fernando Torres. Linda raised her eyebrows slightly. Reason. Torres is very valuable and has many honors. In the World Cup that just ended, he won the World Cup championship for the Spanish team. Just based on this reason, his transfer value can reach £50 million. When Liverpool bought him in 2007, it spent £22 million. He is also one of the few players in the current team who can double his value. Edwards paused for a moment. The most important thing is that according to big data analysis, his various indexes in the Premier League last season are declining, which should be because he is always prone to injury. According to the trend of data model analysis, to put it euphemistically, he has no room for improvement. Linda frowned slightly. £50 million, who would buy it? Edwards said calmly. Chelsea. According to our intelligence, Chelsea CEO Marina Gunowski has been studying the feasibility of signing Torres. Yeah, Linda said with a playful smile. Marina Gunowski. Linda immediately said. Spread the gossip to let her know that we are going to sign a new contract with Torres. Edwards said in astonishment. Ah. Miss Linda. You are not going to sell it. Edwards suddenly realized what Linda was doing. If we talk about fishing, this is called lure. Linda is using the bait control technique to lure Sister No to bite the hook as soon as possible with a fake bait. Signing a new contract with Torres is fake. Forcing Sister No to increase the price to buy Torres as soon as possible is the real thing. This woman is so smart. No wonder she can fascinate the 60-year-old man and even buy Liverpool club for her. Edwards couldn't help but admire her secretly. Then Linda continued to smile and said, Don't be too anxious to sell Torres. It will be fine as long as it can be finalized during the winter window. In addition, you must find out as soon as possible what Guran's minimum termination fee is. Knowing the minimum termination fee, when our budget is in place, we can bypass the Southampton management who cannot communicate and directly talk to Guran about weekly salary. I did so much, all for Guran. That's right. This idea is too correct. Guran is the future. She is really a highly intelligent woman with a master's degree from MIT. Long live the boss lady. Liverpool will definitely rise. Edwards nodded excitedly and said, I understand. Miss Linda. Linda smiled and said, Mr. Edwards, can I call you Michael? I think we are about the same age, and calling you Michael will be closer. Edwards was flattered and said, Of course. Miss Linda. Linda smiled and said, Michael, I have no roots in Liverpool. Those old senior executives must not be convinced by me. Take today's I want to spend more money to buy Guran, and I have encountered such great resistance. But I know you are also a smart person. I hope you will not belie them. I hope we can work together to make Liverpool Club regain its glory in a more efficient way. Are you willing to be my confidant? Yes. I do. Edwards couldn't help shaking. Linda, this woman, has too strong control. A smile and a 3 to 5 minute conversation made Edwards want to die. Very good, then Liverpool and I will rely on you in the future. Go and get busy. Linda stood up and took the initiative to shake hands with Edwards. I'll take care of you from now on. Edwards didn't even remember how he walked out of the chairman's office. After Edwards left, Linda took out her phone and posted a tweet. In the new season, Liverpool will have big moves. As soon as she posted it, there were countless likes and comments below. Linda smiled with satisfaction, then flipped through the album on her phone and clicked on the handsome highlights of Guran's waist and abdomen. At the same time, in the general manager's office of Chelsea Club, Amidst knocked on the door in a hurry and came in. Marina, there is an urgent news. Guran's work permit has been approved. Sister No didn't even look up and sign the documents handed over by the secretary with a pen in her hand. Michael, didn't I tell you that I would only consider buying that kid called Gu if he performs well in the first half of the season? Amidst said anxiously, Yes, I know Marina, I'm sorry to bother you, but now the situation is different. Guran, the transfer value can be checked on the official website of the German transfer market. Sister No paused slightly with her signature pen, but still didn't look up. Being able to check the transfer value on the German transfer market means that a club has officially made an offer. Now is the summer transfer window, and it is normal to have an offer. However, for a player who has not played a professional game and has zero professional data, it is a very surprising thing that the club is poaching him at this time. Sister No said lightly. It must be some inconspicuous English League 2 and English League 3 clubs that made random offers. Amidst said. If it is really just an inconspicuous small club, how dare I bother you? In fact, it was Liverpool FC that made the transfer offer to Guran. Sister No looked up suddenly and asked in shock. What did you say? Liverpool. The Liverpool that ranked 7th last season. Yes, Marina, you heard it right. Amidst said solemnly. Liverpool FC offered a price of £3.6 million. Fortunately, this price was rejected by Southampton FC. Hissing, Sister No simply put down the pen in her hand and waved to the secretary. The secretary tactfully held the documents and left the general manager's office. £3.6 million. Is Liverpool crazy or stupid? At this price, you can buy a big-name Premier League star. Sister No frowned and asked, Is this guy called Guru really that attractive? Eminlo cleared his throat and corrected, his name is Guran. Sister No didn't care and continued to ask, who was in charge at Liverpool now? Eminlo replied, their big boss is John Henry of the Fenway Group in the United States, but according to reliable sources, the one who was really in charge now is the boss's wife Linda Pijori. Oh, Sister No sneered, crazy woman. Eminlo said, Marina, I dare say we are the first club to pay attention to Guran, but our progress is now seriously behind. Sister No looked at Eminlo calmly. Michael, we have a folk proverb in Russia that says, H0 540 equals 51 more than 8 now. More than 74 equal. Eminlo. Sister No said, the translation means that good food is never too late. Liverpool is just making an offer, and it's not time to sign a contract yet. What's the rush? When I really need to take action, I will do it myself and did him over in one go. Sister No's face was filled with endless confidence that Linda wants to snatch it from me, but she's still a long way off. Now, we have to wait patiently to see how Guran performs. Eminlo said quickly, his name is Notary. Sister No smiled confidently, in short, we'll still follow what we agreed on before. As long as he can meet my requirements in the first half of the English League One season, I will personally go and get him. If I, Marina Ganovskaya, like him, no one else can take him away. Eminlo said excitedly, that's great, Marina. I feel relieved with your words. Then you go ahead and get busy. I'll also continue to pay attention to him, forgive me for being a little excited, I'll soon be able to see Guran's wonderful performance in the professional league. Goodbye, Michael. After Eminlo left, Sister No picked up the pen, but she didn't write for a long time. Although she had been very calm in front of Eminlo just now, her mind was completely shocked by the news that Liverpool's £3.6 million bid for Guran was rejected. Is the Chinese kid really that good? On the other side, in the general manager's office of Manchester United. Is the news confirmed? CEO Ed Woodward looked at Jim Lawler in shock. Sure. Jim Lawler said, we have an informant in the Liverpool club, and they really offered £3.6 million to buy Guran. We obviously paid attention to Guran earlier than Liverpool, but now we are seriously behind. Sampdoria thought for a while, then laughed. Liverpool's new boss lady really doesn't know anything. £3.6 million. I can buy Raphael Varane. Jim Lawler didn't laugh, but said with a serious expression, Ed, Guran is more attractive than Varane. In fact, not only Liverpool, who took the initiative, but also Chelsea are ready to move. Chelsea didn't make an offer, but according to their habits, Sister No was likely to kill her with one knife. Sampdoria's eyes moved slightly. Chelsea also wants Guran. Haha, this is even more lively. This is going to be a script of two women competing for favor. There hasn't been such a lively transfer news in English football for a long time. As Manchester United, we might as well participate in this heat. Jim Lawler's eyes lit up. You mean, we will also bid? Ed, believe me, you can't lose or be fooled by spending £4 million. £4 million is not too high for us at Manchester United. If you don't buy it now, you may not be able to buy it with £40 million in the future. It will be too late to regret it then. If you can't make the decision, I can go directly to Sir Alex. A trace of displeasure flashed in Sampdoria's eyes, but he smiled and said, no, I mean, why bother Alex with such a small matter? Leave it to me. I will take care of it. Jim, you go ahead and continue to go to the Asian region to find young players suitable for Manchester United. But about Guran, don't worry, everything is on me. Sampdoria said with a fake smile, why? Do you still doubt my ability? Jim Lawler sighed helplessly, okay, but I'm going to take a vacation for a while, and I'll leave after watching Guran's debut. Sampdoria spread his hands, of course, why not? After sending Jim Lawler away, Sampdoria picked up the phone and called his trusted subordinates, leaked a message to the media, saying that Manchester United is very interested in the new star of Southampton club and plans to buy the idiot for £4 million. Of course I won't pay this £4 million. I'm not crazy. I just want to stir up trouble for those two women, haha. After hanging up the phone, Sampdoria rubbed his hands happily and said happily, the English football world is going to be lively. At the same time, in the head coach's office of Arsenal Club. Although the new season is not yet started, the silver-grey-haired coach Arsene Wenger is already doing precise analysis and calculations at his desk. Coach Wenger's nickname is Professor, not only because Wenger's image is gentle and elegant, and he has the demeanor of a professor, but also because Wenger is the first coach among the older generation of coaches to use data analysis. Wenger's data analysis is different from Liverpool's data analysis, which has just started. Liverpool's data analysis is more model-based and AI-based, and is dominated by underlying formulas. Liverpool's data analysis model can quickly identify players with good performance and players with inflated prices, but it is also prone to misjudging potential. Wenger's data analysis is based entirely on his experience and professional knowledge combined with his keen insight. In terms of data calculation, it may not be as wide-ranging, accurate, and fast as Liverpool's data model, but it will never misjudge potential. For example, Cristiano Ronaldo, Messi, Bale, Suarez, Ibrahimovic, Buffon, Company, Alonso, Hazard, Pogba, Peake, Varane, Kanda, and Yaya Toure, the younger brother of former Arsenal captain Kolo Toure, were all noticed by coach Wenger and almost signed before they shined. This is the legendary Wenger signing. In fact, it is not a Wenger signing in essence, but a Wenger money. There is really no money. So, before the start of the new season, Coach Wenger worked overtime and buried his head in his desk to calculate and analyze the bills for the new season. The loan for the newly built Emirates Stadium and the loan for Highbury Apartments and other loans cost £33.9 million a year, but fortunately, last year they won the 4th place in the league and sold captains one by one, so this year this loan hole can finally be filled. Not only can it be filled, but there will be about several £1 million left. Add to that the transfer fee given by the club this season, and the financial ceiling is about £15 million. Coach Wenger counted twice, and after confirming that it was correct, he couldn't help but smile. If he gritted his teeth and didn't sign new players this season, or got a few new players for free, he wouldn't have to sell the newly appointed captain, the loyal Fabregas. Fabregas is the youngest captain of Arsenal, because all the other older captains have been sold. But Fabregas will never, ever leave. Put this £15 million in the bank, earn some interest, manage your finances, and see who dares to say that Arsenal sold the captain in the future. Coach Wenger was very satisfied with his plan for the new season. While filling out the bank's time deposit slip, the phone on the desk rang. Coach Wenger, it's me. The other party had a low voice and did not announce his identity, but Coach Wenger immediately knew who the other party was. Oh, it's you. Do you have any information? Recently there is a new player in Southampton. Liverpool, Chelsea and Manchester United are all interested in him. Do you want to know more about him? Same as usual, send me the data. I will transfer money to you based on the data after checking it. The other party said, he has no data. Coach Wenger was shocked. Chapter 249. Wenger, you can't get me down. Manchester City. I want to make a statement. Gran. I'll eat some melon first. What did you say? No data. Coach Wenger thought he heard wrongly. Man, you have been trading with me for several years. Don't you know that I always look at the data first before giving money? Coach Wenger, it's not that I don't give it to you, it's that this kid is too special. Damn it, fuck, I've been doing data mining and sharing work for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen a professional game where I didn't play, and it wasn't even a major. A player from the youth training camp was directly offered a transfer fee of £3.6 million. Coach Wenger was so shocked that his eyes widened. What? He hasn't really played a single professional game. He's not a member of a professional club. Training players. Which club quoted £3.6 million? I won't pay £0.36 for a player without data. That's the price given to this kid. Coach Wenger was shocked. His mouth was closed and he couldn't say a word for a long time. If the quote comes from a small club, Coach Wenger wouldn't be too surprised. After all, small clubs sometimes use eye-catching methods to increase the popularity of topics, but Liverpool are recognized as a giant. They don't need to rely on attracting attention to increase their popularity. They themselves are popular, especially since they only finished 7th in the league last season. The popularity is higher than Arsenal finishing 4th in the league. Liverpool spent £3.6 million to buy a player who has never played in any professional league or youth training game. Coach Wenger still couldn't believe it. The other party added. Moreover, Liverpool's offer at £3.6 million was rejected by Southampton club. Coach Wenger. How about it, Coach Wenger, are you interested? You know marketing. Yes. Coach Wenger said very calmly and rationally. But, I still say that, without data to support it, I will not pay £0.36. We at Arsenal need to manage our finances. The other party immediately said. Don't hang up the phone in a hurry. My dear professor, although I can't give you any data about that kid, I have gone through all the hard work and spent a huge sum of money to finally get through my insider in Liverpool. I bought a highlight from the channel. This is the highlight of the game between the player representing the Southampton U18 team and the Liverpool U18 team. I can sell this highlight to you. Of course, it's the same old rule. If you're interested, you can give it to me after reading it. My price. Coach 1R hesitated immediately. Coach 1R also unconsciously put his hand on the zipper of his jacket and pulled it out of habit. Logically speaking, with a transfer offer as high as £3.6 million, Wenger felt there was no need to watch any more highlights, so what if he did? Want me to bid for more than £3.6 million? No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But Wenger was full of curiosity. What kind of player is this? Can Liverpool go crazy for him? I really want to see it, but no, I have to control it. What if I want to sign it after seeing it? Just when Coach 1R was hesitant, he heard the other party say again, "Professor, I will give you another 2 minutes to think about it. If you don't want it, I will sell this collection to Chelsea. I have the exact information." News, they are also very interested in this boy. The North London Derby rivals also want it. Coach 1R immediately said, "Man, you really know marketing. Don't send it to Chelsea. Send it to me." The other party smiled dryly, "Okay, I'll send it to your email." "Oh, right. This kid is Chinese, he is only 17 years old, his name is Guran." Coach 1R was so shocked that he almost jumped up. What? A Chinese player? In fact, Chinese players have always had a good reputation in the Premier League, but they are too rare. For example, Manchester City's Chinese Sun Jihai, Crystal Palace's Asian footballer Fan Zi, Everton's Li Tai who likes to blow bangs but cannot blow bangs after joining, Charlton's two-time Chinese footballer Zhang Zi, and Manchester United's King Dong Fangzhuo. The players in China who can play at the Premier League level are all genuine and there are absolutely no parallel imports. Moreover, Chinese players have a huge Chinese fan market behind them, so most British clubs are eager to have Chinese players, as long as they have real materials. But neither Sun Jihai, the most accomplished one, nor Dong Fangzhuo, the most dazzling one, are like Guran, who got an offer before even playing in the professional league. Not to mention Chinese players, looking at the entire football world, there are very few players who have been offered transfers without professional youth training experience or professional games. The other party chuckled and said, "Don't be surprised, Coach Wenger, otherwise when you watch his highlights, your jaw will drop to the ground." "Huh, how is that possible?" Coach 1R hung up the phone and clicked open your own email. As expected, Guran's highlights have been sent. "Okay, let me see why this legendary Chinese is worth £3.6 million. Coach 1R clicked on the play button of the highlights. Coach 1R's eyes widened for 30 seconds. The collection is still buffering. Arsenal's internet speed was too slow. Coach 1R shook his head, put the highlights aside, and continued to fill out the time deposit form. After filling it out, Coach 1R called Arsenal's financial director Tom Fox, handed him the signed time deposit slip, and asked him to handle the deposit matters. After the financial director left, Coach 1R leaned back in his chair comfortably and clicked on Guran's highlight video. While still buffering, Coach 1R sighed, stood up and made himself a cup of coffee. The short 10-minute collection took a full 2 hours to buffer, and the buffering was finally completed. Coach 1R's curiosity was almost worn out, and he clicked the video play button half-heartedly. The first half of the video features 2 beautiful single shots from Sterling. Coach 1R naturally knew Sterling, who was worth £2 million, and Coach 1R began to wonder if the other party had given him the wrong film. When Coach 1R was about to call the other party to return the goods, Guran, who was wearing the No. 9 jersey in the video, was replaced. Immediately afterwards, there was a passionate scene where Guran defended against Sterling alone. Coach 1R was immediately stunned. This forward can actually guard against Liverpool U18 forward Sterling. However, as a forward, having good defensive statistics is of no use, right? Before Coach 1R could think about it, Guran in the video performed a set of violent sprints. He passed several people in a row on the wing, and then hit a Lampard-style cloud-piercing arrow plus Battis outside the penalty area. Tuta-style powerful heavy artillery plus Alan Shearer-style precision guidance. Oh buy it. Coach 1R immediately exclaimed. This Chinese boy really wants speed, strength, physical confrontation, and shooting skills. He's really good at defending. How did Southampton club pick up such a treasure? Yes, you don't need any data verification to know that this kid's future will be bright. It would be great to get Arsenal for free. Just as Coach 1R finished thinking this, Guran in the video completed another key clearance, then dribbled the ball into the penalty area, and when being double-teamed by 2 strong central defenders from the opposite side, he made a fake shot and deceived the ball. Passed the goalkeeper and scored the ball easily. Coach 1R was all excited. With this kind of performance, it is definitely impossible to get it for free, you have to spend some money. £1 million is about the same, and £3.6 million is still too high. Just as Coach Warner thought this, he saw Guran in the video showing overtaking on the outer lane, riding a bicycle with violent aesthetics, passing back from the bottom, smelling in front of the goal, and making a sideways bar but zero angle for a follow-up shot. Coach Warner was dumbfounded. A left back wearing no. 9 is more useful than a forward. Buying this guy is equivalent to buying a super fullback who can attack and defend at the same time, and also comes with a goal machine forward with a violent aesthetic. $3.6 million is not the transfer value of one person, it is the value of two players. And it only occupies one player's quota on the court. From this point of view alone, Liverpool's asking price of £3.6 million is not too crazy. Coupled with Guran's potential and commercial value as a Chinese player, it's not expensive to ask for £3.6 million. Liverpool are not crazy at all, but very smart. Coach Warner almost hit his chin with his hands, watching this 10-minute highlight in great shock. After reading it, Coach Warner's first feeling was, the transfer offer at £3.6 million is simply an insult to this talented Chinese player. At least £3.61 million. Coach Warner is addicted to Guran's short film and can't help himself. He has already begun to imagine that Arsenal is the defensive and offensive power after Guran. Coach Warner's hands kept going up and down on the zipper. What should I do? Do you want to make an offer? The final price must be over £4 million, right? When Coach Warner suddenly woke up from his daydream, he eagerly grabbed the phone and called the financial director, Tom. Tom. Has all the money been deposited? Arsenal's financial director Tom Fox grinned on the other end of the phone. Said, don't worry, Arna. Can I still handle the things you asked me to do? The money has just been deposited, not a penny is missed. It's a regular 6-month period. The deposit certificate has just been issued. You just wait for the interest to be collected. Praise me. Fake, why are you so fast this time? It's all Arsenal's damn internet speed. Coach Warner's mouth twitched slightly. Tom, are you still in the bank? Go and ask me what the lowest loan interest rate is. Tom Fox. Man, I have been in this business for more than 40 years. But you really can't handle me this time. At the same time, in the manager's office of Manchester City Club, head coach Roberto Mancini is communicating with newly arrived assistant coach David Platt. Roberto, thank you for inviting me to come to Manchester City to be your assistant coach. Since the last time I coached the amateur school team and after being eliminated in the semi-finals, I almost didn't want to be a coach anymore. Haha, David, don't worry about it. It's just an amateur game. I'm sure the team you coached was too bad. Platt shook his head. No, my team is very strong, and originally there was no big problem in winning the championship. However, we met a guy who was so strong that even today, when I think of the black-haired Chinese guy, I break out in a cold sweat. Chinese boy. Mancini's eyes suddenly lit up. You're talking about Guran, right? Pratt was shocked. What? Do you know him too? Defeated by Guran. Mancini laughed. How is that possible? As far as I know, Guran has just received his labor certificate. His Southampton club is also a League One club. We, Manchester City, they can't touch us, unless they can advance all the way to the League Cup and fuck up and finally meet us. Platt took a breath. He has already obtained the labor certificate. Hectares. Haha. League One coaches, tremble. By the way, Roberto, why are you paying attention to Guran? Mancini smiled. This guy was already beaten by Manchester City more than half a month ago. The top management is paying attention. We have a verbal agreement with Southampton Club. This agreement was reached by FA Chairman Bernstein personally with Southampton Club. Southampton will transfer him to us in at most 6 months. Platt couldn't believe it. Is this true? Mancini smiled and said, of course it is true. Although I have never been in contact with this player too, the top management of Manchester City are looking forward to him very much. After all, Manchester City once had the Chinese Sun Jihai, and everyone from Manchester City executives to the fans has a natural affinity for Chinese players. Platt was excited. Ha ha ha. Roberto. This is great. You don't know how useful Guran is. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to cooperate with Guran. But this guy is so good, will other clubs want to steal him? Mancini said. What's your news? It's too late, let alone a year later. Liverpool has now offered him £3.6 million. Our local rivals Manchester United said they want to offer £4 million. Moreover, there must be clubs with money or clubs without money. Hiding in a dark corner, he was thinking about how to make a move. Oh God. Liverpool is so quick to make a move. Mancini sneered. What's the use? Liverpool's money is not enough. Do you know what Manchester City's executives did? Just now, Manchester City officially submitted Guran's transfer offer. £4.6 million. One price. Oh my God. Is this a small bite? Pratt shouted excitedly. It's so crazy. Mancini laughed. Don't make such a fuss, David. Our big boss is Mansur, the tycoon prince of the Middle East. The offer at £4.6 million is just a gesture to tell other clubs not to think about it. Guran belongs to us, Manchester City. Pratt said excitedly. It's so cool. I can't wait to see Guran put on Blue Moon's jersey. Mancini shrugged and said with an indifferent expression. Actually, I don't care whether I buy Guran or not. I have Mario Balotelli. Platt shook his head and sighed faintly. Roberto, you have never been fucked by Guran. The senior executives of the Southampton club met urgently in Lawless's office. It's the other way around. It's the other way around. It's also counterintuitive. Old Les has been in the industry for so many years. This is the first time he banged on the table, jumped on his feet and roared. I just worked so hard to get Gu's labor certificate. Those big bullshit clubs all smell fishy. Like sharks, they surrounded me and wanted to take a bite. Shit. Fark. One Liverpool is crazy enough. It's not too big of a deal for Manchester United to join in the booing. And that Manchester City, with the support of the wealthy people in the Middle East, should spending money not be regarded as spending money, but should it be regarded as pouring oil on the ground. We agreed that they would not show any interest in me after half a year, but they didn't abide by the agreement at all, and they made a special offer now. This offer is already very close to Gu's minimum termination fee. How can I sleep well at night? Manchester City's method of play has violated the financial fair play FFP rules. Old Les became more and more angry as he talked, banging his fists on the table, and the photo of him and Bale was also shaken continuously. The most hateful thing is not Manchester City, but Arsenal. Arsenal actually offered a loan Guran. Wenger actually wants to prostitute my wife for free. How dare he? How dare he? Other senior executives quickly persuaded in a low voice. Old Les, don't get excited. That's right, Gu was still here, we just rejected all their offers. But to be on the safe side, we should sign a new contract with him before we can react and have a professional agent, give him a better treatment, and increase his minimum termination fee to 10 million GBP. I agree. Give him more playing time, and he will definitely agree. Old Les gasped, and it took him a long time to regain his senses. Old Les said in a deep voice. Tell those big clubs with big hearts and minds that if they dare to take Guran's idea again, just wait for revenge. I, Les Reed, am no pushover. In addition, the welcome ceremony held for Gu on Monday must be grand. All senior executives, media, fan representatives, first-team players and reserve-team players must be present. We must make Guran feel that this is his home. Good. A sneeze. A sneeze. A sneeze. After Guran came out of the gym, he sneezed more than a dozen times on the Cayenne. Who was it? Who was thinking of me? Hanami Suzuki. Evelyn. Or Sophie, Maria, Anne. Oh, what a sin. It can't be that the man is thinking about me, right? It's been so long since I was reborn, and I haven't had much communication with my family now. It's officially started. Although I still don't have any fame in China, as long as I play, people in the country will know about me sooner or later. Therefore, I have to take this time to explain to my family that I will not go to college and switch to professional football. I also have a car and a house in Southampton. My parents must be crazy happy, right? They worked hard in the last life, but they can enjoy it in this life. Guran couldn't help but have a happy smile on his face. Come on. Let's go back to the sand dunes first, and then have a good chat with my family. Guran stepped on the accelerator, and the Cayenne sped away happily. On the way home, Guran stopped the car in front of the newsstand yesterday. Lynn was interviewed. We had to see what big news Evelyn had made today. Guran wore sunglasses, lowered his baseball cap, and said in a rough voice, Boss, please give me a copy of the Advanced Saints. Sorry, the Advanced Saints are out of stock. Sold out. So popular. Yes, don't talk about my newsstand. The entire Southampton Advanced Saint has been sold out. What the hell? A small newspaper from a local club was sold out on the same day. Guran asked, Is there too little printed? The newsstand owner curled his lips and said, The daily print run of the Advanced Saints is 50,000 copies, and today we printed an extra 30,000 copies, but, as soon as it was released, it was all gone. If you want to read it, I still have a copy for myself. You can stand here and read it, but you can't take it away. Gran hurriedly said, "Thank you so much." The boss said, "You're welcome, it's just £1. Gran silently took out £10. This was the smallest denomination of money he had on him. Alas, being too rich is also a kind of trouble. The boss said, "You can't make the change. How about you scan all the newspapers here? Get a copy of The Sun. The news in the Sunday today is also very explosive. The entire English football world is shocked. The two female bosses of Chelsea and Liverpool are jealous of one man." And this Times financial news, there is a column report on following Coach Wenger's financial management. What the hell? Forget about following Wenger's financial management, but the gossip in the Sunday sounds very explosive. The female boss of Chelsea should refer to Sister No, right? Liverpool's boss lady must be the magnificent Linda. Damn. How awesome must that man be to make two such high status and high powered women jealous? I'm so envious. This is called a winner in life. This melon must be eaten. Gran was in high spirits. "Boss, is this melon ripe?" "What?" The newsstand owner looked confused. "Oh, nothing." Gran smiled. No need for the financial newspaper, but a copy of The Sun. Of course, foreigners don't understand the humor of Chinese people. Gran said again, "Change the remaining money into water, just ordinary mineral water." In short, this profiteer boss can't get it for nothing. The boss was startled. "Sir, £9 can buy a lot of water. Why do you need so much water?" Gran said arrogantly, "Who cares? I just like water, so what?" The boss frowned and muttered, "I get water." Gran laughed while opening the forward cinch that he couldn't take away. The headline on the front page is "Amazing Reversal." Gran, I am your god. Gran, *% in debt. Evelyn. Is it really good for you to have such a big dick? Then look at the second page. Alan Shearer. I am not as good as Gran in that aspect. Gran. And %E%. No wonder this newspaper is sold out today. If Shearer's wife sees this newspaper, she will come to my house and tear it up, right? Then look at the third and fourth pages. Rice. Work permit is done. Who will appear in the first team in the new season? Latest offer. Liverpool is seeking £3.6 million for Southampton's promising star. Reliable news. Manchester United will offer £4 million for Guran. Beware. Chelsea is ready to make a move. Funny. Arsenal wants to rent Guran for free. Manchester City. Give way, I'll offer £4.6 million. Guran Fan Club. We will continue to expand the scale of the guild and are now recruiting young girls with dancing experience, and pole dancers are preferred. Damn, Guran was numb. The entire forward cinch was almost all news related to him. It's impossible to be low-key. Guran tried to calm himself down. No, I can't calm down. Let's change our thinking and eat some melon first. Guran put down the forward cinch and opened the sports section of The Sun. A bright headline immediately came into view. That night, Linda and Sister No entered his room together. Damn. I like it. The money was not wasted. Guran read it with great interest. Chapter 250. I'm eating my own melons and I want to keep following them. I've had a showdown with my parents. Domestic investment has started. This press release was written with great passion. At the beginning, Linda came to the presidential room of the Ritz Hotel in disguise, but she met Sister No, who was also here to find a man. The two women tore their clothes and fought each other, and the tens of thousands of dollars worth of clothes were torn to pieces. At the critical moment of the fight between the two women, Guran, a Chinese player of the Southampton club, appeared in only a nightgown. Seeing this, Guran was stunned. What is this? Why am I included in this? Guran rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not mistaken. Damn. I am the man that Linda and Sister No are fighting for. I am actually the winner in Like the Envy. I am eating melons on my head. How come I don't know about this good thing? I just have a little bit of fame, and there are already rumors. And the objects of the rumors are Linda, the boss lady of Liverpool, and Sister No, the female boss of Chelsea. This is too hateful. If it was really like what was written in the news, it would be fine, but I clearly haven't met Linda and Sister No yet. What a pity. No, I have to see what happens next. Guran continued to read. Linda and Sister No in the news release asked Guran to make a choice. Guran thought about it, opened his pajamas, took out a coin, and asked them to choose the front and back sides to decide the order. Below, there was a line of small words. If you want to know what happened next, please look forward to tomorrow's follow-up report. Guran almost flew my blood. Fuck. It's gone at the critical moment. Shame on you. This is fucking. I have to follow up on my own gossip. By the way, the plot of hiding a coin in the crotch is too interesting, right? Damn it. I want to complain to the Sun. I want to send a razor blade to the author. Guren cursed the author 18 times in his heart, then he put away the sundae angrily, took a lot of mineral water back to the car, and drove home. Calm down and think about it, it's actually nothing. After becoming a small star, such gossip will definitely appear from time to time. It is impossible to prevent it. And there's no energy to sue. Anyway, people don't take this kind of tabloid gossip seriously, right? In fact, what is really hateful is the fragmentation. When you are about to enjoy it, it is gone. Well, just play football with peace of mind. When Guran returned home, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Guran made himself a meal, took a shower after eating, and took a walk on the beach. It was not until about 10 o'clock in the evening that he returned to the dune villa. Before calling home, Guran simply checked his bank account. The World Cup betting some time ago made a total profit of more than £5 million. After becoming a professional player, you have to stay away from betting. Although players are not prohibited from betting on matches of non-affiliated clubs in the UK, it is better not to touch this kind of thing again. In the beginning, betting was not only to make the first pot of gold to make yourself comfortable, but also to test whether the information gap after rebirth is accurate. Now that everything is on the right track, it is completely unnecessary. For Guran now, only playing football can bring the pleasure of dopamine secretion. And love. Okay, and eating his own melon. And defending Sterling alone. And playing against Kawaiichi. And getting free talent points and skill bubbles. And so on. If you count it this way, there are really a lot of pleasure points. Guran smiled and then transferred £3 million to his father's account through the fast remittance service of an international bank. Fast remittance can be received within 15 minutes, but the handling fee is very high. But compared with £3 million, this is nothing. After the transfer, Guran took a deep breath, did some psychological preparation, and then called home. At this time, it was just after 6 o'clock in the morning in China, and the hard-working fathers had already got up for breakfast. Hello? A deep and familiar voice sounded on the other end of the phone. Guren couldn't hide his excitement and shouted, "Dad, it's me. It's Ozzy." Gu's father's voice was complete with hidden joy. "You haven't called home for a long time. Are you short of rice?" Without waiting for Guran to answer, Gu's mother snatched the phone. "Ozzy, if you need rice, just tell me. It must be very hard for you to be alone abroad, right? Have you been bullied outside? It's very chaotic abroad. You must take care of yourself and stay safe. When will you come back? Mom misses you." Guran's eyes were instantly filled with tears. No matter where you are, your parents' love will reach you no matter how far you are. The family conditions were obviously not very good, just an ordinary working class, but in terms of supporting Guran to study abroad, his parents never complained a word. Guran smiled and said, "Mom, everything is fine here, it's really fine." Gu's mother sighed and said, "Son, Mom knows you want to report good news and not bad news." Guran hurriedly explained, "Mom, it's really not this time. I'm really fine. Woo, my son is so hard." Gu's mother cried, "If you can't do it, come back. The development in China is not worse than that about now." Gu's father grabbed the phone and said, "Son, let your mother cry and calm down first. Dad asks you, you should have graduated from high school over there. Have you chosen a university? Do you have a chance to be admitted? If you need money, just tell me. If not, Dad will grit his teeth and ask your uncle and second uncle for help." This sentence instantly touched Guran's memories of his previous life. The uncle and second uncle's family are well off. In the life before rebirth, after he was admitted to a foreign university, the annual tuition and accommodation fees for university were £10,000, £40,000 for 4 years, plus food, clothing and some basic social activities, at least £50,000 or £60,000. In the previous life, my father really went to ask my uncle and second uncle for money, but they refused on the grounds that they had to use the money to repair the ancestral hall of the clan. Renovating the ancestral hall here is a big deal. Those with a little face in the clan will compete to contribute money. The more donations, the higher the ranking. The uncle's family donated 150,000 yuan, and the second uncle's family donated 160,000 yuan. But Guran's family was helpless and did not donate a penny. Guran's father is a small technical supervisor in the machinery processing factory in the village, and his mother manages a small convenience store in her family. To say that they are poor, they are not really poor. From childhood to adulthood, Guran is everything that other children have. But to say that he is rich, he is really not rich. He even needs to borrow money to go to college abroad. The renovation of the ancestral hall of the family is a major event that brings honor to the ancestors, and each branch and family does their best. The one who donated the most will have his name engraved first when the monument is engraved, and can also record the major events in the family tree. He can even burn the first incense stick to his ancestors when the ancestral hall is opened, so as to enjoy the protection of his ancestors alone. Gu's father also wanted to leave his name on the donation, but considering the cost of his son's study abroad, he had no choice but to give up. In the end, the eldest uncle and the second uncle did not let Gu's father the money for foreign university. In the end, it was Gu's father and mother who mortgaged the family convenience store to the bank and used the loan to support Guran to finish his study abroad. This happened before rebirth. Whenever Guran recalled this past event, he felt uneasy. This incident also became a knot in Guran's heart in his previous life. And now, everything can finally be changed. Guran took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Dad, no need. First of all, I don't plan to go to college." Gu's father and mother on the other end of the phone were stunned. Gu's father said sternly, "Son, don't joke with your parents like this." Gu's mother wiped her tears and said, "Wow, I knew that my son must have had a hard time abroad. The pressure is too great." Gu's father taught him earnestly, "Son, how can you not take the college entrance examination? Mom and Dad saved money to send you to high school abroad. Isn't it just to make it convenient for you to take the college entrance examination abroad, and then come back with a golden body to find a job? You have never been in contact with society, and you don't know how important social classes are. Mom and Dad don't expect you to make a lot of money or have a great future, but you must be better than Mom and Dad in the future, right? Are you worthy of us if you give up like this?" Gu's mother cried, "My son must be homesick. Since my son doesn't want to go to college abroad, let me come back." "Son, don't worry, Mom agrees that you don't go to a foreign university, but come back to take the domestic university entrance examination. Mom believes that with your ability, it is very easy to take the domestic first-class exam." In the past, when Guran heard his father's scolding and his mother's nagging, he would definitely interrupt impatiently. However, after experiencing a lifetime, Guran had a deeper experience of his parents' love. At this time, Guran was not angry because of his parents' scolding and nagging, but just felt the warmth of family love. Guran even wanted to listen to his father's scolding and mother's nagging more. After his parents finished speaking, Guran smiled and said, "Mom and Dad, not only do I not want to go to a university abroad, I don't want to go to a university in China either." "What?" Dad Gu was furious, "You good-for-nothing bastard." Mom Gu asked worriedly, "Son, did something happen to you abroad?" Dad Gu scolded on the phone, "Your eldest uncle's daughter, your cousin Ying, is now a senior executive of a foreign company and earns more than $10 a month. Your second uncle's son, your cousin Wei, just graduated from college and is dating the daughter of our village chief. He will soon inherit 10 buildings. I don't need you to compete with them, but they are all moving up. Look at you, you don't even want to go to college. You bastard. How can I hold my head up when I worship my ancestors?" Mom Gu scolded Dad Gu on the other end of the phone, "What are you yelling about? The child must have encountered something abroad. What do you care about whether you have faith when you worship your ancestors? Son, listen to Mom, come back first, relax after returning home, and discuss the future later." Guran smiled and said, "Dad and Mom, can you listen to me first?" Dad Gu said angrily, "Humph. You bastard. What else do you have to say? I don't have a son as useless as you." The more rude Dad Gu scolded, the more Guran wanted to laugh. Especially when he expected the reversal of the old couple's expressions when they saw the transfer text message, Guran wanted to laugh even more. Guran cleared his throat and solemnly announced, "Dad and Mom, listen to me first. If going to college is to find a decent job in this class-fixed society, then I already have it. I have signed a contract with Southampton club, and I have also obtained a work permit in the UK. I am now a professional football player. My profession is playing football. After the new season starts, I will represent Southampton club in the English Premier League." Dad and Mom Gu on the other end of the phone were stunned. This news was too sudden and too surprising for them. They still know their own son well. Although their son is not a top student, he has been excellent in both character and learning since he was a child. He likes to go into the small room and lock the door to do homework when he has nothing to do. How come he has become a professional football player all of a sudden? Gu's father took a breath in worry. "Az, have you been infected with something you shouldn't be exposed to and your brain is broken?" "Shit." Guran hurriedly said, "Dad, what are you talking about? I'm not. I'm really a professional player." I tell you, I'm very strong. Guran was at a loss for words for a moment, not knowing how to explain his strength. Alas. I should have brought Evelyn with me at this time. Evelyn just needs to hold back. Asshole. Gu's father yelled, how can you play football? How much money can you make playing football? Can you make 10 a month like your cousin Ying? Can you find a girlfriend like your brother Wei and inherit 10 buildings in the future? Guran smiled and said, yes. Gu's father said angrily, you bastard. You still talk back. What do you have? Guran said calmly, my weekly salary at Southampton is £2,600, which is exactly 100,000 yuan in domestic monthly salary. Add to that the team bonuses, league ranking bonuses, and image rights, and it shouldn't be a problem to average 17 or 18 a month. This is still a conservative statement. Guran hasn't told his parents that he still has the box office revenue of Batman 2 in his hands. In addition, as for the 10 buildings, although I don't have them now, I have my own sea view villa on the beach in Southampton, and a Cayenne with a very fast speed. Gu's father sighed, crazy, crazy. Well, even if you really want to play football, you're a loser who has just started playing football. In just 2 or 3 months, you have a car and a house abroad, and you can get 17 or 18 a month. You're really crazy. Gu's mother cried, I told you, my son must have a brain problem. It's all your fault. You sent my son to such a dangerous place to study abroad. Now it's all right. You compensate my son. Guran smiled and said, Mom and Dad, I know that it is understandable that you can't accept this kind of thing for a while. But I'm really not crazy. I'm really a professional player. I really can make 170,000 or 180,000 a month. There will be more in the future. At Southampton High School, they call me Chinese Dad, and at the club, they call me Star of Hope. When I play football, they all stand up and cheer for me, shouting my name desperately. Oh, by the way, I just transferred £3 million to your account, Dad. Mine was a quick transfer with automatic exchange rate. You should be able to receive 28 million domestic money soon. 28 million. Gu's father said angrily, why don't you brag that you transferred 200 million to me? Guran smiled and said, I will, don't worry. Gu's father was so angry that he was shaking all over, bitch. There's no hope. Gu's mother sobbed, son, come back soon, Mom will sell everything she has to take you to the best mental hospital for treatment. Guran smiled and said, Dad, you don't have to go to the factory in the future. We will start our own company. Mom, you don't have to envy other people's landlady. Give me another 6 months, and I will let you collect rent until you don't want to collect it anymore. Gu's father said in despair, okay, come back soon, and let your mother take you to the hospital after you come back. It's best to come back at night, I'm afraid it will be embarrassing for relatives to see it. Gu's mother cried and said, son, Mom loves you so much. Come back soon, do you have money for the plane ticket? I still have some money here, I will transfer it back to you soon. Guran said helplessly, Mom and Dad, I wanted to get along with you as a good son, but you didn't believe me. Well, I'll be honest, I'm actually richer, more powerful, more respectable, and more respected than I just told you. Those foreigners worship me like crazy, and I'm so annoyed by those female foreigners who throw themselves at me. I don't dare to show my face when I go out, for fear that I will cause a sensation in the whole city if I am recognized. Dad Gu roared angrily. Come back soon. See if I break your legs. Ding ding. At this moment, the text message alert sounded on Dad Gu's mobile phone. Dad Gu clicked on the text message angrily and was stunned. This is a bank account arrival text message. The text message clearly stated that an international remittance was received, and the remittance amount was a series of exaggerated numbers with both zeros and integers. Dad Gu stared at it for a long time, his eyes were blurry, and he couldn't count how many digits there were. Dad Gu rubbed his eyes, but he still couldn't see clearly, so he handed the phone to Mom Gu with trembling hands. My blood pressure is a little high, can you take a look at what's written on it? Son, look at how angry you made your dad. Mom Gu took the phone and took a look, and the next second she collapsed to the ground. Dad Gu asked in a trembling voice, how many digits are there? 7 is wrong. 8 digits. Mom Gu's voice changed. My ancestors. Dad Gu also collapsed with Mom Gu. How much is 8 digits? I don't know, I've never seen such a big number in my life. On the other end of the phone, Guran smiled calmly and said, don't count, it's just over 28 million. Gu's father asked excitedly, Az, what you just said is true. Guran smiled, of course, I've always told you that what I said is true. Gu's mother asked, son, we are not dreaming, are we? Guran smiled, the money has arrived, How can you not believe it? Dad, you go to the bank to withdraw 1 million yuan later and cover all the money for repairing the ancestral hall. If there's anything left, you can also rebuild the ancestral tombs of grandpa, great-grandfather, and great-grandfather, all of our ancestors. I want them to put your name first. Also, Mom, I want to open an investment company in your name, and you will be the chairman. Of course, you don't need to take care of anything. Just drink tea, play cards, and visit new real estate every day. When Father Gu heard this, he quickly said, "Son, I was blind just now. What I meant was that what I said to you just now was too impulsive. Don't take it to heart. Can I be the chairman of our family's investment company? I used to be a leader in the factory. I have more experience than your mom in this area." Father Gu said excitedly, "It doesn't matter who was in charge. Son, Mom thought you had a mental disorder due to something happening abroad. Turns out you're fine. This is great. I'm happier than letting Mom be the chairman of any board. Since you really want to be a professional player, Mom and Dad will definitely support you. In addition, your father and I will not touch this money randomly. Your parents will save it for you in case you have no money to spend after retirement. Also, in the future, we will use this money to marry you a wife in glory." Guran said quickly, "Mom, you're talking too far. Don't worry about my wife. I really just want to play football now. You can spend the money you give me as you like. I will give it to you every month in the future. Dad, let Mom be the chairman of the board, and you can be the vice chairman. Son, Dad is usually very kind to you. It's just that the tone was a little heavy just now. Look at you, why do you still hate Dad?" Guran smiled and said, "Dad, it depends on your performance in the future. If you don't perform well, you won't even be the vice chairman." Dad Gu said quickly, "Dad will definitely perform well. Dad will let you see what it means to do one thing and love one thing. Dad will definitely make our family's investment company bigger and stronger for you. Create more glory." Guran, "Okay. Dad, you take charge of the specific investment business. I'll get some paper and pen, and I'll make a list for you. You can invest in these companies and individuals and buy some copyrights according to the order of my list." Guran named several industry giants and the best investment opportunities that will surely be popular in the next 10 years. This kind of thing is most reliable only when it is left to one's family. After Dad Gu wrote it down, Guran exchanged a few words with Mom Gu and told them that they would definitely not be able to go back this summer and could only return to visit relatives during the winter break. "Okay, that's it, we'll contact each other when we're free. Son, take care of yourself over there, take care of yourself. Don't worry, Mom, I have something else to do tomorrow, I have to go to bed early, bye." After hanging up the phone, Guran felt extremely relaxed and refreshed. The resentment he had before his rebirth was finally resolved today. So cool. Guran went to bed contentedly with a smile on his face. On the other side of the ocean, Gu's family, Gu's father and Gu's father hugged each other excitedly, crying and laughing. "Our son-in-law has finally made it big. He transferred so much money to us at once, and also said that this is just the beginning. Haha. Looking at the 8-digit bank balance, I really feel like I'm dreaming. From now on, our family can finally hold our heads high. The eldest and second families will have to talk to us nicely in the future." Du's son-in-law asks. "First, spend 1 million to repair the ancestral hall and the ancestral tomb. Write my name and son-in-law's name at the very beginning. I'll go register an investment company in a while. Hurry up and invest in all the companies and individuals that son-in-law wants us to invest in." Looking at the densely packed names of companies and people in the notebook, Gu's father felt a headache for a moment. Where did he get this list? So many. I know BYD, and buying big stocks is easy, but what kind of company is this DJI? What are the agency contracts for members of teams like WE, IG, and RNG? What is this happy twist? Why does Izzy also want to get involved in the dim sum business? Who was Liu Sixen? Who was Cyberdoji? What does Zhu Yiming do? Gu's father held a long list and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If Izzy follows the investment method on the list, 20 million yuan will not be enough to spend. Gu's mother laughed and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Follow the list one by one." As I said, this is just the beginning. I'm not asking you to spend all 20 million yuan in one go. Gu's father smiled happily, heh. That's right. Gu's mother said proudly, "I am the chairman appointed by Rosé himself." Father Gu was all smiles, "Yes, chairman. By the way, there's the term rich second generation on the internet, so what do we belong to now? Rich first generation? No, we didn't get rich by ourselves, but by our sons." Father Gu slapped his thigh, "Then we should be called rich upper generation." Father Gu was stunned, then smiled and said, okay, rich upper generation, look how happy you are. Do you want to have breakfast? Breakfast? I'm a rich upper generation, what breakfast should I have? Father Gu ran out in his flip-flops, I'm going to set off firecrackers. That's right. I just want to let everyone in the village know, my son, he's made a fortune. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.